Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in and welcome back. It is Tuesday, April 7th, and we have started early this morning to cover the Pima County Board of Supervisors meeting. They're expected to vote on whether or not Nanos will continue to reign as sheriff, I guess. So we're here for this meeting, and then after that, we'll get into today's show. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing to my channel. Well, good morning, Banksies. Good to see you. Kind of a little surprise coming on early. Good morning, Galen. So we'll see maybe what happens with Nanos today. I think they're voting today. So come on in. Get your coffee. Get your popcorn, whatever it is you're going to have today. What else? I think that's about it for now. After this meeting, we'll be going over the ransom and kind of deep diving on the ransom letters and which ones mean something, which ones don't. We'll probably be replaying the ransom responses as well. And I think the interview room outdid themselves last night. Chris and Karen had a phenomenal show, and we're going to be reviewing that as well. So I've got an action-packed afternoon for you guys. I hope you'll stick around. But first, before we get to our show, we are definitely here for the Pima County Board of Supervisors meeting, where everyone's pissed off at nonads, and they're expected to vote them out.
Everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
I'm probably gonna get up when this meeting starts because I gotta vacuum. I'm gonna vacuum and watch with you guys, and then I'll be back and I'll watch along. Gonads, what's up, Sparky? Good to see you, Beth. Shortcake girl, Jen is here. This is a reminder for all chat instead of top chat. Hey, Kathy C. Good to see you. Mary Dean. Good to see you. Carrie. We cooled down in Florida last night. We got like some rain. Oh, don't you hate when your glasses get smeared? Like, I hate having to use glasses to see good. Jeannie Watson is new here. Welcome, Jeannie. Welcome to J is for Justice. I hope you enjoy my channel. We cover breaking news, true crime, trials sometimes. And then on my second channel, we do commentary and roasts and reviews. Hey, Crystal, good to see you this morning. Penny, good morning. Hey, Daff, Roberta. I thought I had Roberta on the soundboard. I'm kind of tired this morning. The space stuff was a lot last night. Mary O'Chalik. Thank you for being here. Hi, Bonnie. Bonnie's new too. She said, let's go. I know. I'm excited for this. I'm wondering how it's going to go. It looks like we got some kind of media there. He's got his camera. I don't think Nanos will be here, though. I don't expect Nanos to be here. I'm sure he's watching. Well, he probably has someone watching for him. Let's fix that. My Roberta isn't working. Just for Daff.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
No, really. I mean, did you guys watch Chris and Karen? We were watching space stuff on my second channel, so I didn't see it. I had to replay it, and boy, was it good.
Roberta.
There we go. That's for you, Daff. We had a Roberta in here yesterday. Hey, Mar, good to see you. Mar R. Mar R, I haven't seen you in forever and a day. Hi, Tintin from Germany. TS is in the house. The space EMEA wore me out, dude. I literally, I'm beat today. So don't mind me. Got up, brushed my teeth, washed my face, and this is what you get. I had coffee at like 7 a.m. Oh, and by the way, do you guys remember the case of Athena Strand out of Texas? Remember that poor little girl was like getting her package. It was like Christmas time. She grabbed a package, or she went to go get a package or something, and the Amazon guy kidnapped her and killed her. That piece of shit just pled guilty. And I put a little short video up. Fucking scumbag. So now the jury is going to decide if he gets the death penalty or not. I say, oh, FedEx. That's right, FedEx. And you know what? Why should they even go through it to even see what the jury... You know what I mean? The dude pled guilty. Give him the needle. Bye. And I have my windows open. It's so nice out. So I have horrible lighting today. So welcome to my mess. Good morning, Ostrich, Marcy. Hit the like button, Wendy. JL, J-Lo. Yeah, we shouldn't need inmate justice, though. He pleads guilty. It should be automatic death penalty. Like, go to hell. Bye. That little girl was so damn cute. Oh, I heard some kind of mic action. I saw that CN and JLR are on their way to this meeting right now. Looks like JLR's got himself a bodyguard. Hey, lovely Lisa. Oh, let me get our chat pinned. Hold up.
Pound, 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 ding dong, pound, pound, pound.
There's a lot more people at this meeting than there was before. That's for sure. Why do I default to 360p? It's so weird. Why do I default to 360p? It's so weird.
We are gonna begin the meeting.
Oh my god.
We got a packed day today and a packed meeting room. So hello, buenos dias, skuktash. Glad everybody could be here. We will start out with roll call.
Supervisor Cox.
Present.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Great. And I would now like to invite Mackenzie Schmidt, Administrative Assistant 2 from Facilities, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All can stand.
Oh wow, I've done the Pledge of Allegiance in a long time.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to count the money.
Oh, before you sit down, anything going on in facilities that you want to share?
Oh, we're just always having a ball over there, you know, just getting stuff done and running around and getting things paid.
What?
Another day in paradise. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we have an incredible treat today for our land acknowledgement statement. We are joined today by students and staff and the superintendent from the Baba Kieferi School District and Baba Kieferi High School. So they are going to both read the land acknowledgement as well as perform a traditional Atam song. So I will note that after their visit, after their sharing with us, they are going to go on a tour of the Pima County Historic Courthouse. Much thanks to a lot of county departments, including Marcelino Flores, for really trying to put together a good tour and support for the students visiting today. So I would like to invite Baba Kieferi Unified School District Superintendent Ruben Diaz up to the podium. And if you wouldn't mind introducing your
Teresa.
students and your team, and then I'll let y'all take it away.
Skugsiarik, Anyan Abjugi Ruben Diaz, Wakiwa Hamam Shama Construction Superintendent. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruben Diaz, and I am the proud superintendent for the amazing Bawaki Unified School District in serving the Tohono O'odham Nation. And at this point, with your support, I want to thank you on behalf of the community that I serve and my amazing students. I would like my staff and students to please come up also to the podium to introduce themselves right before they do the land acknowledgement and as well the amazing songs. Team.
Are all these people in scrubs back here? Oh, this is going to be cool. How cute.
Skugsiarik, Onion of Jiggy, Ethan Anton, and Yapchipkan, Walkyu, Mashmakut. Good morning. My name is Ethan Anton. I work with the students here at Barbecue High School as their Tohono O'odham history and language teacher. Tapo.
Skugsiarik, Onion Jiggy, Draven Leonard. Good morning. My name is Draven Leonard.
Skugsiarik, Onion Jiggy, Uriah Lewis. Good morning. My name is Uriah Lewis.
I like this.
Skugsiarik, Onion Abjigi, Shaw Mendoza. Good morning. My name is Shaw Mendoza.
Skugsiarik, my name is Skugsiarik, Onion Abjigi, McKinney. Good morning. My name is McKinney.
Skugsiarik, Onion Abjigi, Eli Johnson. Good morning. My name is Eli Johnson.
Skugsiarik, my name is Ani Abjigi Darren. Good morning. My name is Darren.
And at this point, may I please have your eye so he can read the land acknowledgement?
The Pima County Board of Supervisors, February 1st, 2022, voted to begin every board meeting with the reading of land acknowledgement statement honoring the ancestral lands of the region's indigenous peoples. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectful acknowledgement the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Agreed, Remy. Agreed. I think this is neat.
At this point, for those that are able and can, we're going to be, our students and the staff, they're going to be singing 3 songs. Tradition is that we stand up for those songs, so if you're able.
This lady looks familiar.
By standing up as well.
Doesn't this lady look familiar in the pink? Swear I saw her in a picture with Savannah. Here we go. This is cool, dude. Watch. They need a mic. Oh, thank you, Mar. Welcome.
Once again, please be seated.
Thank you for becoming a
On behalf
member.
of the Tohono O'odham Nation and on behalf of Albuquerque Unified School District, we thank you for this amazing opportunity for let us start our day and to bring a piece of the Tohono O'odham Nation
Everybody
to Pima
should have
County.
clapped.
Thank you, and you have a successful meeting today.
Thank you.
They did amazing. That was awesome.
And
I don't
thank you
see
all
stuff
for
like
taking
that.
the time to be here, sharing with us. I'm sure you have just made your families very proud. You've made all of us proud. A couple things that I just want to mention about the Babakivari School District, because I had heard
Katie.
some good news and some good words about the school district when we
Hi,
were down last in
Liba-
Sasabe. So a couple
Balula.
things I just want to point out.
France.
BUSD schools have maintained or improved the Arizona Department of Education letter grades, and the district earned a letter grade of B recently. They've also decreased absenteeism by 50% in the last 2 years, which is huge. And then also, members of the Babakivari Unified School District were recognized as Teacher of the Year and Coach of the Year, and their athletic teams proudly advanced to the state finals. So congratulations for all you do.
Hey, KD.
Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item number 4, which is Pause for Pause.
Hi, Flobo. Good morning. Okay, so now we're going to go through a few items before we get to the Sheriff Nanos, I
Chair
imagine. He'll probably
For
be
the
last.
record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I have quite possibly the cutest little guy in the world. His name is Bunny, which makes him even cuter. What might be hard to believe is that this guy, along with another dog we're assuming is his brother, they look very similar, was a stray, like most of Pac's pets. Stray dog. He was neutered, and he's very well taken care of, and he loves people. So we were kind of surprised that he showed up in our care. So he serves as a good reminder that if your pet is lost, it might be a Pac. Please come to Pac first, because he'll be on stray hold for 3 days, and then he'll be available to adopt. So if anyone is interested in adopting him, please come to Pac and put a reservation fee, and you can get first choice. He seems to be just a lovely little guy. He's cute. And I wanted to take the time to also remind folks that we have the Barkin' into Spring, our new event at the end of the month on the 25th, and you can come in and just enjoy springtime events and springtime fun. We'll have some food trucks, some snacks, some fun stuff, lots of adoptions, obviously. And we also wanted to remind folks that this is kitten season and puppy season. So if you are interested in having a kitten or a puppy, it's a great time to foster, because if you foster, you get first choice at mom or the babies. So, and we actually have a lot of moms and babies right now who could use a foster. So please stop by and come check it out. We have a lot of dogs in need that have $0 adoption fees, so you'd only have to pay the $20 licensing fee. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is current events and public acknowledgements.
Thanks for that, Scooters.
Anyone? Well, Supervisor Cano?
Thank you, Chair Allen, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to your Board of Supervisors hearing room. Last Thursday, the District 5 office concluded the 4th installment of our Love of Lakota series. It was an author series that I've talked about over the last several months, where we invited 4 local authors beginning in November to join us. Over the course of that time, about 400 people joined us. 400 free signed copies of the books were distributed to our guests and to community members who joined us. We had lots of private sponsorship of the events, and I want to thank every one of our sponsors: Desert Diamond Casino, Diamond Ventures. We had Republic Services. We also had the Parklands Foundation and the Friends of Pima County Public Library, and I am Cox Communications as well. This took a lot of effort for us to celebrate local authors, but I'm so glad we did it, and I look forward to us continuing this signature series in District 5 in the year ahead. Thank you, Chair Allen.
So we have an event on this Friday, actually trying to get folks over to PAC and to help out the dogs. So we're doing a Walk a Dog with District 3 event, Friday, April 10th from 9 to 12. At PAC at Silver.
Hello, Florida girl. Welcome in. Hey, South California. Come on in. Danny Brewer.
Shoot a quick note to District 3 at pima.gov if you are interested in joining us. We will be participating in Ciclovia this Sunday, April 12th. This runs from 9 to 3 p.m. Look for the District 3 team as we ride our bikes along the route through the Amphi neighborhood area downtown, and are connecting with constituents from our bicycles. And then last, we will be at the Living Desert Alliance's first annual membership meeting, a meet and greet, on Sunday, April 12th as well, from 1 to 3 p.m. up at Crossroad Park near Marana. Else, then we will move on to agenda item number 6, agenda adjustments.
On the regular agenda, executive session. So page 3, item 14, and then on the addendum agenda, page 1, item 3, 4, 5, and on page 2, item 7. The executive session items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Also, the executive session on the regular agenda, item 14, there is a correction to the agenda language, removing the section on Robert's Rules. On the regular agenda, page 5, item 25, under Board of Supervisors, the naming of Pima Animal Care Center Dispatch Center as Celine Ann Baker Dispatch Center. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On the addendum agenda, executive session, this is page 1, item 5. There is a correction to the addendum language. They are removing the statutory noted one and they're adding language for discussion and consultation related to. They're removing consideration of employment and appointment of, and then the county administrator, and then removing including the recruitment and hiring process. And then on the addendum agenda, page 3, item 13, under Board, Commission, and/or Committee, Trial Court Appointments, Nominating Committee, District 5. Supervisor Connell requests this item be removed from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, next on the agenda are the presentations and proclamations. Just a little warning, there are a few of them. They are all important, and we're going to try to move quickly. So our first is a presentation of a proclamation to the county administration proclaiming National County Government Month in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Supervisor Scott, would you like to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Allen, if I may. Thank you. If I'm going to ask the deputy county administrators to join me. We have 2 department directors, Dr. Cullen, I think Mr. Baca is still here, and if I may, we also have 3 of our county elected officials here. So if the superintendent of schools could join us, the recorder, and I believe the clerk of Superior Court is with us as well, clerk of the court. Who have I missed? And I'm sorry, and the county attorney, Laura Conover, is here. Thank you.
I'm going to get the recorder.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hey, Jerry. Well, hello, Elsa.
Good morning,
Elder.
everybody. I am pleased to be our representative to the States County Supervisors Association Legislative Policy Committee. All supervisors are members of the County Supervisors Association. We were encouraged to put this item on the agenda. All 15 counties were, and it accompanies a proclamation from the governor regarding County Government Month. Whereas Arizona's Constitution and statutes establish county governments to implement state policies and programs at the regional level overseen by locally elected county officials in order to promote effective, responsive constituent services, and whereas county governments provide an essential role in keeping communities safe, deploying emergency response, building infrastructure, conducting secure elections, promoting public health and welfare, supporting community and economic development, and strengthening resilience. And whereas county elected officials provide leadership in serving their constituents and strengthen Arizona through collaboration with local, state, federal, and tribal partners to meet community needs. And whereas county governments proudly employ more than 35,000 hardworking Arizonans who diligently serve our communities. And whereas Arizona's 15 counties serve as trusted stewards of public resources and community institutions. And whereas Arizona counties reflect
Hold on.
wide diversity of people.
I'm going to mute it for a sec. God, he's loud. I would skip this and welcome Katie S. Welcome back. You've been around for years. But thank you for becoming a member again. I would cover something else during this. The thing is, I don't know what order it's going in. I don't have the agenda. So I'm kind of over here getting everything ready, and because I don't want to get into the middle of something and then, oh God, it's going on. I'm waiting to see if this is going to be a long ass process. And if it is, then maybe we'll just wait until that part comes up. But as of now, I mean, they're already on agenda item 7. I don't know how many items they have. So we'll wait a little bit longer. Just bear with me. Be patient.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Cáceres Kelly. I'm from the communities of Pismo and Coop, which are on the far west end of Pima County. I serve as your county recorder. I'm the elected official responsible for voter registration and early voting for the county for our over 630,000 registered voters and counting. We are also responsible for public documents, and I cannot tell you enough, although it is really wonderful to serve as an elected official, we could not do our jobs without the other county departments. Even this morning, seeing facilities come up here and do Pledge of Allegiance, they had to get out of here because they have so much work to do that support all of our work. And we see that with every single county department, from finance to human resources. It's so wonderful. The number of dedicated professionals who are working to serve you is really astounding, and I'm never, ever, it never ceases to amaze me the commitment that Pima County staff members have to ensuring that we make Pima County as great of a place to live and work. So thank you.
All right. Randy, good one. I will take that. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
All right, what's next? Good afternoon, Blazy. Hey, Titans fan.
The next item is agenda item number 8. It is a presentation of a proclamation for the week of April 16th to the 21st to be Southside Environmental Awareness and Environmental Justice Week. Jose Gaselam, Angelica Duddleston,
This isn't
Julia
it either.
Gonzalez, Cynthia Lopez will be accepting the proclamation. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0, and Supervisor Cano is ready to present.
Hey, Cindy. It is. It's 12:30 here. Okay, we're not going to listen to this. I mean, unless you guys want to watch this looks like it's a student thing. I think we can watch a couple things while we wait for this. I feel a little more organized. Let me get this up here. We'll come back to that for sure. We're not aborting it. We're not aborting the mission just yet. Here, I'll still, hang on.
Water contamination from TCE and other pollutants, highlighting the long-term impacts of chemical pollution.
Yeah, I'm good. All right. We'll know when it gets to the meat and potatoes. Okay, so the first thing, there's a lot of things I want to talk about with the Nancy Guthrie case. So I'm asking you to bear with me. Okay, we're on item 8, Wendy. Thank you for finding the agenda. You are, Danny? I think you should. It gives your community a voice. Internet jury, you couldn't just download the public agenda It's item 8 on the executive session agenda. No, apparently I couldn't. But we're on item 8, and this has nothing to do with nanos, so all I'm wondering is when nanos is. I literally have 15 windows open of content. This is not what my plan was, but then I realized this was on. Chill, internet jury. The jury is not out, internet jury. What's up, Nick? Executive session, it's later. Okay, well, it says agenda item 8 on my screen. And Wendy said she downloaded it for me. So, wait, executive sessions are closed? Are you serious? But do we get to hear the vote afterwards?
These nuts.
They're going to talk about nanos. Thank you, Ostrich. Hi, Peg. In Florida. Hi, Scooter. We got a Scooter and we got a Scooter McBooters. Okay, I understand it's on the website. It was a last minute decision. So how about me and you, internet jury, we go to the liquor store and then we go to Nancy's and we start over.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to Nancy's?
Hello, Robert. Well, we'll see what happens. All right. You know what? Just to make everybody happy, this is what we'll do. We'll put this mofo over here. Okay. We can keep an eye on it. So it'll just be over there in its own little world. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get into some of our show that I had planned. So I do a lot of work pre-planning my shows. Believe it or not. Internet McJuror. Mary Dean, thank you for 2 months. Jay and Fam, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. You want a Captain and Coke? Okay, so the first thing that I want to talk about, because I have a lot of things, and we're just going to hop right into it. You ever watch the channel Observe? He breaks things down. Thank you, String Theory. See? It takes a village. It takes a village to keep things together. We have String Theory said, I'll scream at you when no nans is being discussed, so don't worry about missing anything.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
That is definitely how we roll. Well, else that's kind of how my brain works too. James might show up there to talk about that bastard, Walter Nash, that piece of shit lawyer. All right, here we go. All right, so I watched a little bit of this. I do a lot of things behind the scenes so that I can bring you guys like the most important, like meat and potatoes. So I do my best. We're gonna go to minute marker 44. And God knows. All right, here we go. This again is called Observe. He's really good at like breaking things down and stuff like that. And he's not all clickbaity.
That you can to get that sort of scrutiny away from you. So I'm very
And this is called Analyzing Savannah Guthrie, Hidden Signals You Didn't Notice.
clever manipulators will know that and try to use that, but you can catch them out in other ways.
Belgium.
It is far more common for somebody who is in the receiving end of these sorts of very troubling actions to try to make sense of it. They might try to accept responsibility. How is this my fault? What did I do to make this happen? And it hurts to see because most of the
It's
time
coming
when
up.
people are asking that, the answer is you didn't. It's not
Yeah, I like him
your
too.
fault. It wasn't Savannah's fault. She didn't cause this, but her trying to take on that responsibility is
Hey,
her trying
Jeannie.
to make sense of something
Welcome
that doesn't
in.
want to. It's not able to be made sense of. It's just it's very complex. It's very messy, and it's pretty hard to watch.
The ransom notes or ransom requests came. Did you believe those to be real?
There are a lot of
Stop wiping away fake tears.
I love this.
There's none there. You see her do it. There was no moisture. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you watch this whole video, hey, sweet potato pie, Tiffany B, good to see you. Listen, if you watch this whole video, the first 45 minutes, he's giving Hoda like all the like credit in the world for her behavior, for her moaning, for all of that stuff, and he finally had it. He's like, I'm sorry. I can't do it anymore. Quit wiping tears that aren't there. He finally just had it. And I had to share this with you because it's so funny.
There's
Hey,
none
Carly.
there. You see her do it. There was no moisture. I'm sorry. Yes, it could have been other aspects.
He tried to blame it on Botox. Earlier, he's like, people get Botox. Like sometimes their muscles don't move like they're appropriately supposed to. And he finally just lost it. Hi, Leo. Good to see you this morning.
Something that maybe I'm not knowing or considering, but stop trying to fake the emotion. It comes across as almost more predatory than just listening. If you're in a position of you're speaking to somebody that is feeling genuinely, emotionally torn down about something, don't try to get to their level by force. Don't try to force yourself to feel sad.
Right, like don't try to force it.
Or to behave sad, because it comes across as fake. And it comes across as manipulative. That just rubs me a lot the wrong way during this interview. I have a lot of difficulty with this, but I think I'm trying to keep that under wraps some because I think it might be just some personal beef that I'm having in regards to that expression of the emotion. There is a possibility that she is feeling that emotion. The camera's not picking up the glisten of tears, something like that. Maybe there's something, but I'm having trouble with it regardless. Anyway.
There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came. And I think most of them, it's my understanding, are not real, and I didn't see them. But, a person that would send a fake ransom note.
During this portion where she's now talking about the notes, her demeanor has shifted. She's not nestled in the grief anymore, and her tone also has shifted. You hear less of the emotional breaking within it. It's still husky, it's still soft. She's still amid the context of that level of emotion, but this feels almost like a bit of her getting a bit more of a grasp on things and shifting into a different mode of speaking, perhaps more of the mode of speaking that she would use in her other interviews or times on television. And it's because of the fact that she's talking about evidence. The ransom notes, there were multiple. Apparently, there were quite a few ransom notes, only 2, some reports say 3. Very few were qualified as actually credible. The rest of them were people just capitalizing, sending in, we kidnapped your mom, so why don't you send us the ransom money kind of thing. And that's problematic to be sure. That shift in her nonverbal communication, both in tone and quality of her voice, the overall representation of the emotion, it all kind of collects in. I think that's due to the topic that's being spoken of.
So I get that, but how many did they get? Danny Brewer says she's trying to be careful. Carly says, I'm not a fan. Her saying she knows God never felt the way she does is offensive. How does she know he never felt that pain? I think if you listen to it again, the whole thing, I don't know. It is weird. I can't argue with that. I can't.
She knows she has to mind her P's and Q's about what's said in this area. Not only one, for the sake of keeping things private within the investigation before things are known, but also to keep things from being known by the potential abductors. You don't want to share all of the information you know because then they know it too. And so I think that's what we're seeing is a little bit of her training from her career coming in here to try to make sure that she maintains the information that she's giving out as best as possible. It overrides her emotional state, and you hear it, you kind of see it.
Really has to look deeply at themselves.
Yeah.
To a family in pain. But I believe the 2 notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real.
Really?
The 2 that we responded to, so we're going to get more into that with Ashley Banfield's latest, which was absolutely amazing as well. Good morning, Miss TM.
Interesting verbiage. I tend to believe those are real. That's very specific verbiage. It technically admits to nothing concretely, and it lies everything on the shoulders of her opinion. I tend to believe that those are the real ones. I think that that's probably a portion that's coached. And then even after that, she's nodding, but you see a little bit of a lip compression in there, tight lips, which to me, it just kind of pushes me down that she is managing the information that she's putting out there. And I think that's what that all is centered around there. Regardless, I wanted to call light to that very specific verbiage that she used in accompaniment with the nonverbal shift that we saw.
Tell me what you thought when you saw those images of the person who took your mother.
I mean, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's just totally terrifying. And I can't.
Anger there. Lip lick. Any sort of thing. It does indicate agitation or arousal. I don't use the term arousal as much. Just
This
because
is important right here. Listen.
Immediately
Hi,
thinks,
Murphy.
oh, you're talking about sexual arousal. Now, arousal just means activation. I use agitation, and I use it not in the term of agitation being exclusively negative, like I'm angry, but agitation in that it has been disturbed or there is activity. So the lip lick in there, that makes sense. That falls in line with a number of different emotional means. What gives it away as anger is the exposing of the lower teeth and the chin jut at the same time. That is common within representations of anger. She is feeling anger in regards to the person that was made visible on the recovered Ring camera footage. That also would fit with somebody who had their mother taken. There would be anger involved towards the...
That's what I would love to ask her. Do you have any clue who could kidnap your mother? Or does that porch guy look familiar or remind you of anybody?
Perpetrator as well. It's just further evidence towards her authenticity.
Hi, Jan.
And I can't imagine that is who she saw standing over her bed.
Yeah.
I can't. It's too much. And I'm glad and grateful to the investigators and the technology companies that were able to find that video. To, I hope, at least with people of good heart and compassion, stop the irresponsible and cruel speculation.
Thankful to the investigators that found that video. Afterwards, again, even as she's resting there, you see her chin jutting forward again.
See, that's what I don't understand. She's like, about the cruel people accusing her family is what she's talking about. But then if you're like, and then she's like, well, hold on.
Cruel speculation.
And then she's like, well, I'm glad that they saw what my mom saw. But that doesn't make sense. Because that doesn't prove it wasn't your family. Shamrock, thank you. They just announced 12 p.m. time certain for Nano's agenda items 7 and 8 closed session. So does that mean everybody inside has to leave? Or can the people that are there still watch? So right now it's going to be a while then. Right now it's only 9:51 there. 3 hours from now. Wow.
Thankful to the investigators that found that video. Afterwards, again, even as she's resting there, you see her chin jutting forward again. That would fit with the earlier representation of anger that we just spoke about. And the next topic that she is about to go into here would inspire only more anger for her, which would also kind of explain why it's continued to draw out. It's because in her psychology, it's not...
But what difference does it make if we saw the porch guy? She's convinced porch guy isn't her family, but we can't tell who it is.
She's not about to relinquish it, and it's not like she's about to feel happy. She's about to start talking about the people who are accusing her or her family for doing this. And even throughout this, you'll be able to see that chin jut just a bit. Again, aggression, anger, frustration.
That had started to swirl.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
I'm glad that people saw.
Yeah.
What came to our door.
Yep, she's frustrated now. Chin jut, consistent. Now we're starting to see the affirmative head nods, and they're sharper. Harsher movements. As you become more angry, you become more animated, and your movements become harsher.
Hi, Pam.
So she's starting to do that. On top of that, finger point is coming out. Domination. It's rarely done in submissiveness. And she's talking about something she's mad at. That specific emblem of the pointer finger coming out makes sense with where she grew up culturally as a representation of anger, frustration, dominating gesture, dominating emotions. And so she's angry at the people that are saying that it's her family, and it's an authentic anger that she's feeling here. Again, it's very difficult, especially over long periods of time, for anybody, regardless of how comfortable they may or may not be with a camera lens. It's very difficult to continually keep a constant stream of authentic emotional representation if it's not genuine. It's very, very difficult to do, and I don't think that she's doing it here.
So you guys have questions about his background or whatever. So according to his YouTube channel, this channel is Ekman Group certified. And if you look up Ekman Group, Paul Ekman works on emotions and facial expressions. The Paul Ekman Group, founded by Paul Ekman, specializes in emotion science, facial expression analysis, and deception detective training. It provides evidence-based tools including micro-expression training to improve emotional intelligence. There is a distinct, unrelated Ekman Group focused on pulp, paper, and logistics. So that's what he says. He is Ekman Group certified, and it says, please note that due to the nature of our current understanding of psychology and nonverbal communication, anything I say in relation to any nonverbal reads I provide rests under the pretense of an educated opinion. No analysis uploaded to YouTube should be or has been intended to be utilized as an official form of evidence. I've been watching him for a long time, too.
I had to take out portions of this interview because I wanted to make this more palatable lengthwise for everybody. But this is at least 20 minutes into the interview, and that's only what's available online. There's likely a lot of footage that was not released online because it just didn't need to be added into the interview footage. But for her to try to pull and hold on to that level of emotion on an inauthentic level for that long is just highly unlikely. Possible, maybe, but there are so many other reasons that explain it far better than she's got that very rare talent to hold that level of emotion for that long without it being real.
Yeah. When you talk about the cruel speculation, the whispers, the innuendo that it was somebody in your family, how did you weather that?
It's unbearable.
Yeah.
And it piles pain upon pain.
I'm going to pause this here. This is another one of those areas where I got a little pissed at some of the other YouTube channels. The way that some of these other YouTube channels presented the question was that it wasn't, how did you bear that experience? Like,
see, I don't know who he's been watching, but he's been seeing a lot of the fuck shit in this case. Excuse my French.
how did you handle that? How did you deal with that? They presented it as if the question was something more concrete of, do you think that your family was involved? Something along those lines. And then she responds with this, it's unbearable, and it's this desynchronized answer response to the question. And that's just not the case. It's how did you bear it? How did you stand it? How did you manage it? And she responds, it was unbearable. It was difficult. It was hard. That's a normal response to that question. Again, if you're watching this, don't just take my video for it. Go and look around. Try to find other things. Maybe there's something I got wrong or something.
See, this is the kind of YouTuber I like. Okay? This isn't someone sitting there looking down his nose at you, telling you that his way is the only way. He's telling you, listen to everything. Listen to everything. Take it all in. I'm not the end all be all.
Something like that. I don't want you to take my word as gospel. I try to do everything I can to make my word as close to as the cold, hard truth as I can get it to be, but I'm still fallible. You have to be able to do your own research as well. Maybe my video and other videos can be a part of your research, but no singular video should ever be the end-all be-all for your research. Just keep that in mind. We've only got a few seconds left here.
There are no words.
See, that's the kind of YouTubers I trust. Not the ones that are trying to feed me bullshit. These are the kind of people I look out for. These are the people I like to watch. I don't like people who throw, pictures of people we don't even know up on the screen every day, putting people's names out there who may not even be involved. It's so irresponsible. It's not of good character. It's not of good character to do that. Bonnie, I say be very, very careful. If you're questioning the character of someone who's presenting something to you, maybe don't watch them. That would be my guess. I don't watch people that put side-by-sides of randos just stabbing at the dark for clicks and views. I don't think it's right to do that to people's names.
There are no words. I don't understand. I'll never understand.
Hey, Jamie.
And no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law. And no one protected my mom more than my brother. And we love her.
That part was super interesting, too. Like, nobody were better caregivers. Nobody protected my mother better than my brother. And then we're like sitting here going, hey, White Lotus, good to see you. And then we're sitting here going, but your mom's missing. Your mom wasn't protected. And to go along with that, I have a very interesting thought to ponder that I don't know if anybody has talked about. Well, let's finish this segment out and then we'll get to that part because this is kind of big. I've never heard anybody talking about this.
She is our shining light. She's our matriarch. She's all we have.
All right, that's where that's going to wrap up. She says there are no words, but her nonverbal communication says it quite clearly. There's a chinja in there, and there's activation in the corner of her nose. She's angry, and she's disgusted with the people that say that it's her or her family that did something.
Disgusting.
My synopsis, after watching this, after spending hours and hours going down every avenue of this case that I could track down, I don't think that the Guthrie family had something to do with it. I think that they are victims in this, and their emotional portrayals only back that up. I think.
So he doesn't think the family, but he didn't say extended family. So I don't know. You think she's too trusting of her own circle? Okay. This is the next thing. We're gonna bounce off of that. And we're going to go to, hang on, let me refresh. I'm trying to keep this all making sense. Let's go to my watch later. So playing off of the fact she doesn't believe it's her family, okay? But what happened in January besides January 11th where they're asking for more footage on January 11th? What else happened in January? Savannah Guthrie had surgery in January. Let me take you back to that, and then we're going to discuss. Thank you, Crystal.
President-elect Obama is back in Chicago now. Back in 2008, my first year working for NBC News, I not only looked different, I sounded different too. It's always an adventure at the Guthrie household. Over the years, I noticed as my voice got deeper. Parents all around the world are closely watching Australia this morning and scratchier. Now a new book is out and it's for kids. But what I thought was just normal wear and tear and aging, over time got much more noticeable. And this past year, much worse. Hi there, good Wednesday morning. Sometimes it was hard to get through a sentence. Well, my voice sounds so bad, I sound like Toad from Mario Brothers. No longer able to just ignore it, I went to see Dr. Peek Wu, one of the country's leading voice specialists.
What I saw was a hemorrhagic polyp on one side and vocal nodule on the other side.
In other words, a ruptured blood vessel on one vocal cord and a callus from overuse on the other. Luckily, there was a fix. Microlaryngeal surgery, a delicate procedure where Dr. Wu would use microscopic instruments to carefully repair my beleaguered vocal cords.
We use instruments about the size of an ant's head to sort of carefully remove the polyp portion, but preserving the tissue surrounding it so that it should be able to vibrate.
The morning of the surgery, I couldn't wait. Okay, I'm in the waiting room and I am so ready to get this over with and have a normal voice again. Let's get this thing done.
How you doing, honey?
And just an hour later, I was in the recovery room.
Okay, so she had this surgery. This video premiered January 23rd. Okay, so she returned to work and they aired this on January 23rd.
Facing maybe the toughest assignment of my life, staying completely silent for the next 8 days.
Feeling okay? Doc says it went really well and that you can't argue with me.
So for 8 days, she couldn't talk. For 8 days. If we go back to when she had this surgery and someone started effing with Nancy on Jan 11. On Jan 11. Well, let's see. She went back to work on the 23rd. Let's look at a calendar. She went on... She's back on the 23rd, which was a Friday. So if we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it would take it around the 15th of January that she would have had surgery, maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know the exact date she had the surgery. But she wasn't able to talk for 8 days. Let's keep going.
Wait for a week. Many if you want.
1 week and many milkshakes later, I was back at Dr. Wu's for the big reveal. I had not spoken a word.
Okay, so she's back at the doctor after 8 days, but we don't know when that was.
Benign polyp. Okay, so that's what.
No, she wasn't on leave at the end of the month because she was on the show the week of her mom's birthday. Samantha says, seems like anytime there is attention on Savannah, something happens. Nope, she did not recover in Arizona. She recovered in New York. So that means that she was in New York City and she couldn't talk for 8 days. She couldn't talk on the phone. She couldn't FaceTime. So she couldn't talk to her mom. Did someone else talk to her mom? Like, did her husband talk to her mom via her? You know what I mean? I don't know. But there was 8 days where she couldn't speak. And she was up in New York.
We expected. And any troubles at all?
Okay, what you're not understanding, she came back on January 23rd. So she was already back. But then she was fixing to leave for Italy for the Olympics. So she had surgery. She had to recover. She came back January 23rd. She had just come back. She was getting ready to go to the Olympics. And then her mom goes missing. I'm sure they texted, but did Nancy tell Savannah that there was someone at her door on January 11th? Did she know about January 11th? It's just weird. She had her surgery January 8th, Sarah?
With your throat, not too bad. Good.
Ready for my close-up, the doctor applied numbing spray to insert a tiny camera up my nose and down my throat to see how the vocal cords were healing. And then the big reveal.
In your just easy voice, say what you say every morning, like,
good morning, today is Tuesday, January 13th, 2020.
Okay. So 13th. Yep. Thank you, Sarah. Surgery on the 8th, and then she's at the doctor on the 13th. So she couldn't speak over the 11th of Jan. Do we know that Nancy didn't travel to New York to be with Savannah during her surgery? We never heard that she did. We've only heard that on Jan 11, someone without a backpack was standing at Nancy's front door, right? We can agree on that. We've been told Jan 11, right? Kathy, I don't know. There's nothing weird about her having surgery. But what I'm saying is she was absent from the show at this time. When this weird person showed up at her mom's door, she was absent from the show. She couldn't speak. Would Nancy maybe not bother her with that? Leo, what do you mean? What happened? Am I muted? No. And Daff, yep, maybe carrying a toolbox or carrying something, right? On Jan 11. My mom is the queen of not telling us stuff. They don't want to worry you. Especially if you're having surgery, right? Crime Exploration says, I wonder if they potentially thought Savannah was at her mom's for recovery. No, she did not. She stayed in New York. Okay, let's keep watching. It's a whole story right here.
26.
I'm using my voice for the first time.
I am using my voice for the first time, and it sounds good. I could cry.
Okay.
So she literally gets a new voice. She gets her old voice back. That's a pretty big milestone for Savannah. But while she's recovering from this surgery, someone's fucking with her mom. So maybe, just maybe, she saw it and didn't say anything. Internet jury, it may have been before, she posted a whiteboard message to IG on Jan 5. She appeared on Jan 12 remotely on the Today Show. Was that when she appeared remotely with the whiteboard? I think this tells the whole story. Let's just keep going. Happy birthday, Jan.
Once again, I was speechless, just so grateful.
The voice is really an expression of your soul, and when you suddenly restore it and see that it's possible, then it can be emotional.
And physical. I have to get my vocal cords back in shape now, just like going to PT after an injury.
Our goal is to preserve this wonderful new voice that has emerged and keep it going.
Voice therapist Shirley Tennyson is showing me how simple exercises, like humming through a straw into water, can strengthen vocal cords without straining them.
Try to avoid putting yourself in situations where you're likely to talk too much, and it's so hard not to teach. I'm just so pleased with the way this turned out. It's just a great show. Thank you so much.
And now, time.
Yeah, I think that's why they do this, Shaker. I'm with you. It's probably a big deal to not be there because you got Hoda drooling for your chair.
Go back to work, and I'm hoping my results speak for themselves.
I mean, I thought you sounded great before, but when I just knocked on your dressing room door before the segment and I hadn't heard your voice in weeks, I didn't recognize you.
You go, who's in there?
Why? What did she sound? She said, come in. I just didn't. Hello. It was, I don't know. You just.
You know, over the years, when you have something like that, I think it's a slow drip. Yeah. And so you don't recognize that you're losing, and you get used to it until there's that rasp in there. But you know what? I think a takeaway, and we haven't really talked about it, is the gift of being silent.
I know.
And when I did mine, Savannah would say, try to journal, try to, be still. What do you think you learned from being forced to be quiet, especially for us?
Sleuthy, so hey, welcome in. Always love your take on things. So what we're discussing now is the fact that when they are asking for footage for Jan 9 or Jan 11, Savannah had her vocal cord surgery and she couldn't talk. So we're kind of wrapping the ransoms in 7. We're getting there. So she was out for vocal cord surgery at the same time that this weird guy showed up at her mom's house. And being that she couldn't speak and she was recovering, do you think that if Nancy knew that there was someone around there or felt like something was off or saw somebody on a camera, that maybe she wouldn't bother Savannah with it while she's recovering from her vocal surgery? So she had her surgery around Jan 5. She came back to work January 23rd. Hi, Chloe. Hi, Hells. So she comes back the 23rd. Then we fast forward. We've got Nancy's birthday the 27th. And then she's supposed to go to Italy for the Olympics. And then, boom, Nancy's kidnapped. But we are going to talk about these ransoms too.
It was hard at first. Like, you had to get the hang of silence and solitude, and like being alone with yourself is actually can be kind of terrifying. But I found it to be a beautiful, beautiful moment and spiritual moment. And I'm so grateful. I'm grateful, to all of you in this place and my bosses at NBC who have been nothing but supportive. To, take 3 weeks off is a big, big deal. And I so appreciate it. And I'm just so grateful to be back, and I'm ready to go.
How long were you silent for?
So imagine Savannah, Sleuthy, being in complete and utter the dark about anything weird. And if Nancy trusted her daughter and son-in-law, she may have told them. Said, I don't want to put a burden on Savannah right now. Like, I could see that. Savannah was the golden child. I want her to be able to get back to work as soon as possible. And if she hears that there was someone at my door that was dressed like this, she's gonna say something, and I don't want her to ruin her surgery. I could see that. Christina, see why 857's chat sucks. They haven't even addressed it yet. They're talking about the basketball championships.
Impertinent or slanderous remarks or who become boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair.
Here we go.
Such person may be barred from further audience before the board.
Perfect
Unauthorized
timing.
remarks from the audience, stamping the feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. So we have 9 speakers today. including one who is telephonic. I'll read out the first three. The first one will be telephonic. If the other two could come up and be ready, and then I'll just read out the next ones as we cycle through. So our first speaker is Trista DiGenova, if Trista is connected telephonically.
Hi, board.
Yes.
Hi, board. Here's your chance to rescue a whole flock of therapy animals. In honor of Pima County Therapy Animal Day, I'm respectfully demanding this board return to me my service dog, Dr. Baker, unlawfully seized by PAC and the sheriff August 30th, 2023. Before I continue on that point, I would like to tell you a word about the power you hold as a board. You could vote on resolution to demand our representative, former member of this very board, file immediately to impeach, remove a criminal regime who just threatened war crimes on another country in his Easter message. That said, I'm here to take you to task for your lack of inaction in general and specifically in my case. My very own District 7 supervisor failed to respond to at least three public requests now and one written demand in my social media campaign to save my service dog, Dr. Baker, my therapy animal. Is this board really so heartless? In response to your inaction, which makes you civilly liable, by the way, for negligence of Pima County voters, I make the happy announcement that I have declared myself independent write-in candidate for District 7 Pima County Board of Supervisors, as well as I'm a declared candidate for Pima County Sheriff. And for one, I keep my promises. I will not be a bump on the log. In fact, I promise to actually respond to constituents. Unlike this board, I talk the talk and walk the walk. I have already proposed resolutions like the one I have already sent to this board and the Tucson City Council to immediately remove Nanos for not just a litany of other scandals you should have already removed him for, not just because the Deputies Association just voted unanimously, mind you, to not vote of no confidence in Nanos, but my own personal experience, by the way, not just for botching the Guthrie investigation, which should have been given immediately to the FBI. I am haunting this board every meeting until you do your job and help me rescue my babies, my pursuit of happiness and my livelihood, my therapy animals, because PAC and PCSD thefted them. There's no other way to describe what happened on that tragic day, which I believe is the worst case of institutional animal cruelty in American history. When I'm elected, we'll make my case an example of all the things our law enforcement is not supposed to do. P.S. When we shut down PAC, we'll devote those resources to the Humane Society instead, which is a no-kill shelter, and name it in honor of $5,000 pen chili that PAC cruelly put down in order to justify their 2023 raid on my property. Since I have been doing your job for you, you can send me the check. PAC, PCAO, and PCSD violated every law in my case, for which I'm suing you, Pima County, hopefully out of business in. My multi-billion, we'll put it towards...
Thank you, Trista. That would be your time.
Trista.
So our next three speakers are going to be Lori Moore, Corey Stevens, and then Susie Lawrenson. So.
Do it, lady.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore. Arizona State Law, Section 11-1051, regarding cooperation and assistance in enforcement of immigration laws, state, no official or agency of this state or county, city, town, or other political subdivision of this state may limit or restrict the enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than the full extent permitted by federal law. This means the ordinances and other lesser terms that have been issued by this board to appease the left-leaning constituency have no teeth. They are completely useless, if not dangerous, and in direct violation of Arizona state and federal law. This board does not have the authority to change state or federal immigration laws or mislead the community to believe that they have jurisdiction to do so. Your unlawful pronouncements encourage protesters to engage in and hinder lawful immigration enforcement. The feds have a job to do, and any juvenile attempt at obstruction from the community is in this very serious business of deportation could result in several arrests, not just the illegal in question. There is no sanctuary for U.S. citizens or illegals who break state and federal immigration law, even those residing in a sanctuary city or welcoming center. We are a nation of laws. Laws are followed or changed in a lawful manner. They are not ignored. How many other state and federal laws is this board going to encourage residents in Pima County to not follow because you don't agree with them or you are afraid of your unruly constituency? And I have a copy of the state laws that I want to give to Sam Brown, but I'll give it to this young lady over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Stevens.
How can a person of authority enforce a set of policies and procedures if they themselves are not held accountable to those same standards? Who then would be responsible for holding that individual accountable for their actions? This board has made it clear that elected officials can certainly be investigated, questioned. What is the accountability and consequences of action, and may it carry no weight? I have a copy of a final decision administrative investigation dated 3/19/26. Complainant, Lieutenant Heather Lappin. Principal, Chris Nanos. It's no secret that Chris Nanos used his authority and department resources for political gain. What drives a person to request this type of investigation? I can tell you that Lieutenant Lappin reported several instances to Ms. Bolin, head of HR, after she lost the election. She returned to work, and Nanos came after her again. She begged Ms. Bolin to find her another duty assignment to save her from his continued harassment from both he and his cronies, and she refused. Was Lieutenant Lappin given her full due process or protected when she appealed questionable discipline? Both Jan Lesher and Ms. Bolin sided with Captain Ogden and the next Captain Hilliker. Why do people in power protect people in power? I can tell you this, it's cowardice, selfish, and I'd argue they allowed the behavior or knew it was a setup, and it makes you complicit. It's time to hold all those responsible and accountable with truth and transparency. This board must hold Nanos accountable.
Hey, Paul.
Elections have consequences.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susie Lawrenson. And then I'll note the three speakers after Ms. Lawrenson are Shannon Gwaltney, Dana Cormash, and then Cynthia Brackett.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Susie Lawrenson, and I am going to be talking about the flag of Mexico in the lobby. It violates diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are three of the flags: the flag of the United States of America, the flag of Arizona, and then on the opposite wall, there's the flag of Mexico. So the Pima County Board of Supervisors work in this building, and obviously you are your allegiance to the American flag and to the flag of Arizona is appropriate. But I don't know why we have the Mexican flag. It doesn't meet the DEI standards according to the DEI rules.
This lady needs a hobby.
Well, you might argue that our proximity to Mexico might be a factor, or the population of Arizona has ties to Mexico, or even there's our love of their culture and their great food. But none of these should be considered as reasons to display the Mexican flag in the lobby. So at the exclusion of all the other foreign countries. So there are approximately 193 other countries in the world, and DEI practices would insist that all of these flags be in the lobby. Yet, the only foreign country displayed in the lobby is Mexico. It would appear that you have an allegiance to Mexico as it has been given equal status with the flag of the United States and of Arizona. So I'm English, Irish, some Indian, no sign of DEI for those countries in your lobby, only Mexico. So this board works in Arizona, in the United States of America, and we pledge allegiance to one flag. In keeping with the DEI practices, the flags representing the other 193 countries should be displayed in your lobby, or the flag of Mexico should be removed. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shannon Waltney.
It's really not even exactly. There you go, Sleuthy. I love that. I love that.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Gwaltney. In November of 2020, Pima County voters had an opportunity to put Sheriff Mark Napier back into office at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. A man who, regardless of whether you agreed with him 100% of the time, was a decent human being. In the end, the use of libel, unethical websites, and political nonsense, orchestrated by former Chief Rick Castigar and Nanos himself, was too much for an ethical man like Mark Napier to overcome. Now here we are with a freight train called Sheriff Nanos barreling out of control down the tracks, and we're presented with an arduous task of stopping him. It's going to take strength, courage, and determination to finish this job. As I stand here before you today, I want to say thank you for the courageous measures you have already taken and compel you to persevere through this effort. My family has given nearly 100 years of service to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. My uncle retired as a deputy in 1995. My mother was a records clerk when I was hired at the age of 17. I met my husband of 27 years there. So when I say that it breaks my heart to see what has become of a once great department run with professionalism and pride under both Sheriff Dupnick and Napier, please understand I mean these words literally. The safety of our community and the restoration of public trust can only begin with Chris Nanos' removal from office. We're counting on your efforts to protect our community from the leadership failures of this entire administration, and I humbly ask you stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dana Cormash.
So thank you all for letting me speak, and a shout out to the county administrator, Jan Lesher, for all she does for
shout
the
out.
current county employees and those that are like retiring, because I worked here for 25 and a half years, and this was kind of thrown at me, like, get out here. So, but that was because I was on a mainframe. Mainframes went away, and now they kind of want them back, but that's a different story. So AI. In December, my husband and I decided to leave the Arizona State Retirement System's medical plan and go with United Healthcare AARP. We both got approved, and then I got disenrolled. And I'm pretty sure it was AI. I mean, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was AI. And so I was kind of told by United Healthcare, well, you don't have insurance for the month of January. And I'm like, my husband said, stay in the house, don't go outside. Well, then on about the 20th of January, someone from United Healthcare said, you are insured. It's whether or not it's Arizona State Retirement or AARP. So I went and played pickleball, and on my bad hip, stepped back, and instead of just this, like I've done before, I put my hand out, and so here I am, like going through surgery thinking, do I really have health insurance, you know? But anyway, so that's just another thing about AI that I a human takes time to, like, a computer is faster than it was in 79 when I went to school. And when I went to school, a nanosecond is how fast it went. And that's a nanosecond to a second is like a second is to 30 years. That's how fast these computers go. So I'm into humans, not computers. But thank you again.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Brackett, and then after Cynthia, our following two speakers will be Joel Strabala, maybe? I could be misreading that. Strabala, and then followed by Melissa Cordero.
Shout out to the United Secret Cervix.
Hi, sorry, I'm nervous. So first of all, I wanted to show you a picture of my son.
Aww.
This is Kevin Breitweiser. He is my son. He's lived in Pima County his whole life. Kevin has been in and out of jail so many times. He is diagnosed schizophrenic, and when he was in Pima County jail, I got him pencils and paper, and he wrote this. I love Pima County. But I'm here because he's been in and out of jail. I know that you have a program that if you're in and out of jail 3 times in the last year, you can qualify for housing. Since Kevin is an adult, the family is running into red flags all the time because he is an adult and they want him to talk. But Kevin thinks he's fine. He had vandalized my vehicle. I had a 2025 Nissan Rogue.
Oh, this is
He vandalized it. He also vandalized the neighbor's vehicle. He goes into psychosis mode. He's been in Palo Verde several times. No discharge plan. Goes back right out to the streets. When he was in jail, his public defender, Aubrey Breckenberg or something, I'm sorry, I forgot her name. She had said, we have nothing for him. We have no houses. We have nothing. He's not.
Can you move the mic a little closer just so we can hear?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
My son is not a drug user. So all the programs that they had said that they had is for drug users. He's not a drug user. He did have done drugs, but now that he is not doing drugs, it's mental health. Due to his mental health, they had said there's no housing. The cycle is not random. It happens because there's no stable housing in place at the place of discharge. Every time that he's in the hospital, Palo Verde, Sonora, CRC, there's another one on Wilmot that I don't know that he's been in. They just discharge him to the streets. It's right back goes into the cycle. He qualifies for housing. I worked at Pima County and I know the SPDAT, and he would come first on the SPDAT. I need help to please help him go into housing. The family has helped as much as we can. We are at a stopping point for housing for him. We're not rich at all. If there are programs out there, please reach out to me to where we can get him into housing. That's all I'm asking for the court right now.
She needs an advocate to help her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Poor lady.
Our last 2 speakers are, it's Joel Strabala.
Oh, Lord, look at his shirt.
Good morning, supervisors. It's
Here we go.
Strabala. Most people mispronounce it, so
Here we
no
go.
offense taken.
His shirt's already loud.
Good morning. I'm Joel Strabala, a resident of Pima County, and this concerns agenda item 22 today of unfinished business of the proposed Pima County anti-masking ordinance. Pima County voters, whether they support or oppose ICE operations to deport illegal immigrants, know that the Pima County supervisors have publicly acknowledged that they are trying to unlawfully target and restrict federal immigration enforcement operations by ICE in Pima County by passing a covertly worded and unlawful anti-masking ordinance. In late 2025, the state of California passed a similar law attempting to impose masking requirements on federal ICE agents that was ultimately suspended and struck down by a federal district court judge in February 2026. It is my opinion that the Pima County anti-masking ordinance violates USC Code sections 1373 and 1644, as well as Arizona Revised Statutes 11-1051, which paragraph A states, no official agency of this state or of the county, city, town, or political subdivision of this state may limit or restrict the enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than the full extent permitted by federal law. Paragraph H of the same ARS allows a person who is a legal resident of the state that may bring action in Superior Court to challenge such an unlawful ordinance. If there, as a result of the investigation, a judicial finding against county officials that violated this section, the court may order the imposition of a fine not less than $500 a day and not more than $5,000 a day for a policy that remains in effect after the finding of the action pursuant to this subsection of the IRS. Additionally, the court may award court costs and any reasonable attorney's fees. When this issue is eventually litigated, I hope that the supervisors that supported this, their staff, the county administrator, and be fined to the maximum extent of the law of $5,000 a day until this ordinance is removed from our considerations. So therefore, I'm requesting that supervisors stop wasting time and taxpayers' money in pursuing this ordinance and move forward on other more important business. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Cordero.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melissa Cordero. I'm a resident. I live in Ward 1. I'm here today as a member of Transit for All Coalition, also known as TFAC. I am the Deputy Director of Climate Justice for Veterans Power America. I am also the founder of Veterans Against Mass Deportation. And the reason I started that now national campaign is because this administration is also deporting veterans. But I'm not here for that. Just had to add that in. I do want to talk about transit though. First, thank you for your leadership in moving Pima County forward. This is a wonderful meeting for the most part, and I thank you guys for that. You may remember back in March 2022, the Transit for All Coalition, a group of social justice, climate, and anti-poverty advocates came together to advocate for permanently free public transit for city residents. And you may also recall that the mayor and council committed to Tucson Resilient together, and alongside Pima County, they passed the Prosperity Initiative. Free transit is a natural extension of these efforts. Since the pandemic, Tucson has consistently sought ways to keep fares free. Now we urge Pima County to support this vital initiative. Every dollar a rider saves goes back into our local economy by removing fare barriers. We help people get to work consistently, which is essential for businesses. Free transit is a form of economic development. In extreme heat, access to cooling centers, libraries, and recreation centers is crucial for public health. As a veteran who has lived in this city for 12 years, I have a deep appreciation, and I still have a crush on this city and county. Thanks to leaders like you, I get to call this place home. I also want to share that my mother was a veteran who experienced homelessness. Her biggest barrier was transportation. Not effort, not motivation, but transportation. So let's reimagine public transportation. I often use our transit system as a mobile meeting space, connecting over coffee on the go. Tucson's fare-free system is something I'm very proud of. I have seen the struggles in rural Arizona because of the work I do in climate justice, and I see the disconnection and the limit access to work and services, and some people can't even get to planning and zoning meetings because they just can't. Together, let's keep moving forward, pun intended. I would love to see more collaboration between the city and county leadership on this matter. So let's ensure our transit remains fare-free, accessible, and focused on the people who rely on it most. After all, I think we're all here because we have a crush on this city and county. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes call to the public. I will ask my board members if they would like to do any of the following: request staff to follow up on any matter from call to the public, request that an item be placed on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. No?
Nothing?
All right, thank you. We have a time certain at 11 o'clock, so between now and then, I wanted to get to item number 23, because we have our Clerk of Superior Court and others from the Superior Court here with us. So item 23, I will...
I got a crush on you.
Pass it over to, pardon for the pause. I will pass it over to the Superior Court Administrator.
Look how short he is.
Ron Overholt, and anyone else to give us an overview of this ordinance.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board. I'm joined by Cassandra Urias, who's our Chief Deputy Court Administrator, James Giacomino, who's our Clerk of Court, and Ray Rivas, who's our Chief Deputy Clerk of Court. This item is a proposal to adjust a fee, the automation and technology fee that supports technology in both the Superior Court and the Clerk of Court. It was established in 2000.
Oh my God. Do we want to hear this? I thought this was going to be about nanos. I got my orange crush. He's so tall.
Importance in the courts. The proposal is to raise the fee to $100 on civil filing fees, family law fees, and probate fees. There is a mechanism to waive the fees for persons who meet the federal poverty levels, and there's a process where someone can file a request to waive those fees. Approximately 10% of the filings in those three areas are waived through that process. Again, this is only a partial way that technology is funded in the courts. There's some other special technology fees and the general fund that supports the ongoing technology. This is not a project about a project. I know there was a question about whether this would be a one-time cost that then we would have this ongoing revenue for a one-time cost. It's not supporting a project, it's supporting our overall technology. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if James or Ray or Cassandra have anything to add. Submitted.
Questions from supervisors for our guests? Well, I have a question. Is there, so it's the waiver, right? Because going from 40 to 100 is it's more than doubling the increase. So it caught my eye.
My dogs.
I am wondering if there is the waiver is tied to federal poverty line, which is incredibly low. I don't know whether you have flexibility in what the waiver gets pegged to, if that is a statutorily defined parameters, or if it's something that there's discretion around. My request would be in terms of is fees go up, increasing the waiver.
Hey, ballet
eligibility.
flats. Christ almighty. Okay, so we've got 2 more agenda items till nanos. So let's see how long this one actually goes, because they don't seem to ask too many questions. So we've got agenda item 25 is nanos. So let's just wait a few minutes, then we're going to move on with our content. Hello, Miss Lacey. Thank you, Clad Queen, for being here. Ballet flats, what is happening today? Where is Sergeant Cross? I don't know. He spoke at the last meeting. But this is not about nanos. This is about a revised fee ordinance. And I hate to get into something because then we'll have to cut. But I guess we can if you guys want. Just when I listen to Ashley and when we review the interview room, I really want to be able to focus because it's really good content, and I just don't want to, I don't know. You know how that is. You don't want to get interrupted.
She's got her shit together, but
I think we should wait too. Jen Fisher just said it. We're on agenda item 23, so we only have one more, and then it's nanos. Yeah, I say we wait because it's going to be really good stuff that we're going to get into. But I want you guys to sound off. Let me know about what you think about, the happenings of January and the fact that for most of the month of January, Savannah couldn't talk. I mean, do you really think that her mom is going to FaceTime her and go, Savannah, there was a weird man on my camera? Or were there people in her backyard? Remember, they said they saw people in the backyard and behind her house, but those people were supposed to be there or some shit. Savannah, there were people on my cameras behind my house, right? And then Savannah's going to write back on the whiteboard, oh my God, what? Right, everything is oddly aligned up and then stopping her from going to the Olympics. Oh my gosh, Kathy, it was phenomenal. It was like one of my favorite interview rooms. Like, I really liked the discussion last night. I think because Chris and I are on the same wavelength with this Ransom thing and Kalila. And another thing that we have to think about, okay? Think about this fact. We have to remember that Derek Kalila didn't actually send a ransom request. He didn't send a ransom request. He contacted Annie and Tommaso about collecting on Bitcoin. And then the 9-second call is still a mystery. That's weird, right? I never look to see what activates my cameras at night. I just think it's an animal. That's a great point, Crystal. Remember Nancy's Facebook post that said she wanted a camera to see the wildlife. So that means that she would check those things because she wanted to see the wildlife. Perhaps catch the javelina eating her periwinkle. Right? I did not see it reported that he had a ransom note, California gal. Not at all. It was reported that he stated that he was ready to collect the Bitcoin on his end. And they were waiting for the deposit. And then there was a 9-second call. Thanksgiving, well, then we have Christmas, and she visited. So we have Thanksgiving, Christmas, throat surgery, no Olympics, ransoms via TMZ. Leo says someone was watching her via the Today Show. What's up, Dental? Dental's blue now. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting for the Nanos thing. Sorry, my camera off. We're waiting for the Nanos coverage on the board meeting, but we're just talking about the ransoms. Savannah says that 2 of the ransoms she believed were real. Around Thanksgiving, she did a Today Show special, didn't. Yeah, that was the homecoming special. She did the homecoming special. I think someone was tracking her movements via Today Show and socials. Yes, her birthday was January 27th. That's true. The men outside the Today Show were law enforcement. What about the square people? Do you think those were planned? Did Savannah discuss she was going into surgery? Oh, yeah. It was very public. Everything was very public. She even had a, I don't think we finished it. We can finish that. We didn't finish the vocal cord surgery video. Let's finish that and then we'll come back to this. That sounds like a plan. I forgot we didn't finish this up. Okay, here we go.
I was completely silent for 8 days.
I think my wife should look into this surgery. Look into it, just in case. Can you do it?
Yeah, it's funny. She just said the same thing to me. She's here today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And then almost silent for then another week after that. And then Chanel's like, no, after this, you have to go be silent for the rest of the day. You know, you kind of have to just build up the muscle again.
I feel like we should shout out the dream team.
Okay, so she was silent for a week, 2 weeks, really. She could talk very minimally the second week. It was post-surgery. But I think they announced she was going to be gone because of the surgery beforehand.
Absolutely. Dr. Peek Wu and Shirley Tennyson, the vocal therapist. By the way, I just used this. I was like, I'll have the Chanel. These are Chanel's exact same surgeons and her therapist, and they are just the best at what they do and have been so loving and kind to me and care so much.
How are Mike and the kids now?
They're great. They're like, oh, great, you can talk again. You know, they're happy about it. I think so.
Are you back to 100 yet, or?
Yes, although I feel like I need, I'm supposed to just be a little more careful with it. So I'm back Monday morning, and I'll be able to do the job. And then I think, like, during the day, I'll try to be quiet.
Do you still do PT at all, or exercises?
Yes, I still do the PT, and I have to do the warm-ups, and I'm seeing her every day. And the funniest thing is the doctor
I've been
said,
telling everybody you can sing.
Well, I don't know. The doctor did say, just don't be in situations where people are loud and talking over each other. And I was like, have you seen that today?
Good luck.
But yes, I'm hoping to rediscover my singing voice, too.
It's incredible.
Maybe.
It's so good to have you.
Well, we're happy to have you.
I love you guys.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Rest your
Okay, so that was January 23rd. Thank you, Mary J. Blige, for your super chat. Thanks for doing this and making it entertaining as well. Love from Grandma in Oregon. Oh, I love you, Mary J. Blige. Thank you. Yeah, I found a video, TM. Hold on, let's refresh. This is where she announces it right here.
When it's time to change, then it's time to change. Nobody died, come along for the ride, don't you see?
Well, we're back.
Cheesy
with a classic
AF.
clip from the Brady Bunch.
So good.
And Savannah Guthrie, perhaps you should tell people why we were showing that
Well,
clip.
instead of a boost, I'm showing you that classic clip because I love it, number one. And number two, I have felt like Peter Brady these last few weeks and months. Some of you have noticed that.
This is December the 19th, right before Christmas. She's announcing she's going to have surgery. This is before Christmas, TM.
My voice has been very scratchy and started to crack a little bit like Peter Brady, who was going through a change. Well, I have found out what it is. I have vocal nodules, and now I also have a polyp. It's not a big deal, but I am going to have a surgery real early in the new year and be off for a couple of weeks. So it's my last day for a little while, so I just want to let everyone know. And if you
So December 19th, 2025 was her last day before Christmas. She was having the surgery after New Year's. Wow. I need to write this shit down because we need to add this to our timeline, right? Because this shit matters. Savannah's actions matter because this person might be monitoring Savannah. So we have December 19th. This is getting crazy. So that was her last day on today. And then early Jan is the surgery. Right?
If you've been wondering, like, do I have the world's longest head cold? No, I don't. But you'll love this, guys. I have to be silent for a couple of weeks, totally silent. I know the jokes write themselves.
That's right. It's the best time of the year for Mike Feldman.
I know. Christmas coming early for my family.
So we're going to bring you behind the scenes here for a little bit. So a lot of you guys know I had the same thing. And I will tell you the silver lining of it is, so you do the surgery, you're in and out, and it's no big deal. The silver lining is you have permission to be still. The house gets quiet. The kids are going to want to help you out. this is what I had in my house. And now, my friend, I'm passing it to you.
Thank you. I know. Be like, no, you cannot eat candy in your bedroom.
I took this to Starbucks.
Did you really?
I would write. It just became it's like an extension of my hand.
Hi, I'm on vocal rest for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it'll be great. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You could write Florida, Florida, Florida.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And our prayers for healing and recovery.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you so much.
absolutely. Healing
I'm
and recovery.
really actually really excited about it. I'm excited to start. This has been going on for years, honestly. And so to have a solution.
And a lot of the greats in the business have done it. Maybe you'll come out singing like, I don't know, Celine Dion.
Well, you know, it's really funny. I used to be able to sing, and then I couldn't sing anymore, and then I couldn't speak anymore. So who knows?
It's coming back.
Guys, the tour is happening in 2026.
All right.
Let's
Here
go.
for it.
Anyway,
There you go.
thanks
All
for your
right.
love and
So
prayers.
that-
We're back after local news.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a second, because this is kind of more than I thought it would be. We have December 19th was her last day on the show. She goes to Arizona. Did something happen in over Christmas? This is something I never thought about. This is something I never pondered. Did something happen family dynamic wise over Christmas? We didn't see Cameron in the Christmas photo, right? So if Nancy, maybe like we talked about before, like, oh my God, I got to get rid of that freeze frame. Oof. Al, that's not a good spot. But like if something had happened over Christmas or something, I'm trying to find the Christmas picture, but I don't know if I still have it up here. But what if that's the case? What if there was a confrontation or a revelation over Christmas? And then, you know, Savannah's got to go back to New York after Christmas. I mean, she's got to go get her surgery because the show goes on. Right? Here's that picture. Hold on. The show goes on. There's the picture. So even Michael was there for Christmas. And we don't know. Like, for example, did Savannah and her kids stay at her mom's? Probably. They probably stayed at mom's house. This photo looks like it's at Annie's. Because I think that's the same couch behind Tomato that they sat on in the video.
We have some breaking news to bring.
That adore her.
Right here. I think that's the same. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like the same wall. That looks like the same couch. A sheriff just walked into court. Okay, they're talking about liquor license. Now it says agenda item 21 now? Did we go backwards? Oh, hold on. Liquor license?
All right. We are going to skip item 22. That is the unfinished business hearing co-text amendment to the ordinance because it is tied to an executive.
Did she say co-text?
We will move to, let's see, we did 23. Moving on to 24, which is approval of the consent calendar.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, I'd like to request that items 3 and 14 be pulled from the consent and considered separately.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right, I move to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of items 3 and 14.
Okay, this is
seconded by Supervisor Hines.
item
Any discussion?
25 next.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate very much that one of the items on the consent calendar is connected with the progress of closing the land sale on Project Blue, the Clay Target relocation. Would like to use this opportunity to ask the county administrator if we can get an update on the further progress of moving forward with everything associated with that land sale and proceeding with the construction. If there's any updates that can be shared with the board. Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. I want to offer my appreciation to the county administrator and to our team at the Community and Workforce.
Okay, I'll keep my eye on this, but this is agenda number 24, and I don't give a fark about it, so we'll come back to it. So let's go back to our discussion, because it's a really good discussion. This is not Nancy's house, okay? No one was staying at Nancy's after she went missing. No one stayed there. No one filmed videos there. This is when Savannah first got there. And remember, she said she walked in and she saw Annie and Cameron. I don't know if she misspoke and said Annie and Tommaso, but she said Annie and Cameron was who she saw when she first walked into Annie's house. That's where the first video was taken. Then she says they got chased out into the desert at that dead of night. And they had to go to a safer place because the media was closing in and everyone was closing in around them. So that's how all of that went. But back to my original point, which I don't remember what it was now, was that did something happen over Christmas time? And then Savannah goes back to New York City. She has to have her surgery. She's down for 2 weeks. Can't speak. No, it's not old. It was posted on Savannah's Instagram and Nancy's Facebook. It's not an old picture at all. But anyhow, Savannah was there, is the point. She goes back to New York. She has a surgery. She can't speak. She's trying to get better so she can go host the Olympics. And then in the midst of this, I'm going to read you this little timeline here. Okay? Hear me out. December 19th is her last day on the Today Show. Obviously, she travels to Arizona, to Tucson for Christmas, which we see here on the screen. She goes back to New York City early January, around the 5th. She has surgery on her vocal cords. On January 11th, we have the guy without the backpack on her camera. January 13th, Savannah goes for her checkup on her vocal cords. That's after a week post-surgery. Then she's got to be quiet minimally for another week. January 23rd, she returns to the Today Show. January 27th, Nancy's birthday. January 30th, Nancy's friends come over for mahjong. Jan 31st, she gets in an Uber at 5:32 p.m. and she hasn't been seen since. You guys, I'm not going to argue over the date of the picture. Olmo is 12 or 13. That tracks. Savannah looks exactly the same as she did then. Her children's ages track. The Tucson Today episode, that would be back in November, right? We're going to add that. Let's find out the date of that. And, you know, they announce all this stuff, like Savannah Guthrie's homecoming show. Oh, wow. I have another one to show you guys. Oh, this Today stuff is... Okay, so the hometown thing was November 5th, 2025. That was when it aired. Okay, it aired. We don't know when they filmed. Right? Let me check on this meeting. It's still a financial update if they're sharing a PowerPoint. Okay, so let me show you this video. This Today's stuff is really interesting. So,
and we have some breaking news to bring you right now. Just a few moments ago, Savannah Guthrie.
Hold on.
We are back, and more importantly...
Okay, this is when she came back. Let me switch screens. This is when she came back after vocal surgery. I didn't see the outside part of this. Watch. See these people? These people were all awaiting her return from her vocal surgery. I think that lady was there yesterday, too. I think that lady was there yesterday. And who the heck is this? All these women. Oh my God. Okay.
We are back, and more importantly... I made that sign. Look who else is back. Savannah Guthrie.
Savannah Guthrie officially recovered from vocal surgery and making her Today Show return.
Yes, I'm so happy to be back. I missed you guys so much. You know that saying, silence is golden? Well, when you're worried you might be losing your voice for good, it's actually kind of scary.
But my voice isn't what it used to be. Now I sound like, I don't know, a man.
Whatever.
A scratchy voice.
The morning show vet's been off air for about a month on vocal rest after undergoing a procedure to fix her strained vocal cords.
If you've been wondering, like, do I have the world's longest head cold? No, I don't. I have vocal nodules, and now I also have a polyp. It's not a big deal, but I am going to have a surgery real early in the new year and be off for a couple of weeks. So it's my last day for a little while.
Savannah will be back at the anchor desk full-time come Monday after surprising fans with a short but silent return last week.
There's one voice that we are really missing around here.
You see her right there, and while she cannot speak just yet, she woke up early to say...
I mean, yikes. You can't even recover from surgery without being worried about making an appearance. Like, Hoda, hold on, Hoda. Don't get too comfortable. So was Hoda in her spot during January too? No, they're not paid to be there. I've been there before. It's like first come, first serve. These people wait there for a long ass time. They get there at like 2 in the damn morning and they wait and they want to be right by the front of the gate.
Or actually, Terrain. Hi, we missed you.
The kids said, Mom, even when you're quiet.
Remember this? We found this in the very beginning. The kids said, Mom, even when you're quiet, you're still loud.
Wow. Just one day before heading back to the doctor to hear her brand new voice for the very first time.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. I am using my voice for the first time, and it sounds good. I could cry.
The doctor did say, just don't be in situations where people are loud and talking over each other. And I was like, have you seen the Today Show?
Good luck. It's such a privilege to get to host the Today Show, and I think it really exceeds any kind of dream.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. October 17th is when the hometown series or the hometown episode was filmed. Yeah, so Tucson Girl, what I'm looking for is what day was Savannah supposed to leave for the Olympics? Was it actually the 2nd? February 2nd? Was that when she was supposed to fly out?
I ever had for myself.
Okay, so interesting stuff, right? So I guess we add to that. Let me see if I can find when she was supposed to leave. Savannah Guthrie for Olympics. There was a lot going on in Savannah's life when someone started fucking with her mother. Trying to find what date she withdrew. Okay, wait. February 3rd. February 3rd, it was announced. Savannah Guthrie pulls out of Winter Olympics coverage after her mom disappeared, reports say. And that was reported February 3rd, 2026. She was supposed to fly. Yep, February 2nd. She was supposed to fly out Monday, February 2nd. So Feb 2nd, fly to Italy. Isn't that something? She finds out on the eve of flying out to Italy. She was supposed to fly out Monday, February the 2nd. It was the worst phone call of her life, per an NBC producer who knows Guthrie. So, yeah, it was announced on the 3rd of February that she had to make that call and say, I'm not doing it. No, there's not a coincidence at all. Who didn't want her to shine anymore? Who was tired of her shining? One more day and she would have been in Italy. So if they didn't want her to go, why not have this happen in the midst of the Olympics and really create a fiasco if you really wanted to F with her? All right, let me get back to this meeting. Oh, here we go.
General Chris Mays and the congressional delegation for Arizona, hopefully passed and adopted by the Pima County Board of Supervisors the 7th day of April 2026. And I move the item.
I'll second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Is this some kind of addendum?
I will thank you, Supervisor Hines, for introducing this. Elections in Pima County have proven repeatedly to be safe, effective, accessible to eligible voters. And I am incredibly proud of the work of our county recorder, Gabriela Cáceres-Kelly, and our elections director, Constance Hargrove, and both of their respective departments, because they work tirelessly during election season, which continues to get longer and longer and longer, much like our summers. And outside of it, to ensure the Pima County voters can have confidence in our election systems and their results. They do all of that against a backdrop of a more than half a decade of disinformation campaign that has been led.
Okay, that's about the elections. We'll come back to them again. Like I said, this is lame. So we're going to get into I think we should get into Ashley and talk about more about the ransom now that we know.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. I have some really big news to share with you about the Nancy Guthrie case. We're on day 65, and I know I already dropped an episode earlier because Savannah returned to the Today Show this morning, but I've learned something from TMZ that I did not know before, and it all comes amid sort of a whole tumble of information about new ransom-like letters that have come into TMZ. So let's be really clear because it's getting confusing about all of the different letters. But the headline here is that the original letters that came to TMZ and local TV stations in Tucson, there were 2 letters. They threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. We had not heard that until now. We always knew that there was a consequence threatened if you don't pay by Thursday. Then by Monday, there's a second deadline, and the consequence is that the money goes up, I think, to $6 million. But we never heard that the other consequence was that they threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. And then,
Okay, so we're hearing straight up that they threatened to kill her. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of bounce back and forth, and let me move this up. I don't know why it's defaulting like that. We're going to go back and forth between the 2 responses to the ransom notes as we walk through this.
of course, after those 2 letters, they went silent, and we never heard anything afterwards, and they didn't give a mode of communication to the FBI, to the police, to TMZ, to KVOA in Tucson, to KGUN in Tucson, and incidentally, KGUN, also called KGUN, they received a second letter from these same people. And we're not.
Well, I have to point out too that what's his name? Harvey looks a little waxy. Sleuthy, I need to get your opinion on this too. Hold on. Wait for it.
It's known that they're the same people because they had the same Bitcoin address. So the first letter went to KGUN, KVOA, and TMZ. And the second letter just went to KGUN. Don't know why, but it did. But they had the same Bitcoin address. So they're from the same alleged ransom seekers. And that's the one that Savannah refers to in her interview with Hoda Kotb when she says we received, the 2 that we received, we tend to believe are real. And TMZ has also told me that the FBI, with whom they've been working, hand in glove because they're receiving the communications and they're turning them all over to the FBI indicated to TMZ that the FBI also believes that those 2 ransom letters are from the kidnappers, the real kidnappers. So let's talk a little bit more about.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more. So if they believe those are from the real kidnappers, whoever you think the real kidnappers could be, whether you think it was, and I think our poll was like paid hit was up there. Family was what was right up there too. So I still have not got the family out of my radar. And until I get the family out of my radar, I'm not moving on to these weird randos that these YouTubers are putting up and oh, he looks like him. We don't know what the fuck the person under the mask looks like because clearly they disguised themselves and obviously felt comfortable enough being in front of that camera that no one would say, oh, that's so-and-so, unless you really knew them. And no one that really knows them is coming forward. Right? And furthermore, this person that is coming forward doesn't want the 1.2 million. They just want half a Bitcoin now and half a Bitcoin later. Why? Why? If you knew where the body was, why aren't you claiming the 1.2 million? Because you don't trust the FBI? Fair.
what other notes came in, because it started to get confusing. Then there were text messages that went to Annie and Tommaso. Annie is Savannah's sister. Tommaso, named Tommy, is her husband. There were text messages that went to those two, and there were two separate messages. An FBI's, or I should say a federal affidavit, lists out a man in California who was arrested. Derek Colea is his name. They say he was scamming. They arrested him for scamming. To my knowledge, they don't believe he's involved in this. He hasn't been charged with kidnapping or anything related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, just the attempt to extort money. So he's facing those federal charges in the near future. He's made his appearance. I believe either he was extradited or he brought himself to Arizona to make a court appearance in the initial offings of that case. But that's a different set of letters. And then come the third set of letters. And
okay, so she's saying his is a letter then? Derek Kalila texted Annie Guthrie and Tommaso. We don't know if it was both, one, the other. But he said, quote, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." This is on February 4th. And this was shortly after the first video. Which we're going to watch right now.
And we have some breaking news to bring you right now. Just a few moments ago, Savannah Guthrie, surrounded by her siblings, posted a message on Instagram pleading for the safe return of her mom, Nancy. We want to play that for you in full.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong. Come home. Thank you, KM Texas 78, for your super chat. For your earlier reel using New Kids on the Block. Did you like that? Did you guys see Tommaso stepping out? I almost used Joe Jackson stepping out into the light. My back hurts. They do not look like a unit to me. This is not Scream Unit. Yes, of course, Savannah is more comfortable on screen than Annie, of course. And the brother. We know that she's got that, on camera. She's been on camera her whole career, so. All right, so let's go back to Ashwee.
Just the attempt to extort money. So he's facing those federal charges in the near future. He's made his appearance. I believe either he was extradited or he brought himself to Arizona to make a court appearance in the initial offings of that case. But that's a different set of letters. And then come the third set of letters. And these are the letters from somebody who has reached out repeatedly, a half dozen times, to TMZ to say, I'm not the kidnapper, but I know who they are, using the words they every time there's a reference, whether it's they in the singular, as some people use, or they in the plural, we don't know. But I know who they are. And for 1 Bitcoin, I'm willing to turn that information and, quote, hand them over on a silver platter.
That's crazy, right? They're willing to hand over this person on a silver platter, but they don't want the 1.2 million.
Those emails went into TMZ early on as well. Okay. Many thought that they were phony. Not necessarily TMZ, though. The information started with time is of the essence. And then suddenly, just within a day, I think, time is no longer of the essence. And that's important to Harvey Levin, because he said if the sky isn't real, why would he downgrade the importance of his information or the fact that he could deliver either alive or dead Nancy Guthrie? Either one, there's value there. Why would he diminish that himself if he didn't know for sure? That's the gut feeling of Harvey. And you're going to hear from Harvey Levin in just a moment, and he's going to tell you everything about what they went through at TMZ today. But I do want to read for you. So I didn't make Harvey read on camera. I'm going to read for you their communications. And so first off, Harvey and Charles Adebodiere, they went live on TMZ to say they've received another communication today from the guy who says he has the information, he knows who those kidnappers are, and he wants to turn them in, but he wants a Bitcoin. Wants half a Bitcoin now, half a Bitcoin upon the arrest. And they said the news that sort of was made with this initial overture in an email to TMZ today was that Nancy's dead. That this person said, Nancy is not alive. She is dead. That's what TMZ says. But he's still willing to turn these people in. And so.
Okay, so that's the latest one. Okay. The latest one is she's now dead. And you're going to hear more about like time being of the essence, things like that. But the latest one says she's dead, but I'm still willing to roll on this person's ass. Okay.
Harvey Levin and Charles Latibaudier did their TMZ lives telling the news that they had received this email communication from this same person who they've received each time, because it's the same Bitcoin address each time. So the half dozen communications about, I know who the kidnappers are and I'm willing to turn them in, is always from the same person with the same Bitcoin account. But after they did their live broadcast, they got another email from him, her, whoever. They got another email after their live address. And this one is more specific.
Okay.
They said...
So then they got a second one yesterday. This is where I was confused. So there was not only one letter, but there was the one letter they got. Then they went live. Okay. And then they got another one. And sorry, I'm just moving my screen stuff around here. But yeah, they got two yesterday. So we're going to hear about the second one now.
In the second letter, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Interesting. I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Okay. And then this is where the sender starts to get angry. They're frustrated that the FBI isn't taking them seriously and said this, quote, it is unbelievable that millions have been wasted, and yet here I am waiting to deliver them on a silver platter since the 11th of February for a Bitcoin, but I am disregarded as a scam. They are free and the case is frozen, but the egos remain hot when it comes to me. Arrogance at its finest, end quote. And then you should note that the price of Bitcoin has been dropping, and so now it's a lot less. A half a Bitcoin's about $35,000. And TMZ made this deal saying, look, we could get the ransom money for you, right? You tell us the information, we tell the FBI, therefore there's a record that you're part of it because the guy didn't believe he was going to get the ransom money, but we still can't figure out why he wouldn't go for the $1.2 million instead of the, half a Bitcoin's $35,000. Maybe if you get the full Bitcoin upon the arrest, it's only like $70,000 compared to $1.2 million in ransom money. So this isn't.
Yeah. So that's what we were saying. It's weird, right? And yes, Savannah was there today.
Rather in reward money. So this isn't making a whole lot of sense. But you'll hear why Harvey is unable to impart that wisdom on this letter sender. They also are distancing themselves from Nancy's kidnapping, saying they're not the ones to do it. They said that they've been out of the country for more than 5 years and had nothing to do with the horrific crime, just that they know who it was who did it. And in the second note, they said they're not motivated by greed. This is what they said. The motivation was, quote, I just want what's fair and to live peacefully with enough to start my life again quietly without having to join a witness protection program. Again, I don't know what 70,000 is going to get you in terms.
That's interesting. If this is real, okay, we're just speculating, okay? We don't know if it's true or not. If it is, for the sake of conversation, if it's true, could Tomato be sending those? Oh, could Annie be sending those? I don't know.
To live peacefully with enough to start my life again quietly without having to join a witness protection program. Again,
hi, David.
I don't know what 70,000 is going to get you in terms of trying to live your life out peacefully. If you're.
Yeah, you're going to hear more. This person has been out of the country. Okay. The only person that we've heard of that's out of the country, and remember, Criminal Network reported it here when he called in. Zach has been out of the country. Oh my gosh, there's the bing bong. Me and Galen. We're on the same wavelength. Completely.
Bing bong.
The guy who originally owned Luke's Land Rover has been out of the country.
Afraid of these kidnappers. right? Because 1.2 million would be a lot better. It would be a lot more money to buy yourself some safety if that's the concern. A couple of other things that,
and I believe CN said that he's living in Jordan. I don't know how much it costs to live in Jordan in American dollars, but that's the only person that I can think of. He said he was in Jordan.
I want to let you know.
That's what you were saying last night, Nick. Is he being framed as the writer? That's effed up, because you could get a VPN that makes you look like you're there too. He's not in Turkey. He's in Jordan. Is that in Turkey? I don't even know.
Is that TMZ, I mentioned they've been working hand in hand with the FBI by giving them all of the communications that they receive. But it has been a two-way street. And Harvey Levin is going to tell you in just a moment what the FBI has been doing with TMZ, because they have been busy working with TMZ. I know that there are a lot of people out there who say, what's TMZ got to do with anything? A lot. Because that's where the communications are coming in. And so the FBI is taking it very seriously, and they are doing a lot with TMZ. That's coming in just a moment. But first, I want you to hear from Harvey Levin. He was super busy today, but he stepped aside to do a quick interview with me. First, a quick note from my sponsor. Let's face it, ideas phone are no, it's just go ahead and drop. Here's my core communications from these alleged ransom seekers.
Well, this is somebody, we've gotten more than a half dozen emails from this person.
More than a half dozen emails. Hate TMZ, hate Harvey, all you want. The bottom line is the FBI has been investigating this via TMZ's servers. So we really can't get sidetracked by who it's being sent to. And bruh, what's up with his face? If you've got this on the big screen, keep an eye on the forehead area around here. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. He looks like he has latex there. And I'm not being a weirdo, but I mean, you got to get past the outlet. You got to get past the outlet. I don't like him either. And his arms gross me out. He's weird. I don't like him either. Okay. However, this person has sent them a bunch of emails, and the FBI took it very serious.
This is somebody who says they know who the kidnappers are, plural, and where Nancy Guthrie is. We haven't heard from this person in almost a month, but today we got 2 notes from him. And, you know, he is persisting. Now he wants half a Bitcoin, and he will divulge the location. Now, he says that she is in...
I'll tell you why they sent it to TMZ, Lacey. Because they sent it to the 2 local stations, and the 2 local stations didn't go live about it. They kept it quiet. This person wanted it talked about. So who to send it to other than TMZ if you want it talked about?
Sonoma, let me just
Sonora.
check. Sonora,
Yeah.
Mexico. And says she is dead, but says that he can lead them to the kidnapper. And so, you know, he said this before, but, you know, he is kind of repeating what he told us early on, which is she was no longer alive as of the Wednesday after she was kidnapped.
And the interesting thing is you have turned all of these communications over to the FBI.
Yep.
They won't tell you, they won't tell anybody what they do with them, but I mean, you're privy to the Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, and so far no money has been deposited. And look, I've talked to the FBI, and I've frankly said to them, look, I'm not you, and you clearly know a heck of a lot more than me, but my spidey senses are just telling me something about this guy, because they asked me a long time ago to put the word out, which we did, that anybody who is, doing this as a hoax to get money would be prosecuted by the federal government. And this person wrote back and said, I understand that. I am not in any way hoaxing. This is real.
Do you see the mask? Literally, he's got something on there. What is it? What is he doing? I know you guys can see it. Is this on purpose? I mean, is that what the masked man did? What is that? That ain't Botox, dude. It's a line. You can see the line. I noticed it right off the bat last night. You noticed it, Elizabeth? On Annie Elise? Is it a filter? I mean, you can tell he's filtered because look at Ashley compared to him. I don't think plastic surgery would be a line like that. I mean, I guess if it is, he needs a new plastic surgeon? Because that looks wild to me. That don't even look normal.
And then the other thing that just got me was, I believe it was the Tuesday after Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. He sent us this note saying, I know where she is. I know who the kidnappers are. Time is of the essence. That was on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, we got another note from the same person, but said, time is no longer of the essence. Meaning, I think, she is no longer alive, right? Well, if somebody is carrying out a hoax, why would they take the immediacy away and say she's no longer alive? That made it feel to me like there's...
He has a point. He has a point. If you're trying to get the money, why would you say, oh, she's no longer alive?
Something legit, because why would he take away the incentive to get the money fast?
Or take away the incentive for a bigger payout.
Right.
It's just bugged me that there's something about it that I just thought I took more seriously. They have very consciously looked at this. They've tried to find out who this is, but they are not convinced enough to pay that money. And I know that as of a conversation I had with the FBI today.
And so to be clear, because I think a lot of people are getting confused about all the different ransom notes, Savannah herself made a comment to Hoda Kotb saying, the 2 ransom notes we received, I tend to believe they're real. Those are the ones that originally came to you, correct? And KVOA and I think another Tucson local station?
Yeah, so there are 2 different things we're talking about. These notes that I've just mentioned are people, not somebody who was a kidnapper, somebody who says he knows where the kidnapper is and where Nancy is. The ransom notes you're referring to, yes, there were 2. They were written by the same person. We know that because it has the same Bitcoin address in both. We received the first one along with 2 Tucson stations, the local stations. The second one was sent to just one local station, their K-Gun, but it's from the same person. I know that the FBI believes that those ransom notes are real, that is from the kidnapper. They have done everything they can from what I...
Okay, so he just said there's 2 things being said. The person is saying they're not the kidnapper, but they know who did it and they want to turn on them. Okay? Let's think about this. I know who they are. But then, in the other hand, the FBI is saying, we think it's the actual kidnapper. Think about that. Oh, I think he's stoned out of his mind. Anyways, but, oh, good to see you, Colleen. So now this person is talking about Sonoma. We got the Sonoma mothers searching. We've got being out of the country being mentioned. I think that this might be a diversion. I think two people know. One person wants to roll. Well, hello, Miss Melanie Rose. They just want enough. Where are they going to go with that money? Think about it. If you got $75,000 American dollars, let's just for shits and giggles, how much is 80? Let's just put 80,000 American dollars in Italian dollars, Italian money. Okay, so they're in euros. So I don't know if that would even be good. 69,100 euros. That doesn't sound good. But you guys let me know. Is it euros? Italian lyre? Oh. If you go with Italian lyra. Okay, liras, yes, liras. Okay, so 10,000 Italian liras is $5.95 USD. In liras. Hold on. Liras. Turkish lira. Okay, here we go. $80,000 Turkish lira. 80 grand is 3,568,936 lira. It's euro. It's all euro. Okay. So, I don't know. They haven't used that in 20 years. Oh. Why would they need witness protection if they're just going to turn in the person? Well, I don't know. Why did Nicole Kessinger get a name change in the Chris Watts case? Well, think about it. Who's been making roughly 60 to 65,000 a year? Think about it. Thank you, Hopeful. He's wearing El Maquillage. But listen, who's used to making 65,000 a year? But MJ, we have a whole ass family living off 65,000 a year. We have the Tommy Sione family living off 65 grand a year. I mean, it's just a thought. Just talking out loud. And then you have his wife, who isn't making any money because she's writing a novel. Right. You can live off 75. I mean, yeah, these people, sorry, Ashley, but I mean, she's a little out of touch. But 75,000, you could fucking move somewhere and then some. If you can't, then you need to like reevaluate yourself. If you're like in a situation, you need to like live within your means or something, because that's not nothing. But they have a $650,000 house. But to somebody who works as a part-time teacher, I don't know, 80K is a nice chunk of change. to start over? I don't know. I mean, you can rent. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a $650,000 home. I don't know. That's just me. Kelly Kell, thank you for your super chat. If it was really kidnapping, Mexico doesn't make sense. Imagine trying to get Nancy past the Border Patrol to return her. Like they grabbed her passport. True. I have no proof that Tommaso was out of the country, Cheryl, or Star Play. I don't even know where you got that from. Do you have a copy of Tommaso's passport? If not, don't spread those rumors because we don't know where the fuck he was. Why was Tommaso with law enforcement yesterday at Nancy's? Well, we'll get into that.
I understand, to figure out who sent these notes. They were on with my IT team for hours and hours and hours, working with my IT team, and they came up dry. And they could not find it, and they still haven't found out who wrote it. This is a cold case, and they're just waiting for one of those breaks that often comes. But they are at a dead end right now.
You heard from the FBI that they believed those first two overtures were really from the kidnappers as opposed to scammers overseas or some ne'er-do-well?
Yes, and they are from the same person.
Holy cow. So when Savannah said that, she must have had that indication from the FBI. They must have told her that they thought that they were real.
Yeah, now what I don't understand is that she was going to pay and for whatever reason they backed off. They had a reason for backing off. And I know they did something. I don't feel comfortable saying it, but they did because they had asked me not to way back then. I don't know if it's changed at this point. But they thought they had a way of tracking that Bitcoin address. Didn't work.
Holy cow. And there's been no other communications ever since those two, right? Like there was the first note that said you've got deadlines, right? You've got a Thursday deadline and then you've got a Monday deadline. And then that second one that went to Kagan, you said. And how was the second ransom note different from the first? What was it suggesting?
I never saw it. I never saw it, but I don't think it changed the game from what I'm being told by the FBI, that they believe from the same person. It had to be because the Bitcoin address is the same. And they just told me that it was from the same person.
And those folks at KGUN never did disclose the contents of their note.
They've never talked about it. We don't know what's in it. We didn't read it. But it didn't change the game. The person who wrote that first note, they believe is the kidnapper. And they have just come up dry.
And we know that they used the same Bitcoin address in the note that went to you and the two stations and to KGUN. That second note, they all had the same Bitcoin address.
That's what I'm told.
So the interesting thing is, Harvey, if you think back, and it's hard now with 64 or so odd days, Savannah and her family did a second or subsequent address on Instagram saying, we understand. We've heard your communication and we understand. And we just now want her back with us so we can celebrate with her. And we're willing to pay. And that, to many people, sounded like, we've heard what you've said. We understand what's happened. We still want a body back. Like it sounded as though they had made an overture that maybe Nancy died.
I agree. I mean, that's the way I took it as well.
Okay, so let's watch that second interview. Here we go. Hold on a second. Let's get some sound.
Valuable. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Sunday marks 1 week since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing from her Tucson area home. Authorities have yet to identify a person of interest or suspect in the case, but on Friday came signs of progress as investigators returned to the residence. 2 agents were seen on the roof of Nancy Guthrie's house, and cell phone video shows a vehicle being towed from the home, reportedly a blue Subaru SUV belonging to Nancy Guthrie. A neighbor told CBS News authorities came onto his property Friday.
Okay, this is another part. I'm taking a little palate cleanser here, but this guy I've never seen before. You guys will have to let me know if you've ever seen this neighbor.
Friday to conduct readings.
I was putting a coating on the roof, and a Suburban drove up, and a gentleman had a badge and asked to park here and take readings of some kind.
We need a way to communicate.
You guys ever seen this neighbor? Put a 1 in chat if you have. Put a 2 if you haven't. You ever seen this guy? He said they did readings on his property. We can do that, Susan. We'll do a call-in show soon. 2s. A lot of you guys haven't seen him. Gem guy had long hair.
A neighbor told CBS News authorities came onto his property Friday to conduct readings.
I was putting a coating on the roof, and a Suburban drove up, and a gentleman had a badge and asked to park here and take readings.
You think Peace says he's a plant? What kind of readings? Who is this guy? The date on this, it's a wild THV 11. This is February the 7th. Hold on, there's a whole article. Let's see if there's anything about the neighbor. Okay, wait. Here's some more. It's unclear if all of the notes were identical. Heath Janke, the FBI chief in Phoenix, said details include a demand for money with a Thursday evening deadline and a second deadline for Monday if the first wasn't met. To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma, Janke said. At least 3 media organizations, at least 3 reported receiving ransom notes. Authorities made an arrest after 1 ransom note turned out to be fake. Oh, Albatross, just hit the like button, honey. That's all that's required to be here. An email sent to Cold TV included information that only the abductor would know. When we saw some of those details, it was clear after a couple of sentences this might not be a hoax.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
So why didn't they pay? There was a deadline of Thursday, right? I still want to know more about this character. Let's see if we can see whereabouts he lives.
A neighbor told CBS News authorities came onto his property.
He's pretty tall, this guy, because look how short this dude is. This reporter. Look how short he is. Because they didn't get proof of life. Yeah, but in the second video, it sounds like they know she's dead. Is what I'm saying. Oh my God, Jacqueline, why are you playing this? It's old. Hi, Jacqueline. Happy Tuesday.
Friday to conduct readings.
I was putting a coating on the roof, and a Suburban drove up, and a gentleman had a badge and asked to park here and take readings of some kind.
We need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward.
The Guthrie family has been pleading for communication with the potential captor or captors. A first unverified ransom note demanded payment in Bitcoin and sent 2 deadlines, but left no way of reaching out. The FBI is continuing to work to determine the note's authenticity. The next deadline specified in the note is Monday.
And we have some breaking news.
Okay, back to Ashley.
That's the way I took it as well. Again, if you believe the guy who's been writing us these notes, she died somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday after she was kidnapped. And I don't know whether that's because, look, and they said in the letter that they would kill her if they didn't get the $6 million by that Monday. So it's unclear whether this was foul play or she died because, she was ill, she didn't have her meds. So I have no idea. But if you believe this guy, it happened somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday.
So the ransom letters did threaten to kill her.
Yes.
Oh. All right.
Okay, so we have to assume that the one that they're talking about is the one that Savannah saw, and it threatened to kill their mother. Now, if we believe it's true, we don't know if it's true or not, if these are real or not. But it's interesting to go back, and that's exactly what we're doing, Jackie. So if we go back,
and we have some breaking
to the first one again. Let's watch it again, knowing what we just heard, because they're obviously responding to this. And let's go back, knowing what we know, that they threatened to kill Nancy. I mean, we kind of figured it, okay? But we never heard it said outright. We'll kill her if the first demand isn't met. And we start off, I'm going to actually crop this so you guys can see body language and shit, because that's what we do. Cameron does not look happy to be there. I mean, right off the rip, this is right before they start. He looks like he would rather be a million other places. Savannah looks distraught, but leaning forward. A unit, I would be like arm in arm linked. Hold on one second, you guys. Just 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. All right, so you guys had some time to analyze this. Kathy says, no unit, it's cringe. A unit would be needing to hold each other up. Cam is pissed. A and C have weird smirks, but they could be nervous. Agree. Interesting, Savannah and her brother are in exact same position with their arms. If I was Harvey, I'd pay it just to find out. Okay, let's do a poll. That's a good idea, Blake. We'll do a quick poll.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human.
This is so weird. We just heard they threatened to kill her. Why wouldn't you be saying, like, please send us proof? Please show us. All we need to see is her. That's all we need, is to see her. What is it? We are all mere humans. I mean, why? What is with all this? You know, one thing I hope, I don't know if I missed it. I wish Ashley would have asked, she may have asked, and I missed it. But the one thing that I wish she would have asked Harvey was, you know, did they say anything about proof of life? Did they say they would send proof of life? Did they say they wouldn't? Did they try to send proof? I mean, what's the deal?
Just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated.
Oh, here we go.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her.
There we go. Okay.
We want to hear from you.
It came.
And we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
it's even more weird, right? I wonder if they even reported on Nancy being missing this morning on Today. Oof, that was. And then if you look at Cam, go back to what good point pieces. If you look at Cam and think about him saying to Savannah, you know, sweetheart, or you know, sweetie, just might be your fault. It just might be your fault. I'd actually like to watch this without sound. I know that might sound like a weird thing to do, but while we're chit-chatting, I would like to just watch without sound. We'll have to review it after they release the full episode on YouTube, which they should be releasing soon. There's already some clips that have been put out from today's show. I think Savannah asked, do you think this is because of me? And he said, sweetie, it might be. But that's certainly not how she presented it, right? There's nothing written on the piece of paper she's holding. I can't tell. Can you guys tell? I mean, brother doesn't even move a muscle, really. Wait, wait. I want to rewind that part. Hold on. Notice how she looks down and over. He looks angry. Peg says it looks weird. I'm playing it muted, yes. We're chit-chatting and we're just watching it without sound. We just watched it with sound. So yeah, we're doing some different things today to kind of go back on the case. We're reanalyzing things we've seen based on information that we have now. And you have to do that in cases like this. You just do. There's no way around revisiting as you learn more. I mean, I can't tell if there's writing on those pages or not. Yeah, every family is weird. If Cameron's the protector, I don't get why he isn't placing a comforting hand on Savannah. Well, there you go. There you go. They didn't pay because they never got proof of life, right? But remember, on this day, I mean, she just looks so desperate. I can't with it. So what was the date on this again? The 4th. Okay. This is the same day that Derek Kalila texted Annie and her husband. Did you get the Bitcoin yet? Think about it. How is Kalila not involved? And Derek Kalila didn't send a ransom. You know what Derek Kalila did? He said, I'm waiting on my end, right? He admitted to using a voice over IP. And it came from his home in California, right? And he said, we're waiting on our end. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. That's his exact text. On or about, I'm reading right from the affidavit, on or about February 4th, 2026, shortly after this video was published, Annie Cioni and Tommaso Cioni, the daughter and son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie, both separately received a text from Kalila stating, quote, did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Both Annie and Tommaso received those texts. And then following those texts, we get a time on the call. We don't get a time for the text, but we get a time for the call, February 4th at approximately 6:02 p.m. Arizona time. There's a 9-minute call. Or 9-second, sorry. 9-second call. So that's 3 minutes after he texted. So he texted. Ooh, we're precise now. He texted at 5:59. Wait, hold on. What would that be? I'm bad at math. 3 minutes would be 5:59. He texted them. On Friday, February 4th, 5:59 p.m., sends a text, and he says, did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. And then 3 minutes later at 6:02 p.m., there's a 9-second call. They state in the criminal complaint the two text messages have not been linked to the February 2nd, 2026 ransom demand. What time was this video posted? Good question. I don't know. Can someone check Instagram? Does it give you a time or hey, stay humble? They couldn't hide the messages from Savannah and Cameron. We don't know where the ransom came from, so how do we know they're not linked? Exactly. It doesn't mean there is one. Who is Derek Kalila? He's the one that got arrested for asking for money from Annie and Tommaso. Yeah. It sounds like they've spoken before. Okay. It sounds like they've spoken before. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Just keep all this in mind as we watch this.
And so let's be clear.
And I want to say one other thing.
Yeah.
When I talked to somebody from the FBI today, this person wanted us to repeat that there is still a $1 million, actually $1.1 million reward out there. So, they're hoping, because they believe money can be a motivator here, and that's why they're doing it. But they wanted that word out because they feel like people have kind of forgotten it. But there's a lot of money on the line for information.
And I think it's even up to 1.2 million with the different sources. But 1-800-CALL-FBI. I say it on every podcast. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you know anything, if anybody acted weird, on February 1st, even 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th of the next week, when the video came out of the masked man, that guy had to be scared. He had to act differently that day. I always say, for people who think that someone they know acted in a weird way in those dates, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Harvey, the letters that came out today to you, it seems like there's a mixed message. Like in the first letter, does he say she's dead? And then the second letter to you today, he says, I saw her alive with them in Sonora?
No, he never said she was alive at all. He says she's dead.
But he just said after you talked about, when you did your TMZ Live today, they sent a second letter saying, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Maybe he's referring in past tense, because in the first letter they said she's dead.
It's past tense. It's past tense. Yeah,
and so now
I saw her. He's saying, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. My request is not huge. And he goes on. He's talking about, he says he saw her there, but he's talking
past
back
tense.
then.
Yeah. And now he's definitive that
yeah.
Nancy, he says, if this person is truthful, he's saying that Nancy is dead.
Now, again, I talked to the FBI about this. I had a fairly long conversation today. And, it's just, I've gotten to know some of these people, and we were just talking. And I said, look, I feel kind of out of place to even say it, but there's just something that's been gnawing at me with these letters that, this guy knows it's a federal crime. He keeps sending these notes, and it was that whole thing about time is no longer of the essence. And they said, yeah, we hear you, but, there are a lot of crackpots out there. So maybe they know something, I'm sure they do, that I don't know. But on the one hand, they seem to be dismissing it. On the other hand, I can tell you they spent a heck of a lot of time trying to track down this guy's email, and they weren't able to do it. I'll tell you, that's the craziest thing about this, Ashley, is that this is 2026. Yeah. And when you look at it, it's like the perfect crime that I didn't think that existed anymore, but that you can kidnap somebody from a residential area where there are cameras that people have in their homes, and yet you can't find the car, and that you've got these emails and you can't trace the emails, and you've got these Bitcoin addresses. And I can tell you that the FBI did something with that Bitcoin address from the kidnapper, and they actually did something, came up dry there. And I just never thought of the perfect crime being something like this, where somehow you could evade everyone. Now, there were clearly mistakes made, especially by the sheriff. Nonetheless, the FBI came in and they got nothing. And in 2026, it is really stunning.
Yeah, you've got all of the opportunities for the regular forensics to work, right? A guy's got a bite light in his mouth, which he had to put in and take out, maybe with those gloved fingers, and touch something. Door handles to get in, the actual bracket behind the camera, which he's messing with. There's all sorts of opportunities to find that, right? There's a vehicle that he had to have conveyed Nancy in. You can't take her on a bike or a moped, Then there's the digital trail, and none of this is working.
It's crazy. And we cover so many cases, as do you, where, people make mistakes, they get spotted, and he just disappeared.
Yeah, vanished. And as did she, which is just so... Tell me about the frustration in this latest email from this perpetrator, or at least the person who suggests he knows the perpetrators. I would consider this a perpetrator as well. He feels like millions of dollars have been wasted, yet here I am willing to deliver them on a silver platter, meaning willing to deliver the kidnappers. And he's talking plural. I don't know if he's talking about them in plural or them in the singular sense.
He's constantly talked about them in plural.
He is?
Yeah.
And he seems angry that the FBI is dismissing him.
He's been kind of bent out of shape from almost the beginning, saying everybody thinks I'm crazy, they don't take me seriously. He's gone on and on about this. And he says, you know, at different times, at one point he said he had a criminal record, and I forgot what he said the crime was, but it was some kind of burglary or something like that. And that...
Whoa! I didn't catch that before. Hold on.
At different times. At one point he said he had a criminal record. I forgot what he said the crime was, but it was some kind of burglary or something like that.
This person said they had a burglary charge. It sounds to me like they're trying to like pin it on someone.
And that he was worried that they might try and implicate him. And he would have to go underground, take care of his family, he said, and that's why he needed the money. So, you know, he's kind of given this life story in kind of a weird way over a series of letters, but that's his point. He's saying that I'm going to be put out a lot by cooperating, so make it worth my while.
Well, what doesn't make sense?
Worth my while is a Bitcoin, and now he's saying, give me half a Bitcoin up front, and I'll give you the info.
Half a Bitcoin's about $35,000. A full Bitcoin is about 69 or so today. It's gone down since the original overtures. But $1.2 million would certainly guarantee him a whole lot of freedom and protection from whoever it is he fears. It just doesn't make any sense. Are you able to email him back?
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, and he addressed the reward. I don't know if he addressed it after they made it 1 million, but when it was 100,000, he said, I don't trust the FBI. That's why he started contacting us. He said, I don't trust the FBI, so, he said, we're going to you guys.
He can't reply to the email because it's a contact form on TMZ that they're sending it. It's not an email, it's a contact form.
Guys, and we ended up doing, social media, which he saw, and we said, look, if you don't trust the FBI, give us the information, and we'll convey it to the FBI. Yeah. But now you've got a record through us that you've given us information, so they're not going to screw you out of the money if you really believe they would do that, because we have the record that you gave it to us and we gave it to the FBI, but he didn't do it.
Well, you're playing checkers and maybe he's playing chess, and suddenly he didn't know what to do other than just rant and get angry and just try again. I know your time is precious, and I'm just very appreciative of the time that you've given us. Keep me posted. Let me know if you hear again.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be my second call.
Right?
Honestly, we're giving everything to the FBI when we get it. I just don't think they are looking at this in a real serious way. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just telling you what my spidey senses say. And I may be all wrong here too.
1-800-CALL-FBI. Anybody who sees this, and we've got...
Okay, so that is the end of that. So that was a lot. Reviewing, all of this stuff. So I'm making sure I'm not missing any points I wanted to make. No, I think we covered everything that I wanted to talk about in that segment. So we're going to move into... Now we're going to move over to the interview room. First, I'm going to show you, while I get that pulled up, I'm going to show you yesterday. This is Tommaso at Nancy's. And people are saying they recognize
3, 2, 1.
They were expecting, you were expecting the music probably. Okay, I've got that. This was yesterday. Yeah, last night's interview room was really good, you guys. Really good. Like, we're going to have a lot of talking points from that. But I don't know why he's coming out from behind there. What do you guys think he's doing? Footloose and fancy free. All right, I need to go grab a drink before we get into the interview room. Just give me a minute and I'll let you guys watch Tommaso. Here, let's put it on high def. All right, just give me a minute. I'll be right back. Oh, he sure was strutting his stuff. Good to see you, Suze. He looks pretty what do they call it? Fancy and something free. You think he was trying to hide the way he walks? I do too, because he walked way differently down that driveway when we watched him take the flowers. But what's he doing back there? Footloose and fancy free. That's it. Look I'm footloose and fancy free. Tell him, Bella. Tell him, Bella. I wonder what he was doing. He knows he's being filmed. Look, he's looking right at him. He's like, fuckers. An FBI agent walked out the same way right before this. Oh. Hey, Canes. Welcome to Real Time. No, we don't believe he's still teaching. I believe he was removed from the website when all of his stuff was scrubbed. So I'd love to ask him, like, what'd you do on February 1st after your mother-in-law was reported missing? And why aren't you talking about her being found? You know? I really want to know. Look at them peeking through the trees. Yep, they're filming you, brother. Okay, Samantha, thank you. I'm not sure. I really don't know why he was there. It's interesting, though, nonetheless. Okay, let's go. We're going to get into... Oops. Sorry, Chris and Karen. This was an amazing show. I'm sure you guys are already subscribed. I know some of you are like, oh, I don't like Chris McDonough. Well, get over it, because the guy has a really intelligent mind, especially when it comes to this case. I am fully intrigued by his way of thinking and the avenue that he's going with it. Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and send it to me. All right, guys, here we go.
Center, and they're meeting. They have the audience. There's people out there who, I guess, like early in the morning, no matter the weather, are out there with signs and whatever. And I guess she got emotional when she went outside and saw the live audience and the people with the signs and all that.
So they start out talking about Savannah's comeback from the Today Show,
and you can just, your heart breaks for her, but she came back, and I thought it was great. I thought, she's extremely professional.
Yay,
she's been
Leo.
a journalist for decades now. She's also a lawyer in her background. And, this is what she does. She feels like, and she said, it's good to be home. And, everybody welcomed her co-anchors. And, it seemed like
these nuts,
it all seemed like it went off probably as the producers intended.
Yeah. So do you think, obviously there was a big setup to get to today, to this point.
Today.
And it's ironic, that the show's name is Today. And, the headlines
Hi, Jamie.
are really interesting, because here's the headlines. And by the way, love the interview room. Thank you, Andrea, and all of the panel from Nashville, Tennessee. Way to go. Thank you for being here. Note today could be from angry guy, frustrated Savannah, went back to work and has ignored him. That's a really good point. And we cannot say that's not a possibility for sure. But let's check out the headlines here. Savannah Guthrie returns to Today. It is good to be home. I thought that was a really interesting choice of words, to be honest with you.
How so?
Well, that's, that's her work. That's really not her home. I mean, her heart's in Tucson with her mom. Yet there had to be something going on behind the scenes that, kind of drive that right to the point. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
when she
Marcy,
first gets
is.
on set here. So let's listen to it real fast. And then for those of you that may have missed it, here's what happened this morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not? Let's do the news.
Yes, so good to have you back. We are back at 8:30 on this beautiful Monday morning, and it's a special Monday.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think that was sincere? Not from Savannah, but from the
They even each other out very, very well. I will say that.
co-host?
Everybody's got an opinion on that. I mean, they know each other. They work together. It's hard to think somebody's going to be compassionless when it comes to Savannah and what she's been through. So I don't know. I mean, everybody has a different opinion on the Today Show. It's morning television. So I think we know this is not like hard news. It's never considered serious news. This is really what we call infotainment. Yes, they go through the news, but they do lightweight interviews. And the whole idea is to get people up, excited, and, watch perky people in the morning before they start their day. That's the whole point of morning television, obviously. And so, is he genuine? Is he not? I think everybody's going to have their own opinion on that.
Yeah. And one of the things, you pointed out the yellow. I mean, there's Craig has a yellow tie. She's got a yellow dress. There are yellow flowers.
Hey, Jammers.
There's yellow everywhere.
Hey,
Even
Robat.
the people outside are wearing yellow bands. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but watch when they go outside in this clip and they show the crowd. The producers passed out all these yellow ribbons for people to wear on their clothing as Savannah, came outside, which is, it's interesting.
Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not? Let's do the news.
Yes, so good to have you back. We are back at
Oh, we're in
on this
the
beautiful
ready.
Monday morning. And it's a special Monday morning for us and for this crowd as well. Special because we're welcoming back our North Star. Yeah. SG, come on out here. Come on back up.
Their faces.
Good morning.
They've been waiting for it.
These signs are so beautiful. You guys have been so beautiful. I've received so many letters, so much kindness to me and my whole family, and we feel it. We feel your prayers. So thank you so much.
It's not just today. They've been out here
Every day.
Every day.
This is such
with
a nice
signs.
pocket square. I don't want to slobber on it. Okay, it is. I know.
Oh, God, I can almost not even stand it. But hold on, I need to add this video. It's a joke. But I need to add this to my screen. Just give me 2 seconds.
Suspect that you can see? And if so, okay, that's fine. Just say, look, there's a person of interest we believe is the suspect. You can see him barely on the video, but we're not going to release that to the public right now. That's how you answer the question.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science. Okay. You don't go, and there was a person seen. Remember how he did all that stupid, all those gestures? I was like, who is this guy? Okay. Suspect,
Karen's face is priceless. This tells me right now she puts up with bless your heart, Karen. I freaking love her. You guys are so funny. Can we watch it again? Because it's just so damn funny. Watch her face at the end.
Suspect that you can see? And if so, okay, that's fine. Just say, look, there's a person of interest we believe is the suspect. You can see him barely on the video, but we're not going to release that to the public right now. That's how you answer the question.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science. Okay. You don't go, and there was a person seen. Remember how he did all that stupid, all those gestures? I was like, who is this guy? Okay. Suspect that you can see?
She's so funny. She's like, oh, shit. Okay, let's get back to the show.
It's not just today. They've been out here every day. I mean, that's a qualifying statement. And these nuts, I don't know. This just, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Outlaw is a million of them.
We love you.
He did do that.
So
the sheriff did.
On today's show.
Yeah. So, it is coordinated. I thought it was very respectful for Savannah, meaning that the Today Show, what she did, how they presented it. She's in the yellow. Everybody, her colleagues acknowledged it, but they didn't dwell on it at all. And she didn't reference her mom. She kind of got into it. They got into their news, their interviews, everything they were going to do on the show. So, it's probably a big relief to her that she has it behind her that first day back.
She didn't flinch.
I was telling Chris, I always go, I just don't think about today. I'm thinking down the road. Okay. And she made it through her first day back at work, which of course was going to be tough emotionally. And I think everybody agrees she did an amazing job. She was composed and professional and, she did her best. And I don't see how anybody could fault her for that at all. Now the hard part begins because we're at day, I believe it's 65 at least, since her mom's been missing. And when we go back to the investigation and go back to Tucson and look at what is going on and the no news that's coming out officially.
Welcome back. Well,
that part has to be a huge letdown. There's no regular news coming out. The sheriff hasn't given I guess he has given an interview to,
local.
He did an interview with the local KVOA. I believe it was last week, maybe 10 days ago. I have to go back and look. But there's no regular messaging coming out of Pima County Sheriff's Department. Today we get this, crazy note from through TMZ. And it's like, where's the case? Is it stalled? Is it cold? I don't think we're asking, can it be solved? I think all law enforcement experts we've talked to, Chris, you certainly feel like, yeah, it can be solved.
I think it can be.
We just don't know when.
That's a great point right here. Ellen Wood's mom. I wonder if they wanted her back to work to draw someone or something out. That is a great point.
That is a really astute
solid point.
Yeah.
Very good thinking.
Yeah. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't think they would have prevented that to that point, to her point, that if Savannah had come out and said, look, I want to go back to work. What do you guys think? Will it hurt, et cetera? No, in fact, I've been, advocating that if they have more photographs of this guy, they have to release the photos. And what's really interesting is the sheriff on that one interview you were just talking about, Hun, where, he was talking about, don't criticize, our homicide guys, or the fact that, I'm hearing that the investigator only had 2 years worth of experience. Don't say that. The sergeant, had been in there at least 2 years. And then he goes about to say right behind that, and we didn't make any mistakes. Okay. Well,
there's not a person on the planet who believes that.
Well, and then he says, and by the way, when the reporter asked him in a follow-up question, well, what about the union that's saying that you have a vote of no confidence? And how does he answer it? He says, well, we have 5 unions. So that's only 1 out of 5. Well, yeah, but what he failed to tell you is some of that is what they call the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, which is the entire state of, Arizona. And they're not going to vote on that, number one. The second is a civilian union where, you have civilian employees like the record staff and all of those. They're not going to vote on that. The people that voted were the competency deputies, those that work directly for him, not the support staff. And so, which gave me a really interesting insight into how this guy continues to think. Okay. Now, I was the president. I was the president at one point of our bargaining unit, in our union, in Southern California. And I used to meet with the chief all the time. We all had our pluses and our minuses. Never had I ever worked for any leader with such an ego as this guy, or a record like this guy. I'd never met anybody who spent 35 days off on the job because of suspensions. And so I went back and I looked today at the annual report for 2025 in Pima County, which every year the sheriff has to prepare. And I would encourage you to do the same. The sheriff has to prepare it and put it down, to the supervisors. And today the Board of Supervisors came out in Pima County. It's just going to kind of give you an idea of where these people are at down there. Okay.
And that's exactly
now, the
why.
law is the law. I'm a pretty black.
And that's why we were covering the board meeting in the beginning, but they are still, let me refresh it and check. I think they're still on break. They are. They said they were taking 90 minutes, so very bad.
Black and white kind of guy. There may be gray area, and they call that officer discretion, okay, where you want to keep moving on to something else. Okay. Well, the Board of Supervisors down there, even today, said that the federal government, i.e. ICE, can't come in and enforce any laws, and they're going to need a warrant. Okay. Now, this is the jail that the sheriff operates. Okay.
Okay, Elaine, you shouldn't have turned it off at this point because this is very important for you to hear.
Now, that means people that are in the system, potentially, okay, maybe even the killers of Nancy Guthrie, if they'd crossed over the border and they came back and they were arrested, if there was a detainer warrant for them, i.e. for them to be picked up by a federal agency, guess what? What this Board of Supervisors just did today is prevent those individuals from being taken into custody by the feds. Now, say what you will about the issues. We all get it. But at the same
Right. This isn't an immigration discussion. So when you hear ICE, you should keep your mind open and listen. Well, we don't watch him and he's not live. So please don't mention that name in this chat again. That guy doesn't like women. But anyways, I have it live right here on the Pima County Board of Supervisors YouTube, and there's nothing going on. So anyways, aside from the immigration, we don't care about that. What we care about is the law and the sheriff keeping his community safe. That's not keeping the community safe. So you have to push your beliefs about immigration aside because that's not what they're talking about.
Same time, these are the kind of things that get in the way of what the law is, not what people are doing. Okay. We need to work on these problems. That's not a question.
It has nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie. I did not take this as an illegal has Nancy Guthrie. That's not how I took it. I took this as a broad issue, why the community hates him. And these are just one of the reasons. Because he's not keeping their community safe. It's not about Nancy, in my opinion, because I don't think ICE has anything to do with Nancy. I don't know. I just think it shows the job that he does.
Okay, I'm not taking one side or the other. I'm just saying it could backfire even in this case.
So let's reframe that and just kind of simply state it.
Sure.
Especially if people are just.
And I love how she reframes. She's great at it because some people took his comments out of context because he's very just blunt. We don't know if an illegal did it or not. That's not the point here. The point here is Nanos and his piss poor job of protecting his community.
Coming in and joining us. So what you're saying is the decision that the Pima County Board of Supervisors made today is that they're not going to cooperate with the federal ICE agents in Pima County.
So what it shows is that he doesn't work well with others. Okay, he doesn't play well in the sandbox with others.
For arrests.
Right.
And if I'm understanding what you're saying is that if potentially Nancy Guthrie's abductor or abductors fall into that, happen to be folks that ICE would be looking for, the County Board of Supervisors just made it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for them to be arrested if they're still in Pima County.
Right. So
is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So let's play this out. They brought in.
Yeah, that's a fucking problem. I mean, that really is a problem. If he refuses to do that, he's refusing to work with federal authorities. This is someone you want to protect you in your community where you're raising your children?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
No, this is one of the reasons why he's got to go.
Board tag the very first day. They brought in Customs and Border Patrol with their search dogs, remember? Okay.
I do.
So let's say those dogs now and those agents are out in the field somewhere and they run across Nancy Guthrie being held by somebody who's not necessarily here legally. Okay. What the Board of Supervisors just said is they can't take them into custody. Now think about that.
Yeah, that's messed up. That's messed up. If they found somebody with Nancy, they could take Nancy and they couldn't bring him in. You know why? Because their sheriff is inept. Okay, well, there's a lot of illegals out there, Elaine. It's got to be a road that we talk about. If that's the way he's running his county, it has to be spoken about. He's not saying an illegal took her, but if an illegal was involved, this is what would happen. That's all. That's it. That's all. And it's horrible. They won't put him in the clinker.
Go into the clinker, the big house.
Somebody who potentially could be out somewhere with her, and we're hearing now in this TMZ note that the suspect is saying he saw her over the border.
On the other side of the border.
On the other side of the border. Now now let's do the math here. Okay. This is the same county where she was abducted from. And what they're saying now, the Board of Supervisors is saying, and that means Sheriff Nanos, no nads, has to support this.
He said no nads.
And so he's in a catch-22 situation. Which, when you are not telling, also being straight to the public, what else is he not telling us about this investigation from the get-go? From the get-go. Because he says he's cleared everybody. Okay. But on one side of the coin, he says, well, no, all of our investigators are experienced, and yet you have reliable law enforcement sources, including Sergeant Cross, who we had on this program, who said, no, that's not the case. The officer that was assigned this investigation has never worked a homicide.
Exactly. Thank you, Nick, for summing it up. In my opinion, CM isn't saying he thinks an illegal took her. He's working on the new email details, and NONAD's not working with the federal agencies.
And so now we have to think about this and go, well, wait a minute, what else is going on here behind the scenes? And then when we pulled his record, when you went to El Paso and pulled his records, all of a sudden we started seeing a pattern that this guy had lied or had been deceptive on his resume.
Right. Chris Nanos, the sheriff.
Yeah, Chris Nanos. And immediately it came out that they scrubbed it and started changing it. And then they started making excuses for it. Okay.
You know, just as you're talking and talking about this one particular issue regarding who Pima County can and can't arrest per the Board of Supervisors, I don't know. Like I think probably like everybody out there, like you would assume there's this kind of dragnet scenario going on, meaning we want to make sure that the authorities are making it difficult, not easy, for anybody potentially remotely involved in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance to be hauled in, obviously legally, for questioning. And, you know, people want an arrest. They want the sheriff to make an arrest or arrests in this case. And anything that they do, I wish they would have held off just a little bit, even if this was something that they wanted to do, because it would be horrible if this ends up, if is the key, if it ends up impacting the Nancy Guthrie case. Now, we don't know if it will or won't, but why make it any more difficult for Pima County to solve this case?
Okay, so here's the article for.
And I love his ads. What sweet potato does to dogs. That's such an innocent search. Hey, Kresha. What's happening? Kresha says, hold up. She says, he saw her on the other side. That could be played in more than one way, spiritually speaking, with God. And in my opinion, not just the border. Good point. Very good point.
Everybody to see right in front of us.
You may have to read it super small, especially if people are on their phone.
That's fine. It's the Attorney General, okay, of Arizona, and they have directed officials right here in Pima County, which encompasses Tucson, have directed county authorities to deny immigration enforcement agents access to county property unless they have judicial warrants.
Hear that?
Okay, so here, let's play this out. They're basically what they're saying is, you guys can't come up here no matter what. That's what they're saying. Okay. So here's a question. Now today, you have TMZ gets a letter.
Yeah, let's go over what was said in that.
An anonymous letter. So let's see here. TMZ received 2 reported notes now today. A second one.
Wow.
So this is number 2. Claiming to know where Nancy Guthrie's body is and who is responsible for her kidnapping, the outlet revealed. Don't be nasty sometimes. The pair of notes was sent from the same mystery person who nearly 2 months ago demanded 1 Bitcoin in exchange for information related to Guthrie's February 1 disappearance. Now, this is 2 notes sent to TMZ. Okay. Now, I don't know the validity of these notes. Do you?
No, we don't. I mean,
Nope.
and they could be bogus.
Yeah, they could be bogus. There's a high probability it's noise, as I like to say. You know, it's
noise.
This is just like totally out of left field. But if this is something closer to the home, which I believe it is, somebody within the South Tucson area, then this could also be part of that play as a ruse to keep the smoke, the wind blowing this way towards TMZ. Does that make sense?
So what would be the strategy for doing that? Why would somebody do that?
Well, when there's heat, you want to create wind, and you want that when the smoke comes up, you want it to go the other way.
Exactly. So all of us that were saying that this is all a distraction.
Okay, because think about this. Let's talk about this a little bit at length tonight. Whoops. All right, here's what I mean.
The background?
We have only one concept that law enforcement is operating under. And in the chat, you guys tell me what you think that one concept is.
Same.
I want to see
Kresha.
what you guys are thinking, and then we can have a really, I think, interesting conversation.
DLR.
Okay. What I mean by that is, on the timeline, what's the one idea
Bless
that
you.
sticks out to everybody?
when her pacemaker disconnected, or the 1:47 a.m. when the person is seen on the camera?
Yes. Well, all that happened after this first concept, after this first timeline piece. All of the sightings, all of her spiking, everything. But there's one piece of evidence that was presented here. Okay. And thank you for my sneeze. You're very kind.
He couldn't hit the mute button at time.
Did I hit the mute button?
No, you didn't.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize. Don't be nasty
Worried.
sometimes. The fact, who puts Nancy Guthrie in that house?
The children.
The family. Actually, one member of the family, allegedly. Okay. At what time?
9:48 p.m.
Correct. And then the garage door closes, right?
Right.
We're told.
At 9:50. That's the last proof of life. Now, why should we believe that?
It's a good question.
Because the sheriff says so? Because the sheriff can't even get things correct from the get-go.
Oh my God, Crusher, your thumbnail's amazing.
And when you have these counter conversations, okay, that take place in an investigation, that usually means you're smelling something, i.e. you're getting close to the source of the smell.
I.e.
And so now we go back again to the craziness of this whole thing, okay? We have an Uber driver that can definitely say proof of life.
Yep, that was 5:32 p.m. Saturday, January 31st.
5:30 p.m., 5:32 p.m. And then we have the next piece of this at 9:50 p.m.
Hey, Callie.
At 9:50, that garage door closes. But we don't know how she got in that house.
Right.
We don't know if she was escorted in, because we did a show early on, about 2 months ago, where the sheriff said in the first press conference, yes, the family did go in with her. And then it was changed to no, the son-in-law, how did she get in the house is the question.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. I mean, we only know what the family provided to the sheriff's department.
Okay. And so if we think about this whole thing, this whole narrative, the entire narrative has originated on one side of the coin. It did not originate in totality with a suspect and evidence of that suspect until you see the video. Now, what do you see in that video?
Video of porch guy, right?
Right. So while everybody's focused on porch guy, we're missing the fact that the authorities were doing other things. Okay. We have this information from the sheriff, the very first press conferences that he does, that quickly puts the timeline together for the public. But now we're hearing maybe there's additional information of this suspect. They may have recovered more information. The fact that this person now, and we're hearing that the doors were propped open, but where did all that information come from?
The family.
And so it's almost like this common denominator that keeps circling back.
Yes.
And then you have
Bing bong.
the authorities going over to the house, searching the house, going back again.
Bing bong.
I'm not going to kick a dead horse, but this is also stuff we cannot ignore.
Right.
And I'm not saying they're at the porch or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying these are the kind of things that don't look right.
Mm-hmm.
Because
agree.
I want to hear from the family. I don't want to hear Savannah say, my family thanks you.
Right.
I don't want to hear, the idea that the sheriff says, Everybody's been cleared. Nothing to see here. Move along. Okay, then how'd the family get in the house? Tell the public. Did they use a garage clicker? Did they use an app on their phone? How come we don't?
We just talked about this last week. We literally just talked about this verbatim last week. What door did they go in when they went over there to check on Nancy? Did they go through the garage? Did they just not go to the front? Did they not see the blood? Why did the times change? You know, all of this.
We don't have a data point if that was the case. Why didn't they see the blood on the porch?
Right.
Was it suspicious the back doors were propped open? If so, how long did they search for their mom? Was it 11 a.m. or 11:56 a.m.?
Okay, we need to just like clip this whole section because this is why we question the family. And look at Karen. She's like, yes, preach, boy. Listen to this whole part. It all circles back to the tomato and his wife.
The idea that the sheriff says, everybody's been cleared, nothing to see here, move along. Okay, then how'd the family get in the house? Tell the public. Did they use a garage clicker? Did they use an app on their phone? How come we don't have a data point if that was the case? Why didn't they see the blood on the porch? Was it suspicious the back doors were propped open? If so, how long did they search for their mom? Was it 11 a.m. or 11:56 a.m.? Okay, that's a 56-minute difference that you put out there. The sheriff put all of this information out there. And then the second question is, why did you download their phones? Why did you impound their cars? Why did you search their houses? Why did you go to the gas station? Why were all of these things done? I want to know that. I don't want to be told, the public, well, they passed polygraphs, therefore they're cleared. Okay? Well, Ted Bundy passed a polygraph, okay? And they're just a tool. We used to use them all the time. Did they pass a CVSA? Did you give them a CVSA? Do you even know what a CVSA is? A computer voice stress analysis test? Did you do that? Did you swab them? If so, why? Why did you do that? If you've cleared them, go ahead.
And then I wanted to know, and I brought this up on the last
hold on.
show that
Can
we
we
did.
pause there? Because that was a lot. But dude, he was like spot on. Like, I loved it. And she's sitting there like, yep, go on, boy. That's my man. He's got it all pegged. I mean, why is no one talking about all of these things? Exactly. They'd be hoarse from yelling, Mommy, where are you? Fucking give her back. But he's prancing around like he's tiptoeing through the fucking tulips over there at his mother-in-law's house yesterday. Tiptoeing through the fucking tulips. Tommaso, look. This is him. We have all these questions, and this is him. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We want to know if you're concerned, sir. At the very least, are you concerned? Does he look concerned? I mean, this is why we have questions. It's weird. We need the public to help us. But here's the last one to see her. Here's the last one to see her. He doesn't even say a thing. Mr. Prancy. Twinkle Toes.
On this. How were they all interviewed? Were they interviewed separately, brought into the Pima County Sheriff's Office,
Another
into an
good
interview
point.
room
Hi,
with
Casey.
recording going on? Or was it more casual on the couch?
Well, that's exactly what it was. Because we know, the first time anyway, they were interviewed in their home. In the comfort of their home. They weren't brought down to a uncomfortable room like Stephen Stearns was brought in with nothing but four walls and a door. It had to sit in there and wait and wait and wait and have their behavior analyzed while they're waiting. Nope. They came in to the living room where they were comfy on their couches in their own homes. Crazy, right? Crazy. This is the preferential treatment I believe they got because of Savannah Guthrie. Do you think that Savannah Guthrie would ever sit in an interrogation room? Do you think that their fancy asses ever sat in there? I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
Because, you're dealing with a famous person who has a friend named Senator Mark Kelly, who we know was called in.
Oh, she did the bing bong. Bing bong. Oh, she dropped Senator Kelly. I heard that too, Mary Dean, but I can't prove that. Daz, his pockets were full. I noticed that as well. Tucson girl, you have a great point.
Immediately. I mean, I'm not saying that we know something that may or may not have happened. I'm asking questions because I've seen in other very high profile cases where family members were incorrectly interviewed and either cleared or not cleared. And so, or family that, is happy to talk with the detectives when they come to their house, but won't go into the station for a one-on-one recorded interview. It's a basic question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not even asking what was said. We're just wondering what.
Right. Where were these interviews conducted and how did it go down?
Was done. We've heard and we've seen from the very beginning on this case, standard protocol is not what they did.
It wasn't followed.
It wasn't followed. Obviously, the crime scene was turned back way too early after 24 hours-ish, something like that. So my question, I'll tagged along with what Chris is asking, his questions. How were the family interviewed?
Well, and here,
I think it's a legitimate question.
Well, we have an 84-year-old woman, right, hon? That's been missing now over 2 months. And you sit down with somebody, and I'm gonna talk about a case. I'm gonna do a video on it. Karen remembers it. I've shared this briefly. Her name was Rebecca Ann Jensen, and she was a mom who disappeared. I'm not going to go into a lot of details tonight, but this case reminds me so much of that case, where this woman just vanished off of the earth. And the irony here is the women don't vanish. 84-year-old women don't vanish out of their homes. They're like children. Children don't vanish. Summer Wells did not go into her basement and vanish in Tennessee. Okay. Something happened there. And this is the same situation where, you see this guy on the porch and everybody goes, okay, that's the guy. That's our guy. Okay, well, yeah, he's probably part of the problem. There's no question about that. Okay. But then you have to reverse engineer that and say, well, why did this guy come on the 11th? Why did this guy show up, even before that?
On January 24th.
On the 24th.
Another Saturday night.
And
that's right. We also had the 24th that this weirdo was in the neighborhood that we heard. So let me add that to, oh my God, the day after. You guys shut up. Shut up. January 24th, we have the masked man in the neighborhood, right? January 11th as well. You know what January 24th is? It's the day after Savannah went back to the Today Show after her damn surgery. You hear me? Listen to this timeline we've put together today, real quick. Listen up, guys. We're going to start with October 17th. Savannah's in Tucson to film for the Homecoming episode. Homecoming episode airs November 5th, 2025. December 19th, 2025 is Savannah's last day on the Today Show before her throat surgery. She goes to Tucson for Christmas. Early January, she has her throat surgery. She cannot speak during this time period. On January 11th, there's a masked man at her mother's door. January 13th, she has a checkup at the doctor. She still has to limit her speech. On January 23rd, she comes back to the Today Show from her throat surgery. On January 24th, there's a masked man at her mother's door. January 27th is her birthday. January 30th, Nancy has friends over for mahjong. January 31st, she gets in the Uber at 5:32. And then if you fast forward to Monday, February 2nd, Savannah was supposed to be on a plane to Italy. She didn't have surgery in Tucson. So between her mother going to Annie's and her supposed to leave for Italy, her mother goes missing. She goes to have dinner with her sister and she goes missing. Savannah's supposed to leave Monday on a plane to Italy.
And then show up, to, okay, tonight's the night, the full moon. I'm going to make sure that, everything's good to go here. And then I'm going to abduct her out out through the front door. And we've, hit that hammer, and nail more than once. It's just like, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And that's why this is so confusing. And that's why, for me, it's not. I stay very simplistic task. Am I a task-oriented person?
You're highly task-oriented.
And I don't get distracted, unfortunately. Okay? Because when you get distracted, you end up going off into, left field or right field or whatever. Okay? And I even got hammered. Nancy Grace, my friend, she goes, McDonough, you're still on the family? I said, I can't take them off the plate yet. I'm not saying they're involved. I'm not saying they did it. But if you can say they're off the plate because the sheriff says they're off the plate, then you need to explain all of these other things. You need to explain why there's no data point, how they got into that house. And then you need to explain when they did get into that house to search for their mother, why they didn't see or feel that any of those doors propped open or left open or the lights being, dislodged outside of the exterior of the home or the gates left open, why that wasn't suspicious activity. And immediately
hey, potato,
the alarm bells went off for that family and they weren't on the phone calling 911. Why is that information not common sense to the public? And then if that was common sense to the investigators, the rookie investigators, okay, then why'd they impound the car? I go back to, the car is back. That's fine. But I was...
Okay, this is a very important. Open your ears, guys, if you've tuned them out, because I know it's a lot to take in, but listen to this part. They don't just take cars just because. They don't just take cars and go, oh, whoopsie.
The only channel out here saying, why did they have the guy's car? Why'd they impound the daughter's car? It's not for normal investigative routine in evidence, collection. That's not why they did it. Trust me, from a guy who's worked over 300 murders in my career, that's not why we do it. Okay? We do it because we think there's evidence in that car. And what evidence could you possibly find in that car when you have the driver of the car saying, yeah, I drove her over here and I dropped her off and she went in the house? Okay, fine. Why do you need to prove she was in the car if you believe them? A jury doesn't want to hear that. A jury wants to hear.
Okay, listen to this specifically.
The credibility of the witness getting up, putting their hand up and saying, what did you do? Well, I drove her over, dropped her off. She got out of my car and went into the house. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Let's move on. But now it becomes an anomaly when the detective gets up there and says, well, you heard the statement. Yes, I did. Did you believe it? Well, yeah. Then what did you do? Well, we impounded his car. Well, why did you do that? Just to make sure Mrs. Guthrie was in that car. So you didn't believe him. Well, no, I believed him. Okay, then why'd you impound the car? Do you see where that goes?
Yeah, 100%. And I love the way he described this. Do you guys get it? You get this into a trial with this kind of evidence, and you're like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, we believed him, but we also took his car anyways. It doesn't make sense. It would work against them.
And it goes, it's so simple sometimes to kind of just follow the bouncing ball. Okay? The bouncing ball. And what were they looking for? And then you add on top of that this time frame from the moment she went in that house and the narrative of her going in that house at 9:48 p.m.
Mama Bear.
We're supposed to believe that's it. That's how it happened.
Yep. That's it. That's all.
It's over.
He went home. That's it. That's all.
She got out of the car. 9:50, the garage door closed. 10 p.m., she's supposed to take her medicine. Or she dies within 24 hours, according to the sheriff, the next morning. So did she take her medicine? Did she not take her medicine? We know that her watch spiked. We know her pacemaker spiked within a 4-hour period. Within a 4-hour period.
Okay. He's got me thinking. He's got me thinking now about the medication being missed. Because, like, my dad took what was called atenolol. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with atenolol. And that would help regulate his heartbeat. He had a lot of cardiac issues, my dad did. He also had a pacemaker. He had, I think, like, quadruple heart surgery. I mean, he was a medical miracle to live as long as he did with all of his heart conditions. So I'm very familiar with all of this stuff. Blood thinners, atenolol, and all this stuff. So anyways, if he missed it, his heart rate would go out of whack. And when you have a pacemaker, like, your heart rate might go you know what I'm saying? Like, and it helps regulate that. So if you're not on your normal regimen, it's going to be, out of whack.
And then what did he do? He drove home. Was there a conversation about, did you drive?
Our poll is 50-50. Do you believe the two spoken about ransom letters are real? It's literally split 50-50.
Drop mom off? Yeah, she's at home. Okay. Mom, is there a text message? Mom, did you make it in okay? 84 years old. Yeah, I'm fine, hon. Okay, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. And then all this thing goes down, and the only two people we don't hear from are the last two people that saw her alive.
And
we're supposed to believe, or we're supposed to think, well, you can't question that. You can't ask questions about that. Are you kidding me? I'm the sheriff. I told you everything's clear. Yeah, you also told us that your resume was clean too.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe him. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. And the math is not mathing. And I hope I'm 1,000% wrong. I really do. I hope I'm 10,000% wrong. And you know what?
Hey,
I'm
Rollins.
good with that. If it meant Nancy Guthrie, and I'm asking these questions at least to stimulate conversation and thought, thinking out of the box, to a rookie that's never investigated a homicide. Okay. But the sheriff says, yeah, but the sergeant has. Okay, well, great.
Yeah, that's really stupid. That's what they did with Brett Payne in Moscow. He had never investigated a homicide before. Nope, we don't know anything, 503, because Tommy won't tell us.
Great. He's not making all the decisions. And if he is, then you're micromanaging him. And that's why there are mistakes. That's why the...
Hold on. Addie V says, Jay, in my opinion, the mastermind was walking Nancy's perimeter yesterday. What? Who was walking the perimeter yesterday? What did I miss? Oh, I'm really sorry, Peg.
Tape was torn down.
Oh, tomato. Tommy. Duh. That's what I was thinking of, a YouTuber or something. Yes, potato. Only Annie and Tommaso. And then one of them got a 9-second call, but we don't know which one got the phone call. And what was said, if anything, on the phone call.
1,000%.
Now, if you would have said prancing the perimeter, then I would have known. It's very freaking weird.
Okay. And I could be wrong. I hope I am. But guess what? Right now, I think I'm right. And the reason is we've not heard from them. If I'm wrong, then I hope that Annie and Tommaso come forward and do an interview.
That would be.
Isn't that what I said last week too? I was like, don't you think if Annie and Tommaso came out of the woodwork and they were like, you know, we want to talk about our mom, don't you think they could have any venue they wanted? But they don't. Oops.
Very enlightening.
A hard interview.
It would really help.
A question interview. A Q&A interview with the news. Not just your sister.
No, like maybe even local news.
Yeah, just
some hard news person in Tucson.
Sit down and tell the world what occurred that night.
Yes.
What?
I mean, we haven't, and this sparked another thing for me. You know, we haven't even heard about that night. Was it fun? Did Nancy have so much fun? I mean, we haven't even heard Savannah say, you know, I'm really just glad that mommy got to spend time with family the night before and have such a great time. I'm really glad that, you know, she got to see Annie and Tommy. I'm really glad she got to see her grandson, Olmo, before that happened. I'm just, they forever will hold that memory close to them. Why aren't you saying that? Oh, you know, Tommy feels so bad. Tommy feels he's carrying the weight on his shoulders. We're not hearing this. Even through Savannah. God, what great memories. I don't even expect them to share those last photos if they have them. What did they have for dinner? Did Nancy enjoy her favorite meal, or did Tommy cook her authentic Italiano food that night? What did they eat? What games did they play? Weird. I don't even expect them to share photos, but my God. It makes no sense. Who walked her out to the car when Tommaso drove her home? Why did the sheriff eventually say, who took her home? Oh, we'll just go with family. We're just going with family. I'm not making fun of Savannah, Lady Saga. If you've been listening, I'm saying, why aren't these things being said? I'm not making fun of anyone. I'm making a point. You might want to rewind if you just joined.
What happened that evening? And I understand people are like, well, yeah, we don't want to they want to be private. They want to do this. They want to do that. Well, then why is their sister on national television?
Why by yourself?
Talking about their mom. Is she the only one that can do it? I think it's logical that if they're a team and they're a solid unit, then why not hear from them?
Yeah. And what if somebody out there sees that interview and finally realizes, hey, I have a tip. I need to call into the FBI, and it's a legitimate tip.
Great point.
More media coverage helps. Less media coverage does not keep this case in the news, and it will lead to a cold case.
Yeah, and if a lawyer did button them up,
they can sit down with the lawyer.
Yeah, why? Yeah, let's all get together because there's nothing to hide.
Right. If you didn't do anything wrong, sit down with your lawyer and speak.
Remember, this is their mom. You don't hide, okay, when your mom is missing. You don't do that. Okay? And people can say, well, that's how people grieve. Well, okay. But then what happens when the media goes away and the music stops and everybody goes on to the next case? What happens then? Another Dale Warner who sealed his wife in a fertilizer tank?
This is when Kara. Okay, so he gets very graphic, okay, because he's just the cop. He's just the guy cop through and through. Come on, we can't hate it. We love it because we love these perspectives. But this is where I love his wife, okay, because she softens every blow, and they just work so well together. I just had to give them some more love because they hate me. They think I hate them, and I don't. I actually really do respect both of them. And but I'm still blocked, McDonough. You still got me blocked. I tried to chat. I was like, I'll give it a whirl. It's a couple days ago. Y'all still got me blocked over there, but it's okay. I'm accepted of it. It's been 4 years and counting since Summer Wells. I will never try again, but please don't super chat them about it. Please don't. It's embarrassing.
You're being a Karen.
They're being Karens about it. We mean no harm, right? We're just silly. We're just silly over here. We just have fun. We joke around. I actually really am looking forward to meeting them at CrimeCon this year. Hopefully I will run into them, even though I don't have a ticket yet. Oh, and yes, the Trisha, if you can email him, Kresha, and maybe he'll come on and talk about it, come on your channel. I'd be willing to help with that if you wanted me to. Just let me know. No, we're not nasty. We're not mean.
And by the way, I'm batting 1,000 right now because Billy and I went up there to Michigan and we told the police up there who, Greca, which we found out he was dirty. And Billy and I called that the day we were, I
love how he said, we found out he was dirty. They're not allowed to have a booth. I can't wait. I would love to meet Karen. Oh my gosh.
I pulled Billy aside and I said, this guy's dirty. There's something wrong here.
Ooh, we need that clipped. Can someone clip that? Leo, can you clip that for me and send it to me on DM on Discord?
I pulled Billy aside and I said, this guy's dirty.
I love that.
Billy and I called that the day we were, I pulled Billy aside and I said, this guy's dirty. There's something wrong here. Or how about Maya Meliette when the chief wouldn't help Richard
and Mary Chris.
He wouldn't help him.
And eventually he did. He came around.
Yeah, her. And we went out there and I facilitated a meeting between everybody and got the families all on board. And guess what? He's in custody. They did an amazing job there. But those are the things that don't look right. Don't look right. And in this case, I think it would be very logical to have, these questions answered. Or
Lindsay.
Even more importantly, if you have more pictures and you want the public to solve the case or help you solve the case, which you just mentioned, Goodwill, the double homicide there in Pima County where your experienced investigator solved it. Okay, well, guess what you did? You put the suspect's picture in the paper and the public picked up the phone and said, here's your guy. You didn't solve it. The public did, once again.
Which they often do. And sometimes in videos and photos, even family members recognize their family members and then call the family members and say, hey, is that you? And then eventually call police and get that family member turned in.
Or friends that say, hey, man, you're on TV. Oh, hey, by the way, there's $1.2 million reward for you. I'm no longer your friend. How come nobody's collected the $1.2 million? The even Bitcoin guy here who knows where the body is. In the latest TMZ.
Right. So actually think this through on this. It's not a ransom note. What did I call it? It's a
It's a
and you guys are talking about his son or their son passing away. Yeah, I do remember him. I'll never forget that, the teacup story. But I really do. I feel like I have like a lot of respect for them because my sister died at 23 in a car accident. And my parents toughed through it, man, for the rest of us. And they stayed together and they were together. And you see so many families break apart when people lose a child. And I just have so much respect. Thanks.
Demand. Almost.
Yeah, it's just a demand note. Okay, if he really does know where Nancy is and really does know who the kidnappers are, why don't you just pick up the phone and call the FBI, drop the information, and say, I'll take my $1.2 million, please?
Yeah.
Why are we going through TMZ and demanding now we're down to half a Bitcoin, which is like, what, 35,000 instead of 62,000 or whatever?
Obviously, the guy doesn't know how to use a calculator.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's just noise. There's just it's not.
And I love it when he thinks he's funny. Thank you, guys. It was a long time ago. Yeah. I was 11. Yeah. It is. It's very hard. Often the night family jammers. Oh, I'm not crying. You're crying, but I do. I respect them. But I like when he thinks he's funny, too. He's like, that guy doesn't know how to use a calculator. Look at him. He's like, isn't that funny, honey? And she's like oblivious to his jokes. I don't know. I just really like their personalities together. They crack me up. I'm really sorry for your losses, too.
62,000 or whatever.
Obviously, the guy doesn't know how to use a calculator.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's just noise. There's just it's not
dad jokes.
Focus. And it ticks me off. It's like, it's so obvious. Like, oh, the day Savannah comes back on the Today Show and it's back in the news, this guy decides to sit down and email 2 notes to TMZ. Why? Just for the, media attention? Is that what it is, Chris?
It's got to be. It's got to be. And by the way, I asked Gary to come on, but he's with patients tonight. I wanted his take on the latest note. And others are out and about. John's finishing his last chapter in Bring Out Your Dead.
Oh, everybody was busy.
Anyway, but
okay.
Hold
on. I'll fill in for Dr. Gary right now. Well, Chris, I think that it was sexual. I think something happened to him when he was abused. Something happened sexually in his brain, in his mind, and he just never was able to let that go. And I think that's just what this ransom note's about. I think it's just noise, Chris. All right, continue on. Kresha, you're another example. You're another example of strength. Thank you for being here.
To have shown proof.
Yeah, Kika J, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. A data point that would either corroborate or dismiss the family story. What do you think, Chris?
Well, yes, but you don't tear the car apart to get to that computer. It's not complicated for those computers. I mean, a lot of people think that, you got to get in there and you do have to take it apart. But here's the other side of that coin. Law enforcement doesn't have to put it back together.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. That's not their job. Their job's to get the information.
Right. And so that was kind of even weird.
Yeah, that really seemed like Sheriff was doing Savannah's family a favor that nobody else would ever probably get.
Exactly. Prime example. Go back to Luke's interview. Okay, if we go back to, remember Luke? You remember our friend Luke? We haven't talked about Luke in a long time. Luke Daly. Do you think that they cleaned Luke Daly's Rover?
Many people.
Do you think that they cleaned his Rover before they gave it back? I think he actually talked about the Rover. Let me see if I can't find that really quick. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see. Do we think the Guthries are getting special treatment? I am really bringing it today, boy. Really fucking bringing it today. Woo! This shit gives me an adrenaline rush. Here we go. Ready? Oh wait, I guess it would help if I unmuted him. Epic fail. Thank you.
In rough condition, or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, it wouldn't start. I guess they drained the battery down, and it was just covered in the whatever white But yeah, then I got it started up, and it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't damaged in terms of like repairs or anything. But
So when they released you,
it wouldn't even start. You hear that shit? He's like, oh yeah, when I got in it, it wouldn't even start.
or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, like it wouldn't start.
Hey, Petty. Dude. But, we're going to take it to a repair shop for Annie and Tommaso. Get out of here with that. Get out of here. And when I picked it up, it wouldn't even start.
Yeah, that really seemed like Sheriff was doing Savannah's family a favor that nobody else would ever probably get. Maybe if you contributed to his campaign, maybe you would. But it's highly unethical.
She said it. She totally said it. This episode is epic. She literally said it. She said Senator Kelly. She just said it.
Bing bong.
Hi, Snaz.
Contributed to his campaign, maybe you would. But it's highly unethical. If you're doing it for one, you do it for all. And if you're not doing it for all, don't do it for one.
Yeah, and let's always remember that the sheriff is a politician. Okay, who, his first duty is to zig and zag.
Hey, Shell.
Okay, I mean, if we watch the latest interview that he did, where he says, well, don't insult my guys, but insult me all day long. I'm the sheriff. I can take it. Well, okay, well, fine. Then we'll start doing that instead.
But people have said how vindictive he is, and he hates personal attacks.
Yes.
And extracts some retribution. So which is it?
Well, and imagine working for that guy on eggshells, walking on his eggshells. Can you imagine what his PIO is going through?
I feel bad for everybody underneath him at the department, because people get into this line of work because they want to help and they want to do some good. And when there's, a narcissist running the show at the top, it's brutal. It's just brutal.
Yeah, and we see where that personality extended from. We did a show on his record in El Paso. Okay, I mean, the guy was suspended. How many days? A total of 37?
37.
Okay, let me put that in perspective. Okay, within a
6 years, 5 or 6 years,
within a 6-year period of working for the public.
Nanos, you're a
okay,
loser.
Remember that terminology: protect and serve. Okay, there's a reason for that, right? Whenever you would stop somebody, and you always get that citizen says, hey, I pay your salary. Well, there's kind of some truth to that.
We do.
Okay? And
Thank
so
you,
therefore,
Chris.
You try to be on your best behavior. Okay. You saw that panel. You saw all of us that were out there in terms of law enforcement. Okay. In all of my years in the business, I never got suspended once. Zero. Okay. And that wall of shame that I used to have in my other office, which I've kind of toned down behind me, okay, is for that.
Karen probably told him to tone down the fucking wall of shame. I love how she evens his ass out. I love her.
Reason. This guy, if this guy was working next to me and I was in patrol and he was in the car next to me, I would be like, no way, dude. We're not playing that game. That's why I don't have a problem. Be like, no way, dude.
Thanks, Leo.
We're not playing that game. That's why I don't have a problem talking about him like this, because I've done what he's doing, but not what he's done. Okay.
And yeah, and people have made the very astute point. If that had come out, he probably would have never been hired by Pima County decades ago. He wouldn't have qualified.
And this is a great comment here. Marin Channer. Is A&T's car still listed as being on evidence sheet, even though it's been returned? That would be telling. The answer is yes. It is still listed as an item of evidence, but it has been signed out as returned to the family. In trial.
Okay, wait. This is where I need you guys. I know maybe you're doing stuff, cleaning your tubs and mopping your floors or working, got me on in your earbuds, whatever you're doing, or I'm on in the car. Maybe you've tuned them out. We need you to perk up again for this, okay? Because this is, I love how he's going, if there's a trial, and she keeps reeling him back, well, we need an arrest first. We need a suspect first. But this is interesting to analyze the actions of the FBI and what they've done. So listen again.
To the family. In trial, there is a number for that car.
So I have a question. Would the Range Rover also be a number on an evidence sheet?
Great
because
point.
it was searched and returned? And same with Carlos's car, the guy who, the Rio Rico stop, the hot stop, and then house search. Would those be as well?
Absolutely. And in fact, Nancy's car is on an evidence sheet, and they're still holding her car.
No, I
Which
think,
is not.
See, I think he's wrong about that. I think we know that Cameron has been driving the car. He was wrong there, but I think someone in chat corrects him.
Uncommon. It would be common.
Well, that would make sense unless it's connected to something else that we don't know about. Maybe that car was used.
Could be. We don't know. Yeah.
Think about that, guys and gals. Maybe Miss Guthrie's, her own car could have potentially been used. Why do they have that car still being held? Because it's evidence. They towed it. They seized it as a piece of evidence. Okay. And if they brought it back, okay, that's good. That means they process it. And if you're crime time, if Cameron is driving it, okay, fine. Then that's a good thing. But it's still on the evidence list. And it's been released. It's been signed off by the evidence manager. They call them the custodial of evidence. That person will have to come to trial, just like we see, in high-profile trials.
Right here.
That person will have to come to trial and put their hand up, and the DA is going to say, okay, would you take a look at item number 4? They're going to look at it, and it says, okay, would you read that to the jury, please? 1 blue Subaru belonging to Nancy Guthrie. Okay, and what's the disposition of that evidence? And first, they're going to lay the foundation for that person to even give a reason or an opinion, right? Are you the evidence custodial, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to basically give them a mini voir dire, right? As in, yeah, you're the right guy to be here to testify in front of the jury. And what was the reason you released that car? Well, I was told to release it from the lead investigator. And how did this individual tell you that? Well, I have an email. Okay, I'd like to show you item number 4 for the people. Is this the email you're referring to? Yes. And who's it from? Objection, hearsay. Okay, I'll lay the foundation. Did it come from somebody in the department? Yes. Did it come from the lead detective? Yes. Okay. What's it say? Release the car. Does it give a reason? Done processing. And did you do that? Yes. Did you call them up? Yes. Who came down? Blah, blah, blah. And the list, and it just goes on, right? It just goes on. Okay. So that's it. Okay. I just lost my train of thought for 30 seconds.
I know. I was wondering
I just saw
where you were going.
No, I just saw a comment for a second, and I wanted to answer the guy's question, but I can't do that right now. All right. So yes, it's still on the evidence list. I wonder, yes, we answered that. Thank you. Half a Bitcoin. Why not go for the whole reward if they really know where she is at? Didn't make sense. And Chris Karen really suspect, bring her home. We completely agree, Truth Seeker for Justice.
Doesn't make sense.
And thank you always for being here. You're so kind. Crime Time, you're awesome. Breaking news from Ashley Banfield. FBI believe OG ransom letters were real. Okay. Yeah, there were 2 original letters that were sent in.
Breaking news from Banfield.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love that.
But the question is, did they connect to Nancy, or are they smoke and mirrors?
Well, and again, if they were real, why didn't they go after the $1 million reward? It's the same principle for today's 2 notes that showed up.
Yeah, the original
Right?
the original ones could be real. It could be part of a plan. That's I'm all over that personally. Okay. Did you see 2 ransom notes? Yeah. Are you aware that T teaches CSI? I've heard that, but I can't confirm that.
CSI.
I've just heard that's a rumor. But if we have, total documentation on that then that would be very interesting as well. New note is trying to stir the pot. The perp is annoyed.
I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
I would agree with that as well. Chris, if you were put on the case, what are some of the first things you would do or change with the investigation? Love the show.
Great question.
Hun Saker Gumshoe.
Gumshoe.
Well, the first thing I would have done if I got called out is what I've done in every case, is make sure the entire scene is locked down. 100%. And that a crime scene log has been started by the very first officer on the scene. And on that crime scene log is a date or a name, a date, a time, in, out, and remarks. And they're pre-printed. And we used to have them in a homicide package is what we called it. And so you go to your trunk, you pull the package out, you hand it to the first officer on the scene, and in there is a bunch of checklist things. Did you see any lights on? What was the temperature within the house? What was the exterior temperature? Did you notice any items missing? Did you notice anything moved? If so, what? And you just go down this checklist. And while the officer has dead time, no pun intended, okay, and nobody's coming in and out, then he's reading this checklist.
You're welcome.
Or she's reading this checklist, and they're checking off the things that they saw or didn't see. And then the second thing I would do after that individual is busy, I'd make sure that the crime scene is extended far enough so that it's secure. And we call that a secondary pull, meaning if, let's say, the first officers get there and they put tape up, okay, well, I double that. I move it back all the way to the street and I wrap it all the way around the house, the entire house, not just the front of the house.
Yeah,
the
remember
entire property.
Remember they did that in Idaho 4. They taped off just right around the front door at first. And then once the Idaho State Police came in, they had them tape at the end of the driveway where the rocks were. Because Moscow didn't do it right the first time. I can't see there being CSI in 6th grade. I thought it was like science, biology, plants, stuff like that.
Down. Once that is controlled, then you circle up. When I'll give you simple examples of routine habits. You get into these habits where you carry your flashlight in your left hand, you never carry it in your gun hand, because in case if you run into something while looking or searching or whatever, your gun hand is free. You don't have to switch hands, put the flashlight in your other hand. Always want that free, your gun side, your strong side. And if you're left-handed, then it's the opposite. And when you walk into a scene, just like we were walking the dog the other night, what's the first thing I asked you? Remember when we were talking? You were like, I don't want to step in the grass.
Oh yeah, you said you shine the light down and you look ahead or something like that.
Yeah, and the first thing you start looking for is, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Right? And by the way, if we do get merch, I'm thinking of a hoodie that says, I was trained at the interview room. Would you guys wear something like that out there?
I might.
Okay. And what I'm talking about here.
Listen, I want a shirt that says I was trained at the interview room. I'd wear it. What are you talking about? There ain't no 6th graders taking college classes. No. No 6th graders are talking about blood evidence and shit. There's DNA and biology and plants. No, that's incorrect. I have to say that's got to be wrong.
Out there.
That's kind of cute.
Okay. You get merch. I'm thinking of a
Wait.
Something like that.
Yeah, and the first thing you start looking for is, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Right? And by the way, if we do get merch, I'm thinking of a hoodie that says, I was trained at the interview room. Would you guys wear something like that out there?
That's kind of cute.
Okay. And what I'm talking about here, we teach cops all day long. And you will be surprised how many officers don't know this, because they come from patrol and they go, here you go. you are now in homicide. Okay. Well, the
Mhm.
agency I came from, you were put underneath somebody.
You had to
Okay?
earn
And so-
that.
And you
yeah.
were sent to schools.
And you were sent to schools. And I wasn't completely certified until, a couple of years in. And so you start looking for two things. You look for footprints, three things, tire tracks, and blood. And you keep your head down. Okay. And I had an execution one time, a guy on a porch. He was a cartel member. And they took him to his mother's house. This is a crazy story. And they shot him on his mom's porch. And he dropped. Okay. When I showed up,
Karen?
the first patrol guy was,
She just literally kicked him. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Listen.
and he dropped. Okay. When I showed up, the first patrol guy was, they used to call me Mac. He said, "Hey, Mac, everything's tight." I said, "Okay, great." And I started putting my flashlight down where the officer was. And I said, except for the blood you're standing in. And he looked down and went, "Oh, crap." I said, "Rule number 1, keep your light in your hand." Okay. And then we had to.
Did you hear her kick him?
And they took him to his mother's house. This is a crazy story.
Watch.
And they shot him on his mom's porch. And he dropped. Okay. When I showed up, the first patrol guy was,
It was right there. She's like, enough. Do not go gory with these people. They cannot handle it. They can't handle it.
and he dropped. Okay. When I showed up, the first patrol guy was, they used to call me Mac. He said, "Hey, Mac, everything's tight." I said, "Okay, great." And I started putting my flashlight down where the officer was. And I said, except for the blood you're standing in. And he looked down and went, "Oh, crap." I said, "Rule number 1, keep your light in your hand." Okay. And then we had to extend the scene even further. Okay.
Did he have to take off his shoes or what?
Oh, yeah. We had to take pictures of his shoes. We had his boots now go into evidence. Okay. Because it was the victim's blood, but the suspect had transferred it onto the suspect's shoe, which that was his blood trail leaving the place. Okay. And so those are just the common sense things. And once it's shut down, then you can start working. You can decide, do we need a search warrant? If so, why? Do we need to call the DA? Do we need to call a judge and get what they call a telephonic night warrant? Is this an exigent circumstance? 84 years old, missing in her house. You measure it off on the victim risk continuum, environment, situation, circumstance, low, medium, high. Where's it fit? Low. Okay. We may want to wake up a judge. Okay. And you go to your packet again, and there is a search warrant in that packet. And it's got verbiage. Your Honor, I'm at so-and-so, such and such an address. It's a brick building with yada, 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 an arch in the front. There appears to be blood on the front porch. The interior of the house, yada, 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 yada. I would like a telephonic search warrant to search this resident, Your Honor. And the judge over the phone with the DA on the phone, it's all being recorded. And the judge says, "Okay, detective, put your hand up. You're standing at in the front yard or, in a command van or whatever." And he says, "Okay, you swear, blah, blah, blah." "Yes, I do, Your Honor." "Okay, sign the warrant." And you sign the judge's name on the warrant. He says, "Date and time." "Okay, now sign your name underneath it." Yada, yada. "Okay, you have a warrant." Now you go exercise, or you go now execute this warrant into the house, into the car, anything. And then when you're done, you've got this evidence list. It's all out here of all the things you've collected, all the photos you've taken, and you leave a copy in the house. You leave a copy in the car. You give a copy to anybody that had control or dominion over that property, and you leave with your evidence. Or better yet, you hold the scene. You don't shut it down like they did here in 24 hours. You don't do that. Because at that point, now that's what they call a rollback warrant. And you don't have a fight with the FBI behind the scenes because you didn't like the way the FBI handled one of your investigations from your department. And you don't kick them away. You don't kick them out and say, "You guys, we're not needing you. We don't need you. We're going to do it ourselves." And so they collect evidence and send it to their own lab. When you have the evidence response team out of Phoenix ready to go, what Pima County should have done in such a high profile situation is just step back for the evidence and say, "We need your help. Can you make this happen?"
That's
First
simple.
question they're going to ask is, "Do you have a warrant?" "Yes." "Okay, let's go." And guess what the sheriffs do? They're perimeter. All they do is guard the perimeter. And that one guy with the log, when somebody, he goes home, goes to sleep, he hands it to the next person coming on saying,
Listen
okay,
to
this is where
this.
we left off. You
Listen
don't
to
put it in a
this.
little notebook like they did in Moscow.
Yes, remember that in the body cam? They're standing at the door with a little notebook. So-and-so in at this time, so-and-so out. No signatures, not making these guys sign their names. It's literally on the person who's writing its word. That's just not how that's a sloppy investigation. I'm not even an investigator. Who does that? You at least have the people sign in and sign out. They didn't even have a sign in, sign out sheet. So he's got such valid points. I could listen to him talk about this all night.
When somebody, he goes home, goes to sleep, he hands it to the next person coming on saying, okay, this is where we left off. You don't put it in a little notebook like they did in Moscow. Go watch that video of the body camera of the officer at the door with a captain standing there. He's writing in a little notebook. Okay, no nads just came in at 21:13 hours. Oh, no nads left 21:64.
And that's another, in the Idaho 4 case, you had a 2-year, Detective Brett Payne had 2 years on the job, and I believe 0 homicide experience in the Idaho 4
Zero
case.
Zero.
Yeah, right? And you know what else that does? The reality of this, when you do a lot of this, okay, is when the sheriff shows up, he said, well, I want to go on the scene. You say, no problem, sign here. And guess what happens? Now he's on the
witness list.
The witness list and the subpoena list. And the first thing the defense is going to do is call the sheriff to the stand. And they're going to put him up there and they're going to say, so Sheriff No Nads, why did you go to the scene? Well, that was my guys, my scene, whatever. Okay. Makes sense. No problem. Why'd you go in the house? It was a murder scene, right? At least you thought it was a crime scene. You called your homicide guys out. Yeah. So why were you in there? Now he's got to tell the jury what he was doing. And then you get the other follow-up. I used to love these things. You get the other follow-up questions of, what were you wearing that night? Well,
why would that make a difference?
Did you turn it in for the chain of custody if you cross-contaminated something? That's where they go.
So the defense loves this.
Oh,
do you see how messy this could get, even with an arrest at this point because of no nads? Yeah, I'll clip it.
Defense loves it. What did you think was on the front porch where there was blood? Did it look like there was a footprint on the front porch in that blood potentially? Yeah, it appeared that way. Were your shoes photographed? I don't believe so. So you could have actually stepped in the blood.
I mean, imagine a jury hearing this. Being a juror and hearing this, you'd be like, oh, well, maybe not. And enough of these little things add up to in a jury's mind. And they're like, oh, hell no, I can't convict on this mess.
Well, no, I don't believe so. Well, how do you know? Would you tell the jury? You see where these things can go pretty quickly, pretty rapidly. I mean, just look at Murdoch. Okay.
Alec Murdoch.
Alec Murdoch. The clerk writes a book and he gets a new trial. An appeal. Okay.
He gets an appeal. He hasn't had a new trial.
You don't think, whatever his name, Harpoolian, is going to drive everything that he can, if he sees a hole and he can get a motorhome through it, he's going to drive right through it. And I'll guarantee you that No Nads has given more than a garage for a motorhome in this thing. Okay. This guy has opened up a whole new RV center.
That's the really sad point to this. On top of no suspects in custody that we know of, no arrests. And then, it seems like a stalled investigation. We're so far away from a trial, potentially. It's sad. It's sad for the family. It's sad for Nancy, because you really got to question, is justice going to be able to be served in this case? We don't know.
But all excellent points and questions. Fitz, did he call in CSI after Mark Kelly called him? Good question. I'm sorry, I'm still listening. I'm just ordering some grub. It's already 5:00. We're almost done though. Let me check on the meeting. Hold on. Let's see. They're still in executive session. How long has it been? It's been like over 2 hours.
I agree with you, Renee. Isn't it odd that there was an Uber, Karen?
I want to make a comment about the Uber. You guys, thank goodness there was an Uber. What if there wasn't an Uber? Now we're still relying on family statement without any documented evidence of what time she went over there.
True.
And I have to say, I've been saying this. So I'm going to use myself as an example. My 86-year-old mom doesn't drive anymore. She can't. And I have family who does live close to her. And she has drivers. She pays people to drive. Now, she knows some of them, but when they're not available, every once in a while, she'll have to call an Uber. Now, has she taken an Uber to my sister's house for dinner? I don't think so. It's more like grocery store or a medical appointment. But in this case, I'm going to say it sounds really cold and harsh that she would have to take an Uber, but I can see it happening, especially if the family's cooking or preparing a meal and, it's 20 minutes each way to go pick up grandma to bring her, mom to bring her over there. But I got to tell you, thank goodness, because to me, the Uber driver is the timestamp that we can hang our hats on. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree.
But then again, this is my question for Chris, and I doubt he'll ever hear this, but this would be my question. How can you hang your hat on the Uber when the only person who's talked about the Uber or speaking to the Uber person is Nonads? Why do we believe that from Nonads but nothing else? You can't have it both ways. So I'm not even so sure that there was an Uber. I mean, how do we even know? We're going off Nonads. So I don't know what to think about that. I really don't. No one's come forward from Uber. The only thing we've heard about Uber is from Nanos. She took a Uber to her family's house. We've narrowed down that driver and we've spoken to them. Do we believe that? How'd they speak to him? Did Annie order the Uber and did she text the Uber driver from her phone and be like, hey, did you take my mom? I mean, what do you mean? I've thought of that too, Scooters. She was at Carson Daly's the night that her mom went missing. I thought of that. People have said it. People are afraid to say it because they'll get attacked. I don't know if they have their phones. I think they actually cloned their phones, but I'm not sure. We don't know.
You're right. I mean, it's like, is this a pattern of life? Is this a habit? That on Saturday nights for dinner, we're going to call the Uber mom. And who ordered the Uber? What phone is the Uber ride on? Who got the receipt?
Yeah, I mean, the way I would think would have to be Nancy because that's how you pay for it. So it would have to
Not
be
necessarily.
Nancy would have to download the app.
No, it wouldn't have to be Nancy. You can order an Uber for somebody else. So this is where they're wrong on that because you can order an Uber for somebody and then you can actually share the link.
Connected the Uber app connected to her.
Yeah, but if they wiped their phones for whatever reason or using burner phones, I mean, I'm not attacking you. Not at all.
So it would have to be, Nancy would have to download the app the Uber app connected to her.
Savannah has never mentioned Uber. Right. He said there's footage. We don't know that. We can't believe everything that this sheriff says just because he says it. Did Nancy go out her front door when she met the Uber? Hey, Bomb. Yeah, but we don't know how they spoke to him. They spoke to the family in their living room. So
Her bank account. Because think about it. If it was a family member's bank account, I think the person, because right, with the tracking, you see when the Uber is a minute out, 2 minutes out, arriving, you get in. So that app, again, because it's tied to your bank account,
hey,
the
Valerie,
credit card or however you're doing it for payment, that's why I think it would be Nancy's. I could be wrong. I'm no expert on this, but that's my gut.
Okay, so then I'm going to throw a curveball.
Scooters.
Ready?
Curveball.
Is she waiting on the porch?
What if she's waiting just to...
Is she waiting on the porch? Did she cut herself? Did she scrape on that big heavy ass door on her way out? Did she try to go back in to get something to stop the bleeding, like a tissue or something? Is that what happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what happened with the Uber? And then she bled out the front door, and they don't usually use the front door, we heard. So maybe Annie and Tommaso never even went to the damn front door because there was no blood there. Or no, wait, there was no blood there when the perp was there. Shit. Never mind, scratch that.
On the other side of the porch in the house.
Okay. If she's in the house now, she has to go through the front. Let's use the front exit. She's got that big, door, whatever kind of wood that thing is.
Heavy door.
Now she's got the security door, right? Okay. Does she go when the Uber pulls up? Let's say the Uber pulls up. Does she use the garage? Does she click the garage?
She could have given instructions. I'm going to kind of push back a little bit. The Uber driver could have been instructed, come straight up the drive to the garage. Don't go on it's not really a portico, but don't go to the front door. Come to the garage.
Okay.
So she may have had that Uber close to the garage or maybe, pulled up, but maybe behind her car. So it's a shorter walk.
Okay. So
hypothetically, we don't know.
Got it. So the Uber pulls up. She comes out. The garage is up. What time did that garage close?
Great question. Missing data point.
Again.
We're not told.
And that means she has the app to close the garage.
Or she's carrying the clicker like my mom carries.
Or she carries the clicker. Okay. Either way, there's a data point missing.
Yeah, there's a lot missing, but that's one of them.
So now she goes and she gets into the car and the Uber driver takes her over to 4 miles to the house for dinner. All right. And so here's something that people aren't thinking about. She's wearing that Apple Watch.
Mm-hmm. Her location.
They know every movement. They know while she's alive with that Apple Watch.
Her phone too.
They're watching or they're pulling out just like anybody else.
Okay, so they're going to talk about the Murdaugh trial. Like for sure, they're going to know the orientation of the phone is what he's going to explain. They know if you've got it horizontal, vertical. They know if you've got it locked, unlocked, what app you're looking at. I mean, every move you make, everything you do on your phone is stored. Okay, they can narrow everything down. So we not only have an Apple Watch that can do that, we have a phone that can do that. And I'm wondering what they got from the data from Nancy. Does it show her at the house? Does it show her coming home? Why can't they just say the data shows her arriving home at 9:48 instead of the freaking garage door? I don't give a fuck about the garage door. Anybody could have opened that garage door. I want to know if her phone and watch went back to the house. Based on data. I have the hiccups. Based on data. Does the data also show that she did the normal things before going to bed? They should be able to tell when she locked her phone and put it on the charge. They should be able to tell when she took her watch off and put it on the charge. Because you usually put those things next to your bed, okay? So she would have gotten into her tight little triangle hospital bed that she does the sheets real tight, right? She would have got all nestled in there and then plugged in, charged her watch, and charged her phone. So what time were those things put on the charge? They should be able to tell. Like, I want to know. Does Tommaso's data show him driving her home? Being there for 2 minutes and driving out? The data. And the reason we're not hearing about the data, in my opinion, is because that data tells the true story. Only the perp or perps know the true story. Let's think about that for a second. Only the perp or perps know what time, or if she even made it home, or if she really took a Uber. Only the true perps would know about her coming home. Right? And what happened thereafter. So they're going with the family's timeline, which is this. Hear me out. I got to order dinner after this. Okay, so they're going with the family's timeline, which is our handy dandy timeline. Okay? I'm assuming all of this, like Chris and Karen just said, all of this comes from family. Right? The 5:32 p.m., definitely the 9:48 and the 9:50. And then we had the family checking on Nancy. We had that change as well.
Else, they're looking at her activity apps behind the scenes of her getting into the car, movement, the location applications, moving from point A to point Z, okay, getting out of the car, okay. Remember, and her phone. Remember, every time she tips her phone, remember in Alex Murdoch, when he threw Maggie's phone out the window? Remember we went to that spot where he threw it in South Carolina? Okay. And remember the cast guy testified that the phone had to land like this. Okay. It had to land, or it was when it was tilted. Every movement that I'm making with my phone right now is being recorded as a data point. Every move right here. Well, if she has her phone, which she has to because she has the Uber app, or somebody has the Uber app, okay, but it has to sync up when the Uber driver shows up. So I'm assuming she has the Uber app on her phone. Okay.
Now, here's a question. We know Wi-Fi is terrible at her house. Could it have not fully recorded when she got picked up?
You don't need it. It's satellite.
Good answer.
It's
okay.
all right.
Yeah.
It's all satellite.
I knew that. Okay.
So now they have all of that data that's lining up.
So they can verify stories.
And they have the data of when she left the dinner party and got into the car. Okay. We don't know if there's gaps in that data. One of the most...
See, and that's the thing too. We don't really need the Uber to tell us she went over there. That's incorrect. She had an Apple Watch on her wrist and an Apple iPhone. Those devices should tell us exactly where she was. We shouldn't need an Uber. So they're going with the Uber, just like they're going with family. I've never posted any dash cam and claimed it was from an Uber, ever. The only thing we've ever heard about dash cam is that they had dash cam, and I think it came from Nancy Grace. But we don't know where that come from and if it's true. No, we don't have it, but they do.
Interesting comments the sheriff made when one of the press conferences.
There were only two.
Right, the one with the FBI agent.
Okay.
Where a reporter asked him something about, well, did they, how did they do this? How did they, and he answered, we're going with the family. Do you remember the context of that conversation? Anybody remember the context of that conversation?
He was asked about the timeline and about who dropped off Nancy that evening. He gave 3 different answers. He first said the daughter, then he said the family, and then he said, or maybe 4, Annie and Tommaso, and then we heard Tommaso.
Okay.
So the questions were being asked.
Exactly, Karen, exactly.
That's a huge red flag for any investigation.
Why?
And here's the reason why. Those types of details are right away, okay, are so critical to a truthful timeline. A perpetrator typically is going to lie within the first, opportunity they get.
Mm-hmm.
And then
and this is where he's going to go with they're keeping the real details of the data, the provable timeline close to the vest. They're just giving us our handy dandy family timeline.
Start to adapt to the conversation or to the story that they start to tell. Okay.
And then he's about to explain that he thinks interviews are going to solve this case. And interviews, he means interviewing over and over and over and over and over. And you know what you wait for? You wait for the fucking story to change. And you wait to catch them in a lie. And you wait to be able to prove them wrong with the data that is irrefutable. Is that the word? Irrefutable. You can't argue with the data. So this is where he's going with this. Keep talking to them. Keep getting them into interviews. Keep asking them the same questions.
Give you an example. I thought I'd see her in the resurrection. Don Wells.
Oh my God, yes. Bing bong. Remember when I did my first interview with Don Wells? And I said, we were talking about the disappearance of his daughter, Summer. And I said, how are you dealing with this? And he said, well, I reckon I'll see her in the resurrection. Casey, why are you sending me this dude's link? I didn't get an email from you, Holly. Did you send it to Jay for Justice? I didn't get anything from you, Holly. You might want to send it again. I just checked. I didn't get it. Here's my email.
What? Wait a minute.
That's the Summer Wells case you're referencing. The unsolved.
You're talking about your
case.
5-year-old daughter? Okay. And then the next interview. Well, I guess I made a mistake saying that. Okay. No, that was his state of mind. Okay. And that's what they call leakage. That's what he was thinking.
Leakage.
And
see?
he kind of just said it. And so any kind of critical information like this of what did they say? And the sheriff is now doing the curly shuffle and dancing around it at a press conference where he's going, well, and you heard him say, well, I'm not used to being asked these types of questions. Remember that part of it too? Or something to that effect? You guys remember that?
He said something like, I'm not used to everybody hanging on my every word.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a reason for that, right?
Unreal.
There's a reason for that, guys. Okay.
I'm not used to telling the truth. I guess I'm used to just making it up as I go along. What other conclusion do you reach by somebody making that statement?
Right. And so you reverse, right? We just keep backing that car up into the driveway. Okay. And you go, well, okay, well, let's just talk about the simplistic aspect of the Uber. Okay. You ordered your mom an Uber? No, she ordered it herself. I'm role playing. Okay. Do you have her phone? No, it was left back at the house. Didn't you see it? Oh, that's right.
The curly shuffle. Yeah,
we'll collect that. We'll go get it. What time did she get here? Do you know? I don't know. No, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out because we'll download her phone. What time did you leave to drive her home? Oh, it's about a 5-minute drive. Okay, so what time? Yada, yada, whatever that answer is going to be. Whatever that answer is going to be. We know at 9:50 was the last time anybody on this earth outside of the suspect that saw Nancy Guthrie alive. And who was the last person to see her alive? And who is not telling us what that feels like to see my mother-in-law alive for the very last time?
Yep.
I want to go get the other person.
Yeah, I want to get this motherfucker because I took my mother-in-law home and guess what? She was safe. I took her home. Tommaso should be pissed and not at us. He shouldn't be pissed at us. He should be pissed at whoever did this to his mother-in-law. But let me give you a little view of Tommaso yesterday at his mother-in-law's house. I mean, he's doing everything but whistling Dixie. I mean, come on, dude. I think we need the Wells flute. What is he doing? He's like, yep, welcome home, Tommaso. I don't understand.
The thug.
I want to help. I want to pass out flyers. I want to get in the community.
I want to lead the search efforts.
I want these guys captured. I want to do all that I can do for my sister-in-law who's in New York City. And she can't do it herself. My sister and I are going to do that. My wife, her sister. And we're going to get them. In fact, I'll help you. I'll help. I can organize a bunch of people. I can bring years of experience to the table, and we'll help you do just that. I won't even ask for the reward if we catch them. That's, I think, what the public wants to hear.
Yes. Or how about if we catch them, I want to help, and I want that reward to go to Nick Mick. Okay. Let's take a little palate cleanser here because I want to talk about what Holly just sent. So I put out a short of the info that was on Nancy Grace, and the info that was on Nancy Grace was that the Uber driver has dash cam. I never denied that. However, However, I did not say that we had seen it or that it was out or anything of the such. Literally, what I reported was what Nancy Grace reported that night. And I put, was Nancy Guthrie acting strange? Uber driver has dash cam, right? Credit Nancy Grace. These aren't my words. I'm just reporting what's being said in the case. Like, I have no idea if there's actually dash cam. But if it comes from Nanos, we have to question everything. No, the board meeting, I have it right here on my second computer. They're not live, guys. They're not live. Oh my God. Hold on a second. My dog just threw up. Hold on. He puked. Whew. Thanks. Oh. Guys, I'm going to puke. Woo. God damn. Ugh. Hold on, I got to spray. Oh, jeez. Whew, I did not come to dance.
I didn't come to fucking dance.
I didn't come to clean up puke.
I came to party.
Whew. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, she's okay. She got some new treats, and I don't think they agreed with her. Ugh. Okay. Oh, Holly. But that's what it was. This is from Nancy Grace. So let's watch this really quick, and then I'll explain more.
New information from law enforcement that could be.
See, he says new information from law enforcement. And now I'm questioning, like, what law enforcement? Because he's not saying a source from FBI. He's just saying a source from law enforcement. So I don't know. I didn't come to puke. I came to party.
Be very impactful on the investigation. One of the questions a lot of us have had is about Nancy's demeanor, how she was acting the evening before she went missing. In particular, the Uber drive from her home to her daughter's house. We have Nancy Guthrie being picked up by an Uber driver at 5:32 p.m. She is then taken to Annie and Tommaso's house, where she's dropped off by the Uber driver for what has been referred to as game night. Well, investigators reached out to Uber and got the driver very early on in the investigation. They sat down with the driver. An interview took place. They knew,
thank you, Christy.
They being law enforcement, they found out everything that was said inside the vehicle because the Uber driver turned over the video. Everything that was taking place inside the vehicle between Nancy Guthrie and the driver, all recorded, all captured on video, and all in the hands of law enforcement. So,
and he just says law enforcement, so he's not very specific either. So that's why I'm questioning it now. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Gladys.
They have gone through this. Now, as of yet, they have not made this information public yet. Hopefully we'll get that. Not really sure how much we could glean from it, but it would be something.
I mean, we literally haven't gotten much, so that was why I reported on that. So, am I questioning it now? Of course. Okay, let's finish this up.
I think the public wants to hear that, from Nanos, here's additional pictures. Please help us catch this person. Or did they get the pictures and go, holy crap, what are we going to do now?
Maybe.
I don't think there's addition. You're talking about still photos?
Yeah. Are there more? I want to see the suspect bringing her out the front. We don't need to see the
Gory
crime
details.
Yeah, we don't need to see all of that. You can blur that all out, but I want to see Miss Guthrie being, kidnapped.
If they have it.
If they have it.
They've been cagey on whether or not they actually have that. Remember, they said a couple of weeks ago, it's been a number of weeks ago, they said they have video of Nancy, correct? Now, these are from the cameras in the back of the house, facing the swimming pool and the cabana, right?
Yeah.
So help me recall what they had. They said they have video of people, coming and going, people who would normally be at the house. This is prior to the abduction, right?
Yep.
But they were real cagey on whether they had video in the backyard of the night this happened, anything similar to what we have in the front with Porch Guy. Am I wrong?
Nope, you're correct. And what we have is a person is seen from the sheriff. Remember in the press conference? A person is seen.
Right.
Okay, is it a dark shadow? I mean, how do you know it's a person? How do you know it's not a coyote? Blah, 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 right? That was so vague. It was like, this guy's just begging for, people online and people around the world, to say, what the heck? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Is it the suspect that's seen on the video that you can see? And if so, okay, that's fine. Just say, look, there's a person of interest we believe is the suspect. You can see him barely on the video, but we're not going to release that to the public right now. That's how you answer the question.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science. Okay. You don't go, and there was a person seen. Remember how he did all that stupid,
There's my part. I love that.
To the public right now. That's how you answer the question.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science. Okay. You don't go, and there was a person seen. Remember how he did all that stupid, all those gestures? I was like, who is this guy? Okay. Out of curiosity.
Wait, that would be the actor of the year for senior year of high school, actually, which is what we found out.
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right.
The award goes to,
the
can't 1965 Best Actor Award.
You can't make
high
it
school.
Up.
Unreal.
You can't make it up. And so, out of curiosity, do you know what happens life insurance and inheritance to pay out if someone goes missing or is kidnapped? Yes, you have to show the insurance company that they're no longer with us. There is no
like a death certificate.
No proof of life, and you have to go to the court, like Dale Warner tried to most recently
in the D. Warner case, where he killed
Penny.
He got convicted of killing his wife.
Most recently, he was just convicted, and Billy put together an entire case for just that. Got another law firm involved, and we handed it to Michigan State Police, and we said, "Look, don't let him get away with this," and they did. And thank goodness, Greg, her brother, had the chutzpah to take him on. And now he was just convicted of her murder.
But in that case, in the D. Warner case, it took a number of years to legally declare her dead, to get the death certificate. Right, Chris?
Right.
And then they actually were waiting for that in connection and adjacent to the homicide investigation.
Yep. Two parallel tracks.
Yeah.
All right. I got to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Penny Farthing. She bought me. I'm so excited to announce that we are going to have a major studio upgrade. You hear me? 555 of you. Major studio upgrade. Introducing camera number 2. Camera number 2. Here's my camera over here. Camera number 2. Thank you so much. This will make my second Elgato face cam camera. I'm so excited. I am going to have like a story time cove over here behind me in my little teddy chair. I might even get a new chair. I don't know. But listen, we're going to have a cozy time story and not no cheesy true crime bestie bullshit. We're going to do like story time, like real talk. But anyways, and it will also double as doggy cam. So hopefully the doggies will come in and hang out with me and you guys can see them on the second camera. So excited. Thank you, Penny. She also sent 2 cases of the Coke Zero to keep me going. I so appreciate you. Thank you and bless you, Penny. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited. It's going to be fun. Thank you for your support, Penny. I really appreciate you.
Yeah.
And we said on this channel, you heard it, the next move will be the house will be sold. The next move.
They just called it. They just said it. You guys said it. You guys even said it. Look. Remember old Twinkle Toes? You think he's fixing to move in? Uh-oh. That would be horrible to see. And then what happens to the people that want to sit out front? Thank you, Penny. Penny Cam. We could have Gigi Cam. Because we've got Gigi. We love to call Gigi.
If you call Gigi.
I
call Gigi.
The rocket. Okay, let's go back. We're going to finish this one out. I haven't even ordered food. Okay.
And that will be problematic. The question is which one? The question is which one will be moved? The math is not mathing. You know, they've been over
Not
there
mathing.
a couple of times. The family's been in there. They're starting to take boxes out. They're starting to do things. And she's still missing. Presumed deceased. There's a presumption that she's not with us. But then you get a Bitcoin letter today that says, I saw her in Mexico and she's still with us. And now you got to go, well, wait a minute. What the heck does this mean? Is it noise? Is it garbage? And then you've got Savannah going, well, I believe the first 2 were true. Okay. Well, did law enforcement tell us they were true? Or did the family tell us they were true? I want to hear Ellie. I want to hear somebody from the FBI come out and say, we believe the first 2 letters were from a legitimate suspect. And that's who we're looking at. Because
I'd like to hear
they
that
nailed
too.
that guy quickly in Hawthorne. Again, don't forget that
Hey,
piece of
Misfit.
this puzzle again.
Right. The communication was a different route. It wasn't on one of these email forms on a TMZ website. It was direct to Annie and Tommaso on their phones. So that was traceable, obviously.
Which, does anybody else think that was weird? That of all the family members to pick the daughter, the sister, or excuse me, the sister and her husband, who's not even on anybody's radar in this case. When that guy was arrested, does anybody think that he knew that
Well-
he just did a Google search?
Well, in all fairness, I think Banfield outed him. Let me see. I think she outed him the day before Kalila hit up Tommaso and Annie. So that's not really fair. Hold on. Let me pull up that timeline I have here. I don't want to show all of my stuff in my Google Drive. But here, let's look at this. Okay, so D. What are we looking at again? Oh, Kalila. February 2nd, they got the first ransom demand. The APS card was on the door. FBI was at Annie's on the 3rd. Yep, Tommaso was suspected on the 3rd. So then if you fast forward to the 4th, Annie and Tommaso met with the FBI. Derek Kalila got the texts and calls, and then also the first Instagram family video. So, but that was before Kalila. He's making it sound like no one knew who Tommaso was. Yeah, they did.
Of who is Annie Guthrie's husband?
You wouldn't have had to do that.
Why didn't he do who's Cameron's wife?
I think if it came just to one of Nancy's children and not a spouse, it would be a little more believable.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree because just think of how the suspect wrote that off, the fraudster. Yeah, I just Googled their names. Okay, well, how did you know his name? It's not the same as his wife's. How did you get his name? How did you get Tommaso, whatever the guy's name is? How did you get that name?
Yeah, it's not Guthrie.
It was already out.
How did you get his last name? How did you do that? Are you a psychic?
No, okay. Chris.
Well, I just did an open intelligence search and I did it. Okay, fine. Let's start there. Let's work our way through that. All right. And
okay, but if Cameron's wife was the last one to see Nancy Guthrie, would you be questioning, like, where the fuck is she? I would. I don't care who the last one is to see her. This is not some vendetta against Tommaso. I don't care who it is. I want to hear from the last person to see her. How about you guys? Yeah, as long as you work, Scooters, you earn Social Security benefits.
And then you get to this other side of this conversation.
And Social Security benefits are not that much. But the more that you make and the more that you earn and the longer that you work, the more you get back. I mean, you're basically paying into it. It's basically like a savings account. You're paying to the U.S. government. And then you get it when you retire. Because out of all of our paychecks, you pay in.
Is, okay, now you got allegedly his phone number, which he did. They got both of their phone numbers. Okay. Why didn't you text Savannah? She's the one talking for the family.
Her number's a little harder to get.
But you can know this. You know who the husband is. You can get his name. You can't get the Savannah's number. You can get Savannah's number. It's not hard.
Hey, Lacey.
Search, all this other stuff. You can find it. It's not rocket science, right? You could get Annie. You got Annie's number. Okay, fine. So you would send them a text message, and then you ask them the question.
Was that before or after the 9-second phone call?
That was before. The text messages came in before.
Yep.
And then
3
a 9-second
minutes
phone call
after.
to, quote, a family member. Nobody knows who that family member is at this point. I don't know.
It's the only direct communication between an alleged ransom seeker and the family. Everything else has come through TV stations and TMZ.
Correct.
It's interesting.
And they nailed this guy like instantly.
Mm-hmm. Kalila.
Instantly. And what was interesting is they made an example out of him at the press conference.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice
We want to
blunt.
show you we're making progress in this case. Okay, cue the photo. Here he is in Hawthorne, California. Mr. So-and-so, such and such. And we've arrested him for a federal crime, and we're going to arraign him in Tucson. We're not going to leave him in California.
Mm-mm.
We're going to bring him to Arizona.
Yep. And then monitor
The federal
him.
government's going to get the U.S. Marshals to bring this guy to Arizona. They're going to throw him in a van. That's probably what they did. And they drove him
Crazy,
to
right?
Arizona. And they arraigned him in Tucson.
Crazy, right?
All right. Now, who's to say they're not behind the scenes going, all right, well, here's the deal. Let me tell you what's going to happen.
Tell us.
I'll talk to the U.S. attorney about it.
Tell us.
We don't know if that guy's cooperating with the federal government or not.
Bing bong.
On this case. And that.
Okay. With that being said, let me read you something. Let me read you something. Okay. Damn it. Where did that go? I can't find it. His conditions. But his conditions, he got out on $20,000 bond. And there were all these conditions for Derek Kalila. Like, his phone, he had to like surrender all of his electronics. The only phone he can have is monitored by the feds. The Pima meeting is still in session. They're in executive session and will return shortly. It's been like that for a long time. But yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you guys, is that he is let out, but he's being monitored.
That could also be another burr in the saddle of the sheriff.
Explain. What do you mean?
Well, they could be making a deal with him.
If he has knowledge of where Nancy is.
Yeah. I mean, the first question, or the bigger question is always going to be, you know, why did you throw yourself in the middle of the Lindbergh kidnapping here? You know, the
Lindbergh
case that's getting worldwide attention. Why are you in the middle of this, dude? You're, you know, are you really that, you know, a simpleton? What's going on here? I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's nothing to it. I just think there's something there, whatever that means. It doesn't look right, doesn't feel right, doesn't smell right. So it's kind of like the bag of poop on the porch on fire. Don't stomp on it. Wait till it burns, and then you can say, you know what, that looks like crap. This feels like that for me. Okay? Because then I would be going back to the last person that saw her at 9:50 and saying, how did he get your number? Do we know if that conversation's taken place? I hope it did. Okay. If it didn't, you good homicide investigators need to get back out there and do another interview.
Which was my point from a couple of days ago. How detailed of interviewing was done with family members individually about the whole case, every aspect of it.
Right.
It's a question.
Yeah, it's a solid question. You know, just out of curiosity, do you know this guy? You ever met him? You ever run in circles? You got his number? Can I see your phone? You know what? We'll just download your phone. We'll just make sure. Okay. We'll send the guys over from the ICAC team with the UFED, which nothing to see here, according to the sheriff. You know, these guys that wear the patch that says Internet Crimes Against Children. Okay. Oh. And the guy's a teacher. I don't know.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. We've talked about this at length, you guys. ICAC.
Oh my God.
I'll watch it later, little devil. Thank you, baby.
We'll send the guys over from the ICAC team with the UFED, which nothing to see here, according to the sheriff. You know, these guys that wear the patch that says Internet Crimes Against Children. Okay. And the guy's a teacher. I don't know. Maybe that's, you know, those are the only two guys available with a UFED that day. Okay. And they went in and they downloaded his phone or whatever, all the phones. And they have all that data now that they're operating off of. Some other dude, right? Sod. We don't know. Okay. But you just keep adding, one, okay, last person to see, plus one who ordered the Uber, plus one, we didn't see, how any of the stuff on the porch, the doors were propped open. Okay. Two, and you just start doing the math and you start realizing, okay, well, I got to get these guys off the plate, man. I got to get these guys out of the circle. I 100% have to get them off of the plate. 1,000%. And that's an investigator's job to find all of that exculpatory evidence and have an answer for it. Have an answer for it. Because guess what will happen if they don't do that? Let's go with it is, porch man and whoever porch man is, it's going to be somebody associated that's had a cross into that home. I've said that a million times. I'm going to keep saying it. Whoever, it's the painter, the HVAC guy, whatever, the stucco guy, the pool guy, whoever. The lawn guy, whatever, the repair guy, whatever. Okay? The guys living in the back of the house who now are from Iran, I guess, the Iranian guys, whoever it's going to be, had an association with that house. Okay? Guess what their defense is going to be? I didn't do it. Who did? The brother-in-law. And guess what, Allah and,
Allegedly.
Reportedly.
Reportedly.
Yeah, reportedly. But that will be the defense. Okay. Look what just happened in Tyler Robinson. We just did a whole show on it yesterday. Well, the fragment, it's a conspiracy. It's a second, his microphone exploded and it's a second gun and behind him. It's the security guys doing hand signals. Okay. It's not Tyler Robinson using his grandfather's weapon up on top of a roof and his parents turning him in with his boyfriend texting each other. That's not it, folks. Okay. Just believe Candace Owens. She knows exactly what she's talking about. You don't think this thing is going to turn into a circus when they get this guy into custody? It's going to be popcorn and, just turn on the lights because we're going to stream this trial. The court lets us. We're absolutely.
I hope we get to an arrest.
Well, I think they'll get there with some of the problems with some of the digital, but they can't rely too much on digital. This case will be solved by interviews.
See what he says? They can't really rely on digital. This will be solved by interviews. Oh, dude, rescue me. He's been holding this shit in, and I love it. Let it out, McDonough. Let it out.
Set this from the beginning. I want you to make this point and make it really clear what you're talking about.
What I mean by that is you have to take all of the digital stuff and set it aside and go back and keep going back and interviewing. I hate to say it.
And re-interviewing.
Tommaso, you have to interview all his circle of influence. You have to interview Annie over and over again until everything lines up 1,000%. If there's any gaps inside of that, a good defense investigator will do it for you, for their client. They will do it for you. Okay? And the prosecution never wants to be in that situation, ever. So that's why you depend on the investigators to do their job. Chris Karen, do you know what his record is since 84? Did the leopard lose his spots? Yes, Beacon of Hope. We actually did a whole show on it, and we showed his record. So it's in the playlist. And yeah, it's horrible.
So he was fired in 1982. They were going to prosecute, but they let him leave the El Paso Police Department.
Okay, now they're back to nanos. Okay, they're talking about nanos, and I'm keeping my eye on this meeting, and they are still behind closed doors in Pima County. It's crazy. They're still behind closed doors, y'all.
Department. And then it was in, I believe, 84 when he showed up in Tucson. First working for Tucson Police Department. Then he came into the Pima County Sheriff's Department as a correctional officer assigned to the jail. Right, Chris?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's true, Stas.
Over here, she's FOIA'd everything. How many calls have you? I mean, you just got an email a couple of days ago about interviewing the sheriff again.
Yeah, he turned us down.
Get it, Karen. Get it, Karen.
And again.
Karen's a bulldog.
We'll keep at it. Keep asking.
She's dangerous. You never wanted to see your story above the fold.
Well, and by the way, the local media, if this case is going to remain in the media, it falls on the shoulders of the local press. The local news stations need to stay on top of the sheriff and the PIO department and continue to press them every single day with their questions and continuing to ask for updates and continue to ask for sit-down interviews with the sheriff. We can do it from afar, but it loses its impact because this sheriff responds to local people, obviously, his electorate. So it falls on the shoulders of all the local media. Keep at it. Keep pressing him. And when I say local media, if you're in Phoenix, that's local enough. When you're outside of the area, it's too easy for the sheriff to blow off interview requests with everybody up and down, So again, it's on the shoulders of local media. They have to keep at it and they have to just be relentless, polite, professional, but relentless, and not let the sheriff, he shouldn't go more than a day or two without getting interview requests and long lists of questions coming in from reporters through his PIO office.
And not softball questions.
No.
You've got to interview the guy. You got to interview the guy.
Timeline questions.
And the reason you have to interview the guy is because Nancy deserves it.
That's right.
Nancy Guthrie is worth the hard questions.
Thank you, Grits.
And I hate to say it, even if...
Thank you, Grits. Love you. And where the F is Nancy? I know, I agree. Look how pretty you are. Love your picture. Thank you so much for your support.
If it means you have to ask hard questions with those who know the most about her. There is no favoritism when it comes to somebody being deceased.
Right.
In any way, shape, or form. And it's just not, well, the family's being cooperative. Well, cooperation
does not mean exoneration. yeah, for real.
Exactly. Let's talk about cooperation. Do you know who was really cooperative? Scott Peterson. Scott Peterson was so cooperative. But cooperative does not mean not guilty. The family's cooperating. Doesn't mean jack, does it?
At least the lawyers.
Just because somebody's cooperating doesn't mean they're exonerated. Just always remember the judge in the Ted Bundy case when he leans over and he goes, Mr. Bundy, and this was in Utah. Mr. Bundy, you would have been one heck of an attorney.
Ski Utah.
And I would have loved to have you practice law in my courtroom. But you went another way.
I never understood why he didn't throw was way harsher on him and not compliment him, because he took that to prison with him.
Well, and that's right. Isn't that that's the whole point? It's like, okay, so what time did you get there in the morning? Well, 11. Okay, well, 11:56. Okay, well, that's 56 minutes. Can you explain that for me? How you got that wrong? This is how this is what needs to be done if it hasn't already been done. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not confident that the individuals there would have known what direction to go.
Me
and then
too.
it would have been, it would start off with, okay, so what time did you leave the house? I don't know, maybe 5 minutes before. Okay, and you drove over? Yeah. Okay, where'd you park? All right. Then what did you do?
Mm-hmm. Keep
Well,
going.
we were scared because we got the call, from the church and mom's not there. Okay, did you see anything out of the ordinary when you got there? No. How'd you get in the house?
Through the
We
back?
went around the back.
Oh, the
Why didn't
door
you use
was
the garage.
propped.
You used the garage last night with your mom. Well, blah blah blah, whatever it is, and this.
We got a cooter chat, guys.
Appreciate you, Jay. Yellow heart emoji. Yellow heart emoji.
Oh, thank you, Nick, for the cooter chat. It's so nice of you. I appreciate that. Have fun with the cooter chat, guys. The cooter chat will say whatever the hell you type in. Be as crazy as you want.
This is how this case will be solved, and it will be those inconsistencies that will all of a sudden. Remember, we talked about it where we look at a big puzzle. Okay, in a homicide scene, just think of the person's life as a gigantic puzzle, and the suspect comes in, and the puzzle's on the table, and they lift the table and they tip it upside down, and they throw it all over the floor, and then they run. An investigator's job is to come in and not try to put the puzzle together from the inside of the puzzle out, but rather from the corners in. And you build the frame. And then the rest of the picture starts to make sense. Okay? But if you're missing pieces of the corners and the frame in of itself, and you can't critically think outside of the box, like, okay, so let me get this right. When you got there, you saw flower pots holding what doors open? The back doors. Okay, which ones? Minutia details.
That's another question I have. Were the were the doors still propped open when cops arrived? I thought it was too. Stay humble. Wow, thank you so much, Jennifer. She says Strauss's dad has a remodeling company. Who's Strauss? Is that the relative? Thank you for 2 years, girl. Thank you, thank you. And then we got Robat coming in hot. Like a fajita with 41 months. 41 months, Roberta. Thank you. She's not here to dance, but it looks like you are.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
And Snazzy Trinkets, thank you for your super chat. I have to wonder if Nancy's kidnapping is supposed to be the crime of the century, like the Lindbergh baby case was considered. Interesting, both kidnappings have pilots in the family. Maybe we should revisit the Lindbergh ransom mess. Thank you, Snaz. That just gave me an idea.
I don't remember. Okay. Why not? Why would you not remember that detail? Help me understand that. Well, it was the back doors. They were both propped open. All right. What were you thinking when you saw that? Well, you know, and the list just goes on. It just goes on and on and on. Okay. And then at some point you got into your
Jammers coming in hot with 34 months. We always know that Jammers came to party, you ho. She doesn't come to do nothing but party.
Psychopathy.
Thank you.
mother's room, and what happened? What did you see? Silence.
What did you see?
And you just let them talk.
You let them talk.
And you just
compare it to
problem.
the data.
You say, okay, then you came out. Well, you remember, because the sheriff says, well, they kind of came out and they started looking around and it took a little while.
Why do you keep saying stolen? Why do you keep saying that? What does that mean? Oh, Kelly, the little baby cootie coot. 1 month, my little cutie patootie. Thank you so much for your support, you guys.
Wow.
Oh,
remember that was
that was day one.
We got another one, Kane, another little cutie patootie baby who came to dance.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Thank you for your support, guys.
We got to play those again.
Yeah, we'll play them again. But you see, that doesn't sound right, because that's probably what they told initially the first responding officers.
But, you know, everything has this dual, not dual meaning, but is it...
I will, potato.
Were the initial deputies told something that didn't add up? Or is the sheriff goofball stumbling and mumbling?
Right. So now we're back to, there were things at the crime scene that made us suspicious, right? Isn't that what Nano said? Was it things that he didn't really say we saw? He said there were things. We just got 5 more cooter ships. Or, sorry, not cooter ships, but memberships. I sound like Beach. Thank you, Sassy Trinkets, Cutie Pie, Libby, Delicate, JC, and Maggie K. Welcome to the Truth Seekers.
The proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Thank you so much. Welcome, new members.
On his own at the press conference. So it's very hard to get a clear picture here, right? Because if the sheriff is changing his mind, changing the story, changing essentially the facts,
right?
Were the facts told correctly is my first question. So is it the messenger, the sheriff, messing this up? Or were there huge holes in what was being told and reported day one, hour one?
Good question.
It's a little hard to figure that out, to suss that out. And that's, people called it the sheriff's style or whatever. That's not style. That's incompetence.
Well, and here's the good news.
Preach.
It's probably all on body camera.
Yeah, for the investigators.
Right.
Right. I'm saying conveying it to us, the public.
Yep.
We had to go through this clown show. And we're like, well, wait, what are the facts?
Right.
Why is the clown delivering the facts to the people? We demand more.
Because he was in the car.
Facts to the people. And we're like, well, wait, what are the facts? Why is the clown delivering the facts to the people?
She straight up said it.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters too.
I love it. I freaking love that. Why is the clown delivering the facts to the people? Speaking of the clown, let's check out that meeting again. They're still behind closed doors, guys. What's going on?
We demand more.
Because he was in the car.
That was easy.
That was the easy button.
That was easy.
Okay. Chris, love this. Love, love, love. This is This is the boomer with the soundboard, and I love it, and I'm here for it. True Crime Queen, you're going to love this. Watch.
That was easy.
That was the easy button.
That was easy. Yeah, that's
You got to get the clown button.
Oh, the clown
I
button.
thought that's what you were going to hit.
Hang on.
I love it.
There
Chris
you
is a little late with the
clown button. Sorry.
They're so fun. I feel like I'm watching my parents like go live. It's so freaking awesome. Like if I had younger parents.
That was easy.
That was the easy button.
That was easy. Yeah, that's the
You got to
point.
get the clown button.
Oh, the clown
I
button.
thought that's what you were going to
Oh,
hit.
hang on. There
Chris
you
is
go.
a little late with the
The clown button. Sorry. Yeah, so you're right.
Wait
It's
for it,
like,
though. Wait for it.
He should have never done that unless
He's
he
not
was
done.
prepared to come out and tell whatever factually, whatever it is. Okay? Because had he done that, Chris, you're not wrong. Exactly. Oh, trust me. I love this girl more than anything on this earth. She has kept me in line so many times. Okay? But that's it. Okay?
That was easy.
There you go.
All right,
I'm
should we
done.
take a few more questions?
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay. You guys are asking.
He just had to use it in the right context. God love him. God love him. He's like, he had to use it. Yeah, that's Karen.
Times. Okay? But that's it. Okay?
That was easy.
There you go.
Should
All right, I'm
should we
done.
take a few more questions?
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay. You guys are asking some.
She's like, you are such a nerd. I love you. You're a nerd. I love you, but you're a nerd.
Incredible questions.
Amazing questions.
Thought-provoking, insightful. We're loving this.
Okay, so this question here, isn't it odd that both Luke and Carlos did an interview after they had their home search, but still not a word? Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't that a great point? Both Luke and Carlos have given interviews. Where you at, Tommaso? All the people whose cars have been impounded have given interviews, except for you, Tommaso Cioni. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your most intimate thoughts about this and your, hopefully, anger at the loss of your mother-in-law. You were the last one to see her. I just would love to hear from you about that.
That is a great point.
Good point.
Arizona man. That is a phenomenal point.
And that's what we're talking about. It's exactly the concept.
It's like it's obvious and it's right in front of us. So why can't we talk about it?
Was way over Candace more than a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Micah.
Exactly.
Lots of people agree.
Chris, that was a very calling point just now on the behavior, the son-in-law behavior. That could have been.
That should have, but never happened.
Yeah.
Meaning the questioning, right?
Yeah, right.
Santi? Yeah.
Yeah. You've got.
That's why
Go ahead, huh?
No, that's why I've been asking the question lately. How thorough has each family member been questioned? That's what I want to know. Yes, we agree, Laura. Thank you so much.
Laura's the best.
She's awesome.
Don't we have the greatest mods?
We have the best mods.
No, we do.
We're just
no, we do.
And the best
We do.
people and the best viewers.
We do.
Says, I would never let my 84-year-old mom take an Uber. I'd pick her up and bring her home and make sure she's safely inside before I leave. It's a valid point. It's a very valid point. But we're told by Savannah that her sister and brother-in-law have taken the best care of her mom. Right?
Don't claim reward if your family here illegally. You know what? I think they
I
would
beat
probably
you
claim
to it.
because there is what they call a parole process that if they came forward with information about the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie, then what ends up happening is the reason I know this is because I've had many illegal aliens in trees. I had a guy one night in a tree. He was on a platform, and I had a homicide case where the guy was shot right below him.
I think he's going to get kicked again.
And the suspect didn't look up and see the big 4x8 sheet of plywood up there with this guy sleeping. And when I got on the scene, the patrol guys had him in the car, and I said, where's my witness? And he goes, and he points. I got an interpreter, and I said, hey, dude, what did you see? And he tells me the whole story. Well, at that point, you have to take this individual down to the federal building, and back where I work down in San Diego, you have to take them to the federal building. You have to go before a federal judge and say, Your Honor, this guy was an eyewitness to a homicide. I need this guy for trial. And the judge says, okay, and there's a whole process. He's given an attorney and all this other stuff, right? You put your hand up, and then the judge says, okay, detective, you are now babysitting this guy until the trial. So every 3 or 4 weeks, the guy would have to call and say, okay, this is where I'm at now. And they give him.
So that takes us back to Kalila. We really came full circle. Okay, so I'm about to put in chat. This is from an article about Derek Kalila, who was the one that was arrested. It says Kalila was released under multiple conditions, including no contact with any victims or witnesses, and LE will monitor all of his electronic devices. Shortcake Girl. Our next palate cleanse, can we listen to Jammers and Muscles video? You mean the space sex?
All this paperwork.
Thank you for your super chat.
I'm being held by the federal government as a material witness in a homicide. So that's what they parole him to you. Okay. So if somebody wanted $1.2 million and they're here, this is another lie that the media puts out there to the public, that all these people won't come forward. Yes, they will. They're very cooperative. Some of the best witnesses I ever had were not, U.S. citizens in this country.
So bottom line, no matter who or their...
See, and if you would have kept listening, Missy Lane, some of the best witnesses are people that aren't even citizens of this country. So you can't prejudge. You gotta listen to the whole thing. Oh my God, I'm sure he was, Leo. I don't know why it's called Jammers and Muscles, but I call it space sex.
No matter who comes forward with the information necessary, regardless of their status, they would get the money.
Correct.
That seems only fair.
It's like winning the lottery.
Yeah.
Guy just got $52 billion. Where are you from? Bangladesh. Yikes. Okay. Awesome. How do we know what the family did at the house Sunday morning before the police got there? I think the Uber ride was an alibi. Donna, that is a great point. We don't know. And that's one of the things that would be.
Oh, so you're saying, Donna, the Uber was done on purpose to set a record. You're saying there's some premeditation here with this.
I think that's
I'm understanding what she's saying. Okay.
Yeah. But Nancy would have had to get into that Uber.
Which we know she did. It's documented.
But it could have also.
But where is it documented? I need to know more about this, because I feel like, where's it documented at? You know what I mean? Bangladesh.
Also been part of the play. That's what she's saying.
A plan, a potential plan. Why no search? Libby says, why no search then or now? I know we've been saying this. As a bereaved parent, my son was missing for half an hour before being found. Oh, thank goodness. I never would have stopped looking for him. Doesn't look right, as Chris says. We have been.
But we haven't seen the documentation. We just have hearsay that there's documentation. I don't know. I haven't seen a sworn statement. Have you, Danny? And yes, we're going to watch some space sex in a minute.
And a number of people have been asking, why no searches? I think, though, again, local media, we need to renew this effort of asking the hard questions of, okay, not why did you choose to stop searching 64 days ago?
Wow, snazzy.
Why aren't you doing it now? It's never too late to look for the remains of a loved one, period. I know it's desert terrain. I know it's brutal. That doesn't matter. There's a lot of sophisticated technology that can be used. We've seen some of it already. And why not try? Why are we not trying? That's a very valid question.
Even Andy for Suzanne Morphew. He went to Colorado.
Yes, and that was
her brother. Suzanne Morphew's brother actually went and got search groups together and stuff like that. I'm going to end that there because we're almost done anyways. But this is super interesting. Snazzy, thank you for your super chat. Snazzy says, FYI, the Lindbergh baby was found on day 72, which we are quickly approaching in Nancy's case. Rabbit hole. Tin foil hats required. What are we on? Day 65 today? I think. Hi, Rain King. Yeah, we're going to go over the Lindbergh baby and the ransoms and what all that meant and all that stuff. Hold on. Phew. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for that. What was the other thing I wanted to talk about? Oh, Tiffany B. This is hilarious. You guys ready? Tiffany B says, oh, geez, Space Sex was playing when I picked up the boys yesterday from baseball. I was like, oops. Let me turn this down. Sorry about that one.
Roberta.
I should just play that like randomly when people are in just like random spots and make them laugh. You know, oh, that would be really fun to do. But anyways, okay. We ain't got shit, wags. I don't know what happened to the Lindbergh baby and all that, but I'm curious about the ransoms for the most part. And we'll go over that. I'll do a little bit of research. But this is, we're going to watch some Space Sex. So before you watch this,
you'll notice
I'm sure we'll watch it more than once. This is the Blue Origin, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, Amazon guy. And, we like to catch things over on Every Day with Jay. We're big space nerds over there. And as a matter of fact, we have a press conference that came out today from the astronauts. I'll have to catch up on that. So, anyways, we like to catch these things. We watched this one day. These were random people who literally have too much money and paid a bunch of money to go up to G-force and come back down. And this is what we heard. So prepare for takeoff. Everybody strap yourselves in. We got new images. Yeah, we'll go over it for sure. And if you're not subscribed to my second channel, it's Every Day with Jay. And I'm going to close out the poll about the suspect in the Nancy Guthrie case. And we ended with, who is your number one suspect? A&T, 49%. Hired, 29%. Stranger, 11%. Other, 11%. That's not looking good for you, A&T. But that's crazy to me. All right, here we go. Everybody close your legs. We're going to hit 0 G's.
Telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, God.
You'll notice the telemetry.
We are so immature, but so fun. Literally. You guys, we were watching the moon thing last night and they were like, play it on 4 times speed. Freaking Lindsay. I was playing that on like 3 times speed. Then we played it on normal speed. Then we slowed the shit down on speed. We did not slow it down though. I don't think we can. And I don't think that wasn't an option. Thank God. But it literally is like flashing 0 G's, 0 G's. You had to turn your volume down. I can't slow it down or I would. I don't have that option. And listen.
Tree graphics have split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
I've got people in their living room. This is after Katie went. I got people in their living room turning their volume down because they don't want their neighbors to think they're watching Prone or have friends over. I love it. Okay, let's check one last time on this Pima County board meeting. They are still behind closed doors. Oh, man. It's so fun. Well, Catabug, just tell them these people are going up to space. Jammer says she cranks it in the pickup line at school. It does kind of sound like Annie. Oh, man, you guys are too much fun. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate every moment that you guys choose to be at my channel, because you could be a million other places, but you're here. And I thank you so much. And all I ask is that you hit the like button on your way out. So thank you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to, we'll play it one more time for those immature ones in the back. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You'll notice the telemetry graphics has split.
Capsule body rates look good.
One for the booster, one for the capsule to follow their respective journeys.
Her parrot.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Her parrot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at 3 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. Oh, look at that. Oh, God.
Love you guys.
You'll notice it's
the freaking parrot. I love it. I need a video of the parrot doing space sex. Good night, all. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real.